Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining now. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life, waiting for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing?
that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 바가 아니지 그래서 the voice not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가겠어 네 몫을 내못 다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Release night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look nice Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that 소리로만 소림없이 주사위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Oh, you think you suck? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, one I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag. I need 3 mil. That's coming in both directions and like a be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it out. Care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. I have you, you're my everything in there. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one move five is bad. Just know that I got a hand
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around, baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
It's a pity that I didn't see this coming. I guess everything I did was all for nothing. Thought this was good and we really had something. Guess I was wrong to put my trust in for nothing. All for nothing. All for nothing. All for nothing. All for nothing.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA, where we're going to be licking our wounds and we're just going to pretend like Santiago never actually happened. I'm your host for this week, Ginny, and I'm joined with my two analysts, Minnie and Billy. That was fun.
What part of that
Santiago
was fun?
Right?
The intro that you just did?
No,
or
that was not fun.
Santiago?
Absolutely
Santiago
not.
was
I mean, I think
not
I
fun.
disagree about pretending. I think it's about keeping it, like, we should have, like, every single time in the rooms, they should have, like, the bracket and where we finish, so that the teams to remember what they're fighting for.
Isn't that going to make them like more upset?
No, it should motivate them.
Yeah, that should be a drive, more hunger,
Yeah.
more passion, more energy.
More energy, more
Yeah,
footwork.
exactly.
Get into it. All right. Either ways, expectations then. I would love to talk about that coming into this stage one of VCT EMEA. What are we looking forward to the most?
I'm looking forward to our teams that we probably should be sending to global events stepping up.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
We got Heretics, Vitality, we got like Fnatic. Those
Oh,
are the
we're
kind of
starting
teams
strong.
that should be doing a lot better than they are,
I
and
feel
so
like
hopefully they've learned.
Kickoff always kind of brings a shake-up in EMEA, though. You're mentioning Fnatic, who have yet to win a kickoff in our region, let's be honest. So, yeah, we have some
Well-
big names that didn't quite make it, but I think in that respect, it was exciting to see some new names, right? We think about the run that BBL were able to have in kickoff and then go on to Santiago and unfortunately just drop out. I thought they could have went further, but yeah, I think like it's exciting to see these new players and new teams.
I think it should be a dynamic between the two, like they're making each other better.
Yeah.
Like the young guns are like there, ready, hungry. The old guard are there with the experience. Like it should be about
in an ideal world.
Yeah.
But we live in this
I mean, that's
one.
stage one for me. Like
Okay.
that's my idea
So
for stage one.
Stage one should be the ideal world.
Yeah.
But heading into stage one, though, especially touching upon the fact that some of the teams, you know, went a little further in Santiago than we might have expected, or maybe not as far as we wanted to. There are different points that have been given to every single one of these teams. So when we're looking at the top performing ones in EMEA, their championship points, I mean, they're going to be going over to BBL. They got 4 because they finished 1 on kickoff, and then they got 1 extra point for how far they got in Santiago.
Yeah, and I think if you're the rest of the EMEA teams, you're probably happy that EMEA didn't really quite make a deep run at Santiago, because you're gatekeeping them out of those champion points. So yeah, BBL obviously sitting at the top of the table there with 5 within their group at least, and in fact in the whole league. And then Gentlemates being able to pick up a few by finishing in that second place in EMEA.
Yeah, it's going to be really important later in the year, especially having 5 already, like for BBL, a team who I don't expect to drop that much. Like they looked really good at Santiago. I think that they're the team in EMEA that can be the proudest of what they've done so far.
Yeah, and this stage is just that much more important because every single time you win a matchup, you're going to get 1 extra point. And then a couple of extra points will be given to teams that finish first to fourth. So that's also something to really keep into consideration. But we're going to start things off quite strong today with our first match going to be Fnatic against Eternal Fire. And then we have KC Liquid. Do we have one that we think we are looking forward to more than the other? You can be biased, it's okay.
I think, honestly, the KC Team Liquid game is a much more kind of exciting matchup in terms of, like, competitiveness. I think that the Fnatic game should be Fnatic coming at guns blazing in a way that, like, that's exciting to see what Fnatic have cooked up.
I think for the Team Liquid KC, it's definitely exciting to potentially see some experimentation from each side. I think both teams can be quite creative and have proven to be innovative in the past. I think when we look ahead at the first match, though, Fnatic versus Eternal Fire, I'm really scared that Eternal Fire could come into this stage and cause a couple of upsets, and it would be really tough for Fnatic if that was to start here.
But that would be fun. It's all fun and games in EMEA. We also have to take into consideration changes that we're going to be looking at with the map pool specifically, because Fracture and Lotus are back.
Yeah, I think that as a general lover of Valorant, I prefer these maps, so enjoying them in my
What
games.
exactly do you prefer about them?
The fact that players in ranked seem to know what they're doing. Well, actually, Fracture, never mind. I ignore it.
Fracture, no. You really, yes?
What I do like about this map pool is EMEA are quite good at Fracture and Lotus in general.
Oh, there we go.
We have elite level teams historically that are very good at these maps. I think Abyss and Corrode, I couldn't name you many teams that I think of when I think of EMEA for those maps.
I think that's fair, and I think as well something that's exciting is we've obviously had some patch changes since Santiago. We've got Mix coming into the agent pool, which, in saying that, I don't think that we'll be seeing Mix played so much in professional play, but who knows? They have been playing it in tier 2 teams, so maybe
China
tier 1.
today.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. It's more of a ranked agent in my opinion.
Yeah, we also, however, have nerfs coming through. Specifically for Yoru, I think this is what I'm going to be looking forward to the most because Yoru was so instrumental during kickoff mini.
Yeah, I think both the Yoru and Sky changes are really big. I expect a little bit more Sky play, and I expect a lot less Yoru play. I think that Yoru is still viable, and we might see someone like Martine picking it up. You just have to be a lot more thoughtful with the way that you're playing the defense side. You can't just get away with having the most broken agent of all time and just do what you want. You now actually have to put some thought into the game.
Oh no.
It's crazy. Like his gate crash has been halved in time. Like there's no more like being able to quickly pivot to strong side, weak side on the maps anymore. And not only that, he only has 1 flash now. So yeah, it feels as though he's been kind of like nerfed into the ground is what I've been seeing people talk about online. But yeah, I think as Mini said, like there will still be places where he can play where necessary.
And then Waylay as well coming into this patch. What are our expectations in regards to how teams could utilize or not utilize?
Well, that's the weird thing is the patch. There's going to be another patch soon where she's going to get more nerfed, I think.
Yeah, the
I'm getting confused, but I think that's how it's going to work.
It's the saturate, yeah. So no longer being able to instantly cast it, you'll now have to equip it before you can throw it. Kind of similar mechanic, I guess, to how the jet dash changed in the past, where you could just jet dash and then they changed it to being equipped. So similar to that kind of mechanic.
So I think we'll see quite a lot of Waylay play in the first week, and then after that, teams might have to kind of start pivoting away, depending on how they read that change.
Depending if they want to pivot, depending if they're adapting. A lot of questions, a lot of things that we need to answer over the next couple of weeks. But the first things first, the game that we're going to start everything off with, Fnatic Eternal Fire. Want to look at Fnatic first of all because, again, this is a roster that we've already seen compete in kickoff. There have been no changes here when it comes to the people that they're bringing onto the stage today. Should be comfortable.
No changes in the roster, but I want to see a lot of changes in the server.
Ooh, okay.
I think that their approach to kickoff was a little bit behind the times. I think that Bozo did some self-reporting tweets where he was like, yeah, we'll play the meta now, it's fine. It's like, well, that was a few months ago. You know, you're not at Santiago right now.
Yeah.
So I want to see just a little bit more explosivity, whether that's both in the comps and the playstyle from them.
I think as well, something we have to consider is obviously Masters London is upcoming.
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
They're going to want to be there. Like, they're going to be wanting playing on home soil, being at Masters London, having the fan base there and around to support them. We saw how monumental that was for them at Champs Paris, having that EMEA crowd. So yeah, of course, they're going to have to be able to make it there in the first place, and that all starts today.
Yeah, and if anything, that was an expectation that they have already set on themselves. Because if we're heading over to social media, I mean, we're tweeting, yo, it's the Masters is made for us, the road to London, how Fnatic is feeling ahead of the stage.
Boaster joining me here. I have to ask, you guys having a bit of a break between kickoffs and now for stage 1. What does that look like, and how did you guys prepare for stage 1?
Normally a break is horrible because it's like watching the Masters events and stuff, but I think this time I was actually feeling quite rejuvenated, wanting to make sure that we can push through for this stage 1 and also qualify for London. So I'm actually feeling really good and really positive.
Yeah, I'm sure that's great for all the Fnatic fans out there to hear that. I do want to reference a tweet a little bit and have a chat to you about it, because you're talking about the meta, maybe how it might play into Fnatic's favor, maybe jump in the time machine and see the history playstyle for you come out.
Yeah, I think so. Like when it comes to meta, we've always been able to adapt to any sort of meta, and we were a bit slow on this one. And I did have my complaints about Neon and Waylay for different reasons than people might think. But I think now we're just rocking it and we're running it, and seems to be very comfortable for us. Obviously, we got some of the best players on my team, so very fortunate for that. And yeah, I'm excited to play. You know, I've been playing quite a lot of ranked recently, and making sure I'm grinding, making sure my individual level is not the same as kickoff. And so far, I'm just trying every day to get a bit better.
That's awesome to hear. So we're going to see essentially the double duelists from the get-go. That's not something you guys are going to shy away from?
I mean, on maps where we think it's going to be good, we'll run it. If we don't think it's good, we won't run it. But ultimately, we've done a lot of comp testing, loads of different agents, and these ones are the ones that we decided to settle on and go for it for now. But the game has been quite fun, a fun process of getting back on track and getting back to the top, and that's where we want to be. We want to win a trophy this year if we can.
And your first matchup is going to be up against Eternal Fire, a team who's quite notorious for having more of an explosive playstyle. But you guys, in the past, people don't really describe you that way. How do you think that your playstyle and how this series might match up against them?
Yeah, so Eternal Fire, they didn't have their full roster going into kickoff, and now they should have a lot of Eternal Fire under their belly, and I'm expecting a good game, a good challenge. We didn't actually get to play them then, and I think when it comes to this meta, I think we're able to kind of play anything. If we want to go fight, we can go fight. If we want to play it slow, which is the style that I was obviously very used to, but I used to play quite fast. I used to just do set stuff, so I think it's about finding a balance, mixing in both, and getting the best of both worlds to really abuse the opponents. It's a work in progress, but we're getting there, and I'm looking very hopeful.
Awesome, and I'm sure everyone out there listening is also hopeful after that one, Boaster. Thank you so much for joining it. For now, we're going to head back to the desk.
Thank you guys. Well, a lot of insight coming out there. They've been trialing different comps. They're going to see how it goes today. So expectations here are already set pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic should be looking to dominate this series. Like Eternal Fire, I like them a lot. I was very excited to see this team coming into Stage 1 with their full roster. They don't quite have the roster that I envisioned, but they're still very good. So they could cause some damage today. But realistically, this is Fnatic's opportunity in this group to get a win and to show us that they can dominate going into playoffs.
Yeah, obviously we need to speak about the changes coming in for this roster. SOP obviously deciding to part ways with that initial roster. I know that you're pretty upset about that, Mini. It feels like almost a gut punch as well to lose a player like SOP, considering their campaign throughout Ascension last year with that roster. They were so explosive, so great. They dominated the region. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of difficult for them to lose that piece. But they're, of course, bringing in Izzy, who is in that Challengers Eternal Fire roster. And when we think about Eternal Fire, like, they were a good roster in Turkey last year up until Off Esports kind of joined the league. You know, they made it to that first Challenger EMEA inter-regional competition, made it all the way to the grand final. So it's kind of a household name coming in from the Turkish league.
Yeah, I think Eternal Fire, they should be decent. Like, I was bigging them up during, you know, kickoff, saying they don't have their full roster, wait till they get here, we'll see what they're like. And I do really think that Izzy, whilst not maybe being SOP, I think that he is a very strong player. I was surprised not to see him in VCT before. He's been in Tier 1 before. He was extremely dominant last year in the Turkish league. And Echo coming back is big for them. And he's been practicing some of those weirder Sentinels. Like, he's been practicing the Chamber and the Veto in some of the Clash tournaments recently. And that's a massive win condition for them.
Yeah, and Izzy and Echo are also no strangers to each other. So seeing that now being played out on the stage is hopefully going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. I want to touch on the points that you mentioned about Izzy there, Minnie, because whilst he has that experience, I think that could be really good for this roster, right? Being able to bring in that experience, being one of the more senior members of this team now, when you consider his age.
He's been to a global event before,
exactly.
You know?
He's literally been to a global event. And I think as well, when we think back to the time of him playing in challengers, and the players that were coming up from that league, think back to 2025, right? You had your Levin, you had your Comeback, you had your Zeus. Yet Izzy still kind of always got left behind in that challenger. So it's really nice to see him come up onto this tier 1 stage. And Echo, I am so excited for. I really can't wait to see how he performs here in tier 1 because he was insane during Ascension.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like, I think the big win condition for them is to play like they got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And that's at the end of kickoff, they started doing that. And now they have their full roster and they're looking good. I feel like that's going to be the difference maker.
Well, it's going to be trial by fire for them, but also, I'm going to stop with these buttons. They're horrible. But either way, this is the first game that we're going to see here in stage 1. So both of these teams have to deliver. But before we head into that, we have a bit of an interview ready with Nat once again. So take it away.
Echo joining me here. First time we're seeing you at VCT. How excited are you?
Actually, not gonna lie, I'm excited, but like, I'm happy to be here because we won Ascension with my team. Like, we are too hype for that match. Like, we are going to win that match. I'm very happy to be here.
I could only imagine. And there's, you're new to a lot of people watching out there. So what sort of name are you hoping to make for yourself here at stage 1?
Yeah, it's my first season. Not gonna lie, but it's not going to be last. I'm going to be best. I trust myself. Let's see.
Okay, and last question before I let you go is, being in your group, how would you rank yourself? Would you say middle of the pack, or you're expecting to be right at the top of your group?
In our group, I think Vitality and Fnatic is not very good. That looks, I think. I think only BBL and us is great. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 for me.
Okay, I like that you're already so confident, maybe top in the group for you guys. But Echo, thank you so much for joining us, and let's see who's going to win this series.
They find him waiting. It's happened! Say what you want, say what you will. In EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Okay, you got it the head after. You were right.
On the line, the end being one of them is always going to be a factor. Stunning shots, but it's still 1v1 all this time. Who's going now?
Elsewhere, up onto Miller. Durka's found 2. Allowing the fight to be had down long. Durka. They're catching the last man standing. And this, their victory, standing on the back of their own sacrifices. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I expected this team to come in at maybe top 6. Like, I expected them to be challenging for top of the playoffs, challenging to make it to the event. And so far, they've struggled with what I would call the basics.
Time to flip script, pits getting open. Turn up the bass, I'ma make this violent. I come through with 10 guys and set lives like a tyrant. Can't be silenced. In about 5, I'm flying, no lying. I'm gone when you hear the sirens. Time and time again, I like the set, now the stage on fire. Trust me, man, I'ma take them higher. Mental conversations when I'm in a blow, I'm tired of waiting. This ain't a gamble. Look at the payslip, $1 million on a minimum wages. Trying to make £1 million from 1 ounce, just bounce is crazy. Repeating things that don't work, insane is going to the mountains and you'll find where pain is.
Taking down some back now. The way they're in the spacing. Not good enough to not get punished.
2026 is a new era. If you want to build your legacy, it starts now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Keep calling. Take a risk even though my heart the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prioritize. But we'll be
Eternal fire.
keep calling. Take a risk even though my heart
Stage 1. Fnatic, Eternal Fire, but most importantly here, it's gonna be the map veto, because of course, Billy, as we've already touched upon, there have been a couple of changes in the map pool that is available to these teams. But first off, the skirmish.
Yeah, exciting times. Nice to see Boaster in, I don't even know what you would call that kind of suit.
Oh my god, that was a shot, by the way. Boaster's I've been saying this for a while. Boaster, if you could get him in a 1v1 like this, he's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I just don't know why it doesn't
Actually pretty
translate
good.
to the server
What?
sometimes.
Ice cold, by the way. Holy.
Maybe he needs to wear that on stage.
That's the
quite
scene.
funny.
You know, like people have like their good luck socks?
Yeah.
And this is like the good luck
Yeah.
suit?
The good luck suit. Yeah, I mean, I'm here for
I
it.
would also like to draw attention to Echo saying he thought Fnatic weren't very good, and that they were going to come top 2 in the group. So
you know
I
what?
think that's something we didn't highlight, is that this team was speaking more crap than BBL were all the way through Ascension. Like,
Yeah,
this is
but-
a team that like genuinely is fired up.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the map specifically. I mean, Billy, I'm going to start with you. Breeze, Bind, and Lotus in there as well, with the couple changes that we've seen on Lotus. Do we think we'll get to see that today?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so. I think it's exciting. I think, as you mentioned, Eternal Fire, they need to play like they have nothing to lose, right? We consider the group they're in, the first 3 games that they have to play. Fnatic today, they have BBL, they have Vitality, they have some strong contenders to go up against. But looking at the maps and the bans, first of all here, I want to highlight the fact that Fnatic obviously banning Pearl, no surprises there. But I think as well, Eternal Fire banning out that Fracture, it's kind of interesting. I think we kind of expected it with it being new coming into the pool, and the fact that this roster has never played Fracture together.
Yeah, Fnatic historically a very, very strong Fracture team too. I think that the pick for Breeze makes sense. Fnatic not looking too hot over kickoff, but they were trying to figure out Breeze, it felt like, during kickoff, and hopefully by now that they should realize that maybe putting Alpha on a duelist and
Yeah, potentially.
Oh, you're holding on to it. You really want to see that. Like,
No,
that is...
I think that's fair though, because after Vikaz's Jet performance on Breeze, it kind of left more to be desired, I think. And something that Mini had highlighted about Fnatic's Breeze throughout kickoff was that tempo, that pacing, right? Being able to lift that up a little bit more and having that rather than these slow kind of plays. I think as well, something that we have to touch on are these keys to victories for both teams, right? We look at Eternal Fire. We want them to come in full guns blazing, considering the group that they're in and the first 3 opponents they have to face. We look at Fnatic and want them to lean into their strengths, to start defining the meta rather than having to follow suit and kind of fall behind like they did with this double duelist.
Yeah, players, however, are ready to get things started comfy in their Razor chairs, but would like to dissect Breeze first. Breeze further. Oh my goodness. First things first. We look at this map pick and we've been talking about the fact that we want Eternal Fire to play like they've got nothing to lose. But on the flip side, we also are left wanting more from Fnatic. So is it going to be a matter of whoever is going to be able to hit the hardest today?
I mean, this is the perfect map to kind of play this style of the meta, where you want to be aggressive, your duelists get to pop off. Like, this is a moment for, like, Fnatic to show they can do the style that Eternal Fire. That's not going to be the first time I do that. Eternal Fire
better be the last one, though.
And it's an opportunity for Izzy, as a new duelist in VCT, to pop off on Jet.
Yeah.
You know, he's a Turkish Jet. You're expecting very, very good. Alpha, yeah, ISO.
Okay, do you know what? I like this. I like that they've gone in for that double duelist. How do you feel about the ISO on Breeze?
I mean, I think it's
You
not
look
historically an agent you run on this map, but if we're asking them to innovate the meta and push it forward, playing Harbor ISO,
Yep.
I can't complain yet.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
think
how it looks, though.
Bolster Harbor has to be something that comes to everyone's mind.
I think it's a great pick.
Yeah,
Like,
really
I think Harbor in this
interested.
meta is a really cool idea. I think Alpha historically on ISO, he likes to shoot people. ISO can shoot people. I think it makes sense on paper.
And you wanted to see him on the duelist, so you get exactly what you asked for. And it's not even April Fool's. Well, it is, but not really.
I think as well, just to touch on Eternal Fire's composition here, really surprised to see Echo on that Cypher, right? We know that this is something that's comfortable, him maybe adjusting to the stage, but I was expecting perhaps a Chamber here, right?
Yeah,
this is such a great Chamber map and something that we've seen him play recently.
Well, let's head over to our casters and maybe they can give us our opinion on the ISO, what they think of it. So, Mission Tom, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Tom and we're looking forward to the game. Fnatic looking to, you know, show a different face, maybe after a slightly disappointing kickoff performance, and Eternal Fire, obviously, the new kids on the block, ready to take on the VCT stage.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this game. I think that obviously Fnatic will come in slightly as those favorites, but Eternal Fire, Izzy coming into the roster, I think is going to be really good. I'm super excited to get into this game. And Mitch, let's get it started.
Let's get cracking. And I'm from Ireland.
Oh, that's a bit better. All right, well, I'm very excited to get this one kicked off, as you just heard me say, Tom. This is quite a decent battleground, though, for Eternal Fire to start off on. Breeze, somewhere that, I mean, Fnatic have shown some struggles, but it's not like Eternal Fire, or Oath as they were flawless on this. Change of comps for Fnatic, change of roster for Eternal Fire. Let's see who's made that better use of the downtime.
Well, yeah, it really does feel like two completely different ideas, like a much newer meta, newer agents comp, and then one that, again, you go back however many years since Breeze was in the pool, and you could have seen it then and there. So it's more going to be who gets it right. I'm looking forward to seeing Izzy, though. Echo as well. But it's Crashy's up top, looking for the opener, but Izzy already with his first opening kill of the tournament. I feel like there's going to be a lot of those.
Pretty decent chance. We'll keep tabs on it as we go, but already first blood against the old Kings of Fnatic. Remember, this is where they tend to bounce back, and we're certainly looking for a resurgence after kickoff. Fnatic even had Boaster talking about playing more aggressive, but for now, it's Eternal Fire controlling the pace, moving in towards this A site and challenging the man himself. Boaster surrounded, his teammates on the way, trying to chip away and stay alive on the backside, but they are being demolished! Eternal Fire with a flawless opening to map number 1.
Yeah, not a bad way to go. An in-zone flawless for Eternal Fire in their first round in the league. And of course, we've already highlighted some of the players last time out with Neki, who was playing, leading that sort of, well, mismatch of a roster. But we spoke a lot about Echo. And if you watched Ascension, you might be going, oh yeah, I remember Echo, but he didn't play with Ulf at kickoff. He wasn't old enough. He's now old enough to be able to play. And already a couple of kills onto the board. And that's the thing, I feel like there's a lot of expectation going into this game that Fnatic, well, if they are going to be that team that makes a run all the way to London, which is a long way away, they almost need to blitz this game. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think this Eternal Fire roster has a lot of very talented players.
Oh, this is a team that can upset even the best. Maybe prove that that might be them. For Fnatic, presence towards this A site early. Default being spread out by Eternal Fire, though, feigning the pressure on the A site while sending players out elsewhere. Indeed, 2 for 2 on Izzy, although it's against an eco. You know, the caveats there, but really confidence is a huge thing for Eternal Fire as well. You come in onto this stage up against Fnatic, and the more rounds they can tally up early, the more they're going to feel like exactly what Echo said in the interview is true. He was asked, you know, where would you place yourselves in the groups, put themselves up towards the top 2, and even said, Fnatic, they're not very good.
Yeah.
Well, they certainly weren't in kickoff.
Ooh, okay, this is starting to get a little bit dicey. The round where it was only classics for Fnatic. They've got rid of what were the weaker weapons. The Sheriff alongside, well, the gun that's now in Alfia's hands. The rest of them have rifles, though. Winning is going to be difficult, but any additional cost would be fantastic. And already, look how low at least Echo is. Down to a 2v2, weaponry firmly in the favor still of this Eternal Fire squad. And they will get the job done, but it was not clean.
No, it was close to a big response from Fnatic where they've got next to nothing brought to the table. As we said, confidence a big factor, but still a chance to recover that as they move into round 3, decently armed without too much of a cost to it. That's not the kind of fight you want to be losing up against the Classic. Oh my God, from downtown. But yeah, for Eternal Fire, you love to see the attitude early on in the interviews. You love to see the energy down on the stage. But a 2-0 start, this is where things could go wrong as Fnatic take the full buyout. But as we said, it's not like there's a massive gap in terms of the firepower on most players. And Eternal Fire doing what they do best, the 4-man group, the death ball moving towards top mid, and a challenge for Kayak any moment now. He can get out, but not with a shot to the head like that. Fabian following up with the body, and now the site under heavy threat with Crashies having a complete misread on the pace. They're already in their face. And the aggressive play from Eternal Fire, it has given them what could be another flawless in Fnatic's first full buy.
Yeah, they were just absolutely obliterated them. And it's not like they did anything particularly complicated, just moving together as a unit, keeping it nice and simple.
I think especially on those like early attack side rounds, these are exact sort of plays you want to see succeeding. Like they haven't had to go for any fakes, try and play a ruse. They've just walked straight up short, straight down mid, and taken the fight onto Kayak. And it's another one of those players where we've seen him really have an identity shift in the sort of recent times because of how strong Yoru is, to play mostly only Yoru. And while so far that Neon doesn't seem to be going fantastically, Boaster will at least deny another flawless, but yeah, this really isn't the start that Fnatic were looking for.
When we talk about these guys, we know that they've got the individuals, but it's not like on Fnatic those are missing. Typically, right now, Kayak in that opening fight, he got decimated. Crashy's caught off guard. Alpha fell almost immediately. They are making it look easy. And the biggest threat was the anti-eco from what we've seen. Most damage done by Fnatic with Classics in their hand. And now, well, they're right back there. They're not quite the Classics. You know, the economy's building up slightly so they can afford some Sheriffs, some Ghosts, even a Bandit in play. But this is not the start that they would have hoped for when the whole narrative of this game is Fnatic need to win dominantly if we're to believe in the bounce back that we've seen from them before. Kickoff's always been the curse, but usually it's over by now.
Oh yeah, they've got Vitality coming up next week, and I think looking throughout this group, okay, maybe I'd put Pacific on the low end, but I don't think there's any easy games.
It's another opening duel for Izzy, but this one doesn't go his way.
It's his first loss. I'm also really interested to see this sort of, well, it's not new, but this newer version of Harbor and EMEA, because it's just not played. It's not an agent that's popular whatsoever, and so the Boaster always been the one to sort of push the boat out. But Breeze has never really been that much of a success story. For now, the trade's looking fantastic.
Oh,
well,
man.
An attempt from Boaster. Instead, though, it's right back to comfortable fashion for Eternal Fire in these early rounds, and Bekaj and Crashies just need to make it costly. They're not. Echo is just slamming them.
Well, yeah, he came in talking smack. It's good to see him backing it up from the very first barrier up. He's hunting down a bit more. He already got his ult, as if you'd be hunting for it. But he's looking for something more. And unfortunately, he pays a price, giving a rifle over to Crashies, and if he can get out of here with it, well, he can. He has the choice. He has the option, but he wants to make it more costly, put a dent in that economy, and it's not going to happen. A 4-0 start to Eternal Fire. It is worth mentioning. It's their map pick, yada, yada, but the way that we're getting here, the last round in particular, not this one where they have pistols, but the one previously, it was far too dominant, and they just can't allow that to happen again.
Bear in mind, this is also Echo's first 4 rounds in VCT.
Yep.
That was his first death.
8-1.
He's 8-1 right now. A couple of kills around for the youngster, and well, you saw it in the interview just before. Incredibly confident. I think a lot of these young Turkish players coming up are very confident. You talk about these teams as a lot of the time being like scrim partners of like all of these other big rosters. And well, there you go. This is how he was playing over in Ascension. I'm sure later when we have that foot game coming up, we'll have the same for SOP. They were the two that when you watch that ULF team really sort of got them through into the VCT. But I'm glad to now see him take that stage, and I will be very excited to see SOP as well.
Yeah, I mean, Echo has definitely been a standout in these formative rounds early on the attack side, but eyes on Izzy as well. Some good early fights for him. Big boots to fill, that's for sure. I mean, SOP was the one that was promised, and well, he's been given to another team. But for Izzy coming in, making a name for himself in the league, and he knows he's going to have a lot of eyes on him. So far, it's been a good showing and a fantastic start for Eternal Fire. Fnatic, they've called a timeout. They've looked to reset. The change clear as Kayak comes into this round with an operator. 3 players, possibly 4, ready to blitz into mid. Fnatic are looking to fight.
Oh, command already utilized. They may have spotted the Boaster's ult is ready. The Reckoning won't be coming down onto them just yet, but that does mean that Fnatic can look to play the retake already, though. First player lost the operator as well, not able to connect, and Alfia trying to wrap back round behind. There are 2 players around this angle waiting. Echo Sort of had his number so far. Shield activated, but he doesn't expect anybody that close. And Echo again just takes over. He's meant to be the sort of knife in the back, the lurker. He's been anything but. Front foot forward. And Fnatic, well, we talked about them taking a foot forward. Right now, it's looking like a step back.
Yeah, and again, think about, oh, well, hold on. This off is under threat and taken down as well. No safe haven for Fnatic as Eternal Fire 5-0. Flawless when they face the full buys as well. This is ridiculous.
Another
The stage
in-zone
set.
flawless. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. And for these guys, the fact that they set up for a mid-fight when we've seen multiple times that cage for the cross. No way to fight behind it if the reveal is broken. The A site under threat, pressured with only Vakaj there. He started the round inside of the spawn towards B. So he'd only just made it to the A site as the attackers did. That was a complete fumble after a timeout from Fnatic. They are at least able to buy up here. But no operator in the hands of Kayak. It's a big piece missing, or well, maybe not missing. It's in the hands of Izzy instead. They've better armed their opponents. And this time, Eternal Fire, they get rid of that pacey aggression, sitting back and waiting for Fnatic to try something else.
I've seen the Neon Judge become very, very popular as of recent. So if anything, this might be the gun of choice for Kayak, but it's safe to say that his start to this game so far, as a man who last year, especially in Stage 1 and Stage 2, is putting up MVP performances. Not quite there just yet. It is early days in the league, but expectations on Fnatic are extraordinarily high. Alfia in a great position. I think he's been seen, he has. And again, what? The Echo's walking into crossfires and eliminating both players. They were waiting and watching for that exact fight, and he still comes out smelling the roses.
This is unbelievable. Again, it's not like this is an eco from Fnatic, but every round so far has looked like it, except their eco.
This is debut map.
An outrageous performance in Fnatic. They're already left to save, surely, if they can even manage that, because guess who controls the A site, mid and B, everywhere, in the grip of Eternal Fire, and they are not loosening it. Another spotted and dropped by Fabian. No weapon saved. Another in-zone flawless for Eternal Fire. And the Kings of old gone missing. 6 rounds in. And a handful of kills is all Fnatic have to report. Echo outshining the entirety of the opposition.
Well, yeah, we are 6 rounds in to his debut map in VCT. He's averaging 2 kills a round, which, if you were wondering, is insane. They have had 3 in-zone flawlesses, and they should have had 4.
Yep.
It was just Boaster saving on the other side of the map that managed to kill 1 player. Credits through the roof, in case you were wondering, and now they've just shot! That's Alfia! You can't do that to Alfia! You can't just dash and kill him immediately. Under pressure, though, Crashes has done well. They have an advantage for the first time, well, actually, first time at all. It's the first time I think they've had an advantage. And maybe about to be a first round.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury put through. Left Izzy with next to no HP, an easy cleanup. The op swapped out as Audas now steps forward, but players on either side. It's a crunch, and Bekaj doesn't even need the help. Fabian left to do it all, and we could finally see that first round for the favorites. It all comes down to Fabian to see how much he can get done, but they are ready and waiting. And the first man to cross has to be Kayak. He gives him the space, 47 HP, an easy cleanup and a headshot to confirm it. There it is, a round win for Fnatic. And it was a bit of a shaky start with that dash in from Izzy, but they extended a little too far. Honestly, for Eternal Fire, that's just confidence. I don't mind them playing 1 round like that, but we're probably going to go back to the death ball, and that's a whole different challenge.
Yeah, well, the worst thing is the flash didn't even catch. That was just him raw out-aiming Alfia. And, well, the duelists on Fnatic have been having a horrible time. 1-7, 1-6. Like, it's been a very, very quiet start from them. That needs to change. But they've got a round onto the board. It's not going to be a 13-0.
Get out of my way!
They still have Boaster's ultimate. The kill contract also available for Alfia, although I don't know if he wants to take a 1v1 at this point, but Izzy has been dealt with, and there's Kayak. Again, it's been rough so far. He's looking to still go. Alfia now pincering alongside Dim, and they are getting rushed down. Only Neki remains. A 1 versus 4.
Now, this is much better from Fnatic. The main problem has been around mid, the fact that they're able to cross for free. Now we're seeing the reveal go in a little delayed 2 rounds ago this time and the last. It was a lot of presence around the door, quick crunch in from mid. Because when they tried to do it with 4 players on top mid, that was the first solution to the problem. And again, that hinges on the reveal catching a lot. And once it didn't, once it was destroyed, where do you go from here? They've just walked into the A site. So the adjustment to have that extra player towards door, it pays dividends. 2 rounds on the board, many more needed. I mean, Fnatic, they want to start running away with this, and at least for the last 2 they have.
Yeah, much better from them, and there's Kayak once again. Fabian into the 1 versus 1, and Alfia taking it. Those double duelists that were quiet just moments ago have really started to come alive. Aggressively taking space with the operator, though, has dealt a blow. Echo, the space should have been heard. They should know exactly where he is, but again! It's a bit of a blip from Fnatic, but even still he had to hit both shots. They're gonna know where both are. Reveals onto Vekaj, who's trying to hold on, and while an early start with a 2-man advantage crumbles at the hands of Echo. This guy is having a debut to remember.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on air going to request the graphic for, I don't know, whether it's between maps, whether it's the next map, get a little side mortis going. His stats in Ascension looked all right.
Yeah.
Like he was doing his job as a Sentinel. Right now, he looks like a generational duelist playing a Cypher.
I would almost ask
16 and 3.
A question of Captain Cow. What is the greatest debut of all time? Because
yeah, Kata had a really solid map 1, I remember.
Woots had some. Woot had a great debut.
This is ridiculous, man.
I think Navira, we're going back a bit, but he had an insane debut. But yeah, 16 and 3. It's up there. It's up there.
Yeah, you'd ask the question, can he keep it going? But he just did. That was a huge round for
he's gotta
Eternal
be
Fire. Oh, even the fact that he's alive is ridiculous. Look at the damage done. 5 and 9 HP. Both duelists hanging on for dear life. And the A site being overrun. Izzy's made it through. Still a man behind. Well, not anymore. A pick for Neki, and now this can bring so much value with the late play from Audaz. He doesn't have pressure on his shoulders anymore. The spike planted, they'll look to cross in, and the man who's caused them problems waiting around those doors already dead, but in comes Audaz, dealt with by Vikash. Advantage swings their way, damage done. But it's Neki that has to pull this off with no idea on the final player. There's the info, but the connection goes the way of Fnatic. A 3rd round, much needed. They're going to trail at the halftime. The question is, by how much?
Vekaj does well there. Like his late push through, winning that initial battle, but then just allowing them to hold on to at least a little bit of additional space. An incredibly close round, but Fnatic won't mind close. As long as they're getting the rounds onto the board, 3 of the last 4 after a 6-0 deficit. Starting to look more and more doable, but I hate to just be a broken record, but you look at the trap play they set that was only on Echo, and the fact that he does, what, like almost 300 damage? It is really scary how good he is looking right now. And not shying away from the same fight. He's going back in towards mid again.
Two rounds left in the half. Still possible to beat a commanding lead for Eternal Fire. In the worst case scenario, they've got a bit of a margin to work with. Going into the next, the pressure put on to Boaster yet again. He's got support. Kayak's off now, rotating through, looking for an angle around the back. And he's got it posted up. Cloudburst pushes him back a moment. Echo trying to sneak his way, slither into the back lines. And Boaster's the one to fall for it. He doesn't stop there, but he's put to a stop by Alfier as they keep fighting their way back into this. The op shot missed, but they were out of ammo. Kayak gets a second lease of life. Lucky to still be drawing breath deep into this round, but it won't be the case for much longer. Eternal Fire, another on the board. 8 guaranteed, and a 9-3 half on the horizon.
yeah, they just continue to push and pressure Fnatic. Every time there's an attempt to gain space back, just look, you got Echo fighting, you got the swing towards Yellow, a swing towards Spawn. Like, they are constantly putting the pressure on as their opponents try to retake. And Fnatic have always been very good with post-plant utility, setups into the play. They're not allowed to have a setup in the retake because of the way Eternal Fire are playing. It's brutal, it's brute force, and it's working.
This is a game of the
Good
hungry
luck.
up against
That
the
was
legacy of Fnatic, and for now at least, Neki, the one to find the opening. The Kings of old being put to bed. A 5 versus 3, the A site showing no signs of faltering for Eternal Fire. They're gonna keep going aggressive? I mean, it's been a piece of their gameplay from the word go, but they're not expected to be up this close. Kayak manages to round his way back over to his teammates so the trades can come through, but even still, it's Eternal Fire miles ahead in every fight. Crashy's tagged on the other side of the Cosmic Divide, and he can't even break through. They are waiting, a firing squad on the other side, and he will meet his doom at their hands. 9-3. Eternal Fire showing up at a level I don't think anybody expected.
No, it's been an insane first half. Echo finishes at 18-5, and well, it's going to need to be one of the classic comebacks if Fnatic are going to turn this. We'll find out after the break.
Well, a game of legacy versus hunger, and Fnatic, well, they're the ones going hungry. Starved for rounds, 3 on the board after the first half, Tom. We knew that Eternal Fire could do the damage up against even the best, but for Fnatic, after kickoff, this is where we expected the bounce back, and so far, they have fallen flat on their face.
Yeah, this has always been their sort of story. The kickoff performance was, well, poor. And then we expect them to come back. They've had time to work on all their flaws and their issues. And you can see, like, kickoff last year, 2 Series 1 versus the 8 in Season 1. Obviously, there are more games, but even still, it was a significant turnaround that takes them to events. And then they make the finals of those events. It's not looking great. Now, I will admit, like, Breeze for them didn't look like a great map. I think that's why it's been picked in. My expectations for the next will be completely different, as it's their choice. But it is a damning sight to see 5 sort of youngsters, a lot of rookies on the stage, running it down, and the one that's brand new and played his first half in VCT, dominating you.
Dominating, very much so. Every fight's felt like it went their way. Now how do Eternal Fire manage the defense? And already you can see Izzy feeling confident, out here looking for some picks, and he hears that ISO shield and gets the hell out of there. It's the right call. Keeping that fight nice and ranged. The pressure won't be put on, but movement towards the A site now from Fnatic. Blood in the water, and they can swim right in to fill that space. It's Audaz is going to be pretty much isolated if they can close that distance quickly with the rotates cut off. But now he's got a bit of help. Tries to pounce with Neki, but it's Alpier finding 2. And things falling back into the hands of Fnatic, at least for now.
Yeah, it goes desperately low. Is he still healthy, but they're going to split up and look for clues. But on the other side of things, Fnatic are not just waiting to be surrounded. They are watching every angle. The pre-fire not quite landing, and Crashy should have him dead to rights. That leads Izzy, a man who's been on Eternal Fire for quite a while, but not with this set of players. First comes easy, but the next two you have to feel are going to be much more difficult. Sitting back, Alfia on the site, and Crashy's just playing, running all the way, making sure there's no chance of a defusal, and even going to close him out in the end.
A pistol round and a much-needed one for Fnatic if they're to climb their way back into this map. Again, this is the pick of Eternal Fire. They will feel confident in their bind that's coming up next, and historically being a better map for them, but you don't want to go in with just a handful of rounds, and Eternal Fire feeling like they're the better squad.
Allez, allez les frères.
Yeah, allez les frères. But this was where Fnatic did most of the damage, Tom. This was one of their most competitive early half rounds, was just with Classics. I wouldn't hold my breath for the same on Eternal Fire.
No. I think with all players on the other side having a weapon of sorts, with Kayak being the only one with a weaker gun, like they are looking to come out of this one with 4 players alive, so expectations incredibly low for Eternal Fire. But I think Fnatic will know it as well, that you can't even really afford to have a quote-unquote bonus round with how far behind you are. You don't want to give Eternal Fire anything. You almost want to replicate that 6-0 start that the Turkish squad had. By the looks of it, well, it's either an attempted play to catch them as they exit, or just dying to the spike.
Yeah, it seems that's very much what they're going for. Just tucking away. Looking to make this costly. 3 players I see moving towards the attacker, or sort of defender spawn, but the rest, well, they could be in trouble. Alpha looking for orbs, finds himself 2 with his death. And Boaster, he's not going to make it away, is he? Oh, just about. Slips his way to safety. Wonderful stuff. As a 9-5 scoreline shapes up, Fnatic, this is where the big test comes. Rifle round for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have on the attack, because I think, especially ISO and the ultimate in play, you can pick someone out of a position. You can make it so that even if you lose, they'll be dead on the site. I also think with Boaster's utility, this is where he can make things much more difficult for opponents, especially that high tide can section off angles that regular smokes can't do. I also want to see if he can hit much with the Storm Surge. We used it late at the last bit of the round to sort of catch players on the exit, but didn't really have much impact when it came to that defense.
I think they're going to just fire Alpha's ult through off this drone, ready to roll. And there it is. They caught Oda as the shield was up. Even if he finds one, he's not getting much more after. Decent damage, but Alpha won't fall. Comes back into the fight, ready for a brawl as Fnatic find themselves the plant, the man advantage, and it's Eternal Fire knocking on the door.
It seems like part of the game plan. They were looking to get orbs for that ultimate in the last round, and if you can remove a player from defensive positioning, it becomes so much harder to even have any sort of delay. Echo in position, but they are losing fight after fight, looking much better from Fnatic. This attack side execute goes perfectly, and they'll now only be 3 rounds behind.
Well, this is exactly what Boaster promised earlier on. Said, you remember back in the Summon FC days, we were capable of a very different play style. The team now known for running the clock down, rather.
Yeah.
Bringing us to 15 seconds without even having the spike on a site. But they used to have that little flair to them. Back in the days of Mo, 40, and Shaq.
Come on, boys!
You used to see them play some very direct styles, and that's what we get in this one with the ISO ult.
You're quoting ancient texts at this point. You got to blow the dust off the book to get those names.
Don't place.
It looks like the same old style towards this A site, but a standard split.
Kayak and Alpha haven't spotted the players on site. It is a 3-man stack up. Make it 2. And Neki, you got to wake up, bud. You've just been turned on. Kayak clearing up. They're leaving just Fabian. Maybe a chance for a flawless of their own, unless he can make this one costly. Boaster just going to play from behind, not even take too much of a risk. In fact, he's just looking to keep himself alive. He's going to make the cove a little bit more solid. It won't be flawless, but it will be very clean. 7-9.
I like that. Yeah, he's just giving the ult orbs over. Like, I don't want that smoke. Fair enough. Good work by Boaster as well, just sitting in that position. They go for the split 2-2 with him left behind in mid. You see it there in the replay on the map. Him catching Echo. There it is, actually. Thank you very much, folks. Catching Echo on the rotate around what could have been danger for them. Because again, on that attack side, it felt like Echo was so good at sensing the space that was being left open. He was slipping into positions to catch them off guard, to isolate duels against players who just were not ready for him to be there, which you'd expect from like a Neon or something like that. But he was doing it here in the Sentinel. Playing Cerebral. This is going to be a more direct play on mid to fight through the orb. What a mistake! Fabian has eaten them alive! In this play, the brakes pumped on it. The B split no longer stands any hope, surely. What a round, man!
We have so many just talented aimers. I was thinking, that's a bold position to take, but hey, fortune favors them. That's what they say. Even still, though, 2 standing. Crashes in a clutch. But that smoke's going to fade and they're going to line up. All right, they're just going for highlight reels at this point. We're going to have another one by the end of the day. 10 rounds for Eternal Fire, but I do look at that round and go, okay, how repeatable is that? How repeatable is a 3-man spray down?
It's almost a 4-man spray down with the ISO shield as well. Look at this. He did not see Kayak. That's the nastiest thing I've ever seen. Look at that. You nasty, nasty boy. And then a collat to close it out.
The worst thing is the collat almost feels underwhelming just because of what happened before it, but the collat's pretty cool. You know, it was nice, but it wasn't what Fabian just did.
Well, that's one way to push to double digits. Fnatic, though, still have the credits to fall back on for this round and the next. So there's not going to be an easy path to 12. See if they can do it the hard way. Already Izzy up on the corner, and it's Alpha caught without his shield, taken down with the first blood from Izzy. Finds it hard to take down the drone, but you know what? Body shots are all he needs. Onez is cleaning up the first and second wave dealt with.
Suppressing fire. You're not getting my teammate. You're not getting anywhere near him. Oh dear. Wow. It wasn't 3, but it was just as pretty. A quick double tap, and I thought the drone would pick him up, but I don't think it did. I don't know if the drone had already been fired, so it couldn't quite shoot again in time, but I thought Onez was screwed. Back-to-back rounds where players look like they're in positions where there should be no chance of survival.
Out of charges.
Izzy wanted a highlight of his own again, but this time has fallen. Spike going to the other side of the map, but let's not pretend like it is open. Even though there's only one player here, there's a couple of trips, there's a cam in the corner. The cam is well, just like us, is watching Boaster. I think he's even just moved the trips around.
Last player standing. Yeah. 30 seconds left.
No utility needed for that one. Echo on a tear. What a round from Onez as well, up close. Shutting the door in Fnatic's face just as it felt like they picked up some momentum, and it is the big boy, the Odin, to close out the round. Don't leave it on the floor. The op's not worth it. 11-7, a 4-round gap, an Eternal Fire. Getting very close to closing this one out convincingly. And you can sit here and say it's their map pick and bind and yada yada. Sure, I've said it all, but the reality is it just doesn't matter. This is not the way this story was supposed to go. And you can see it on the faces of the Fnatic players. They need to make a big change here. The timeout to hopefully course correct before this is too far gone.
Yeah, well, it did look like the drone was actually stunned up as it came through, but it meant that they found out he was there as they pushed through the smoke. And at that point, yeah, he's going to have an opportunity to get a double. The surprise fact that the reveal wasn't in play, and that's helped them out quite a bit. And that's a couple of rounds now where you're going to look at it from an Eternal Fire point of view and go, what a crazy spray down. But you're going to look at that as the coaching staff of Fnatic and go, why have 3 of my players pushed 1 guy and died? Why have 2 of my players pushed 1 guy and died when we put a drone through it? Like, these are things that could have gone your way if your players were able to react quickly enough to what was going on, but they are being caught. And that was the same in the first half. Eternal Fire were able to stop their retakes by getting in their face, while they're stopping their executes by getting in their face.
Yeah, and a big part of it, I think, is that Izzy opening pick. The last man you want to be losing there really is Alfier, the guy who's got that second lease of life, who can go take a shot to the face, trade those with you, and he's going to be just fine with another shield primed and ready right after the kill. him being dropped that early on, well, we might just see that shield go up before he rounds the corner in future. And indeed you do. A bit more caution this time. It won't be thrown to the wind. We'll see if Fnatic will still be swept away. Hunter's Fury to clear. Oh, good tag on the first, but no second connection. Audaz still drawing breath. Never mind.
Yeah, Kayak already in. They weren't just sitting pretty. They were moving off of that ultimate.
Last player standing.
You could say what you like about how this has gone for Fnatic so far, but when they've had the ult for the execute, they have been sublime. Hunter's Fury, it worked. Used the kill contract, it worked. And this time, in-zone flawless off the back of it. An immediate reaction after the pause. 3 rounds the difference once again, but we're waiting to see if Eternal Fire have another combo make or breaker.
Well, I think that's a big thing. Think about the round before where Izzy is left to freely take an opening fight inside of main, and then Audaz is left to freely take a 1v2 as they come through the wall that they put up. This is not something that most players will struggle with if you're able to stand your ground and take the fight that you wanted from the get-go. This time there's disruption. And we saw it, as you said, with the kill contract from Alpha previously. That's what opened up this A site. Now, well, they have the ult from Boaster at least, but they are starting to wane in that front. Can they find that same success with the straight-up aggression when those pieces are missing? And with Eternal Fire calling a timeout, I really like this timeout. This is the first one that they've used, so they still have a backup in case Fnatic do close in the gap. But this is really the first time that they felt danger. A gap of 3. The chance here to really close the door in Fnatic's face once and for all.
Well, one of the coolest talking points, of course, with the Turkish scene is the coach that we have at Eternal Fire, Afron Fire. He is the guy that we've seen the photos of him in Althea earlier in the day. Like, this is a guy with vast amounts of respect, someone who's very well known for bringing up that sort of young talent. And we now get to see like what he's come up with here. Because that was there was a pause in the last round. That was a reaction to what we just saw. That was I need to do something here and now to make sure that we close out this map. Because Bind, it could be a completely different story. So we'll have to wait and see if they found the answer. But also credits now on the line for Eternal Fire. This could start a streak for Fnatic.
Oh, Izzy. He was focused up on main, thinking his back was covered as Echo was there to support him, but a nice smoke popped into play by Boaster, blocks that vision, gives an easy opening to Fnatic, a big player removed from the equation. As they move towards this A site, though, still plenty of players close by. Eternal Fire were thinking about re-clearing mid, but although one does, Fabian stays close by, looking for the fight. Doesn't step through the wall on the flash.
It's you and
they
me.
to deny, but he'll be caught now by the ultimate. In a battle with Alfier, not a place many people want to be, but he wins it. He will be dropped as soon as he comes out, surely no. In fact, his teammates create the space. Fabian wins that fight and pops the ult ready. Now, the fight further towards the back site. Flash popped as Vekaj can't back off. There's no safe ground for him to go to. And the info falling into the hands of the remaining. Fabian showed us an insane spray down inside of middle not that long ago, but a big task now, a 1 versus 2, and it's Crashies and Vekaj to close this one out. Fnatic close the distance, a gap of 2. They're hot on Eternal Fire's heels.
Yeah, they needed that. Really good positioning and utility from Crashies as well. Like that, there was a moment where it looked like a gap was being created and his dart just going up top denies anything of the sort. Another solid round from Vekaj as well. We were hyping up last split, him individually, but also just what he was able to do on the Viper. He was very, very good playing this agent. I think the last time out they tested him on the Jet on this map, but it's no surprise to see the swap between him and Alpha.
Well, Fnatic were not here. They didn't show up. In the first 7 rounds, it felt like nothing but Eternal Fire finding success. A blip on the radar was all there was to report. But now, oh my goodness! Now you start to think that Fnatic, of course, corrected. They found their way back in the game, and oh, a flurry of frags for Eternal Fire. A return from Fnatic to put this into a 3v3. It is a chaotic round. Izzy completely caught off guard in mid. But the problem is that Viper's Pit, the numbers, even the weaponry favored to Fnatic, but if the pick goes down, this is going to be a really difficult round.
I think the expectation was after those 2 kills came in on B that there would be some space to be taken. Instead, it was a quick reaction from Fnatic to go back the other way. 2 players within the pit. Fragment trying to force them out the back of it. Kayak he's still sat behind. Weren't expecting him to be here, and it puts a spanner in the works. They had a chance to maybe surround their opponents. Fabian trying his best, but again, a back-to-back round with a Vekaj triple takes Fnatic to within 1.
Yeah, back-to-back triple kills from Vekaj, like you said. This guy's really stepped up to the plate. And a very important one as well. A chance for Eternal Fire to put themselves onto 12 with 2
Hunter's
openings.
Fury break the shield so that the headshot killed him on Alpha.
Might have.
That's so rough. Okay, I think he's doing all right.
I don't think, he really doesn't seem too upset. 11-10. Fnatic finding their way back on the attack side now. Another direct play being teed up. They're going to blitz straight in towards this A site. You can see Eternal Fire. They've got numbers, but they're not looking to fight. They want them to come in. Look where that trip was. Never mind. And there's going to be no chance for it as Echo gets dropped at least in a trade. And the AWP now making itself known. They've got to be careful of it as Crashies just swings out and domes Neki. Maybe they're not going to be so cautious. Man advantage now for Fnatic, and they can take this where they want.
Yeah. I think Izzy's firing shots into his own Cosmic Divide.
He is, yeah.
I don't think you're going to get anyone there, but I appreciate the effort. He's so locked in, he doesn't realize that he's safe for now. But yeah, that safety that they created, what, again, if this was old Fnatic and there was 20 seconds left on the clock when they started that push, that would have been great. Instead, they've now gone, oh, well, we can kind of just go wherever we want now. We can sit here and wait. We can rotate off. We don't have to push into the 3-man stack. We don't have to even risk crossing back over the wall that was there because you put something down to protect us. And the B site is very, very open.
Yeah, it had to be a gamble either way from the attackers waiting for the re-aggression on that A site. It doesn't come in, and so they decide that it's likely Eternal Fire of Stack Day at this point. Move it to the other side, and a free plant will be acquired.
Should be a save, right?
At this point, yeah. They'll be 11-11 if they lose, and if all their credits are thrown at this round, that could be a map that started out so dominant for this young squad, all of a sudden taken out of their hands. They will wait for one more round, one more fight, but the winds have certainly changed direction, filling the sails of Fnatic and pushing them towards this map victory that would bind up next would be a terrifying prospect for what looked like a confident Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because I think in most circumstances, if you're like a young team, you come up against Fnatic and you go, hey, yeah, maybe we lose 13-11. You go, oh, that's not too bad. It's a bit annoying. But the fashion in which they lost it in would be worse. Like 9-3 up at the half. Getting yourself some early rounds, like getting the momentum back relatively quick. And then, yeah, you have a couple of closer clutch rounds that don't go your way. Things start to slip. And Fnatic are just getting better and better as they go. Like we started to see Vekaj really step up to the plate. Kayak has moved up that board as well. And going into the next map, their choice, I don't feel good on it. So this you said earlier, the first pause utilized a little early, or in a spot where
good spot
you could basically still have some wiggle room. Wiggle room is gone. Second pause.
Yeah, I think they've done well to save them up with the big advantage that they had, not calling it too early, not panicking. But now maybe the time for panic. It is the last stand of Eternal Fire on a map that seemed destined to fall into their hands. They may need that with Bind up next, somewhere Fnatic should look a lot better. And if they go in with a map in their back pocket, then all worries start to fade. And the Stage 1 team that we know, the kickoff curse fading, well, that old story just comes right back into the limelight.
We'll see. Fnatic, after that first half, already got to be feeling pretty good about that attack side. It definitely seems like the set plays that they've had with this composition on the attack have looked very, very good. The amount of space they're able to section off, the smoke angles they're able to create using that harbor. And it looks like, even with a bit of a mixed buy, there's again going to be some attempt for aggression. Patiently waiting with that operator on Alpha here. But with the judge in hand, I can't imagine Orders is going to go that much further.
No, you just get him embedded on that corner. A star down so he can get himself out if pressure's put onto him. pop that smoke up. From here, I'd almost like to see soon Fabian stepping away. He wants to be the bait to draw them in. And in fact, they are coming back towards this. There could still be a chance for the patience to pay off. Passive setup on the B site. Trip covering the way through, but there's the problem. I mean, Fabian's here. He should be breaking that. That's the plan ruined. Odas shouldn't get anything from that corner now. It might even be spammed out. Indeed, that's what they're trying. It's a battle of wall bangs in towards A main. And the op on Izzy, he's about to get an opportunity. Kaya coming back into a space he cleared not long ago, but now ready and waiting was Izzy, but the shot doesn't land. And
They know there's 3A.
Yeah, exactly. Off this, the info's there. The B site's the clear target.
Oh, this time, though, he does land the shot. Man advantage found. Gives him a little bit of space to cross back in, have some extra presence on this side of the map. Echo trying to reclaim the space he gave up earlier as he knows that execution is coming in, and he's got a lot of space. Managed to find a gap around the edge of their utility, and they're not ready for it. Perfect movement from Echo. And a man who started this map so strong, went a little quiet in the middle, looks to end the same way he started. Crashies, 4 seconds, no chance of victory. Maybe hoping that someone walks back into his crosshair, but that will not be the case. Not anymore. Izzy's seen him. And while keeping 5 alive, it gives that opportunity now, Mitch, to close out the map that maybe they should have done a while ago.
24 and 14, and it's not just the success he's had every round, but how he gets there. Look how smart he is, moving around. He started this on the backside. That should have been a free plan. I don't even blame Boaster for going in for it, but one cage popped up, and that's where you have to start suspecting that this guy is slipping his way into your back lines, because when his utility goes up, it feels like he's behind it. He's around it. He's finding those blind spots. At least in overtime, guaranteed now for Eternal Fire as Fnatic come in, just the rifles, no op to play with, and Izzy going to be a danger in the back of their mind. So get that drone through. Fabian needs to get out, but they have left Odas.
But it's not going to be a surprise. You can't do the same thing 2 rounds in a row and expect it to be a surprise. This is the most awkward fight ever. There we go. Eventually, a lot of assists. It will be the kills going the way of Fnatic. Kayak in position. A man trying to lurk behind them, but he's been caught as well. Oh no, it is OT. It's not going to be the nicest way to get there, but we are going there.
Yeah, just great use of Boaster's ult, and I think these more direct plays for Fnatic, be it with Alpha, be it with Boaster, or be it off the Hunter's Fury from Crashies, those ulties have been used to great effect to break through, smash through the defensive line. Great work from Fnatic, unless they manage to fall to Izzy, and off in a 1v5, not the favored weapon. Definitely not a favorable scenario. Overtime confirmed. And back to the defensive side for Fnatic, where we didn't need to see this one again.
But this is the thing, it's like when you sort of mentioned it, you go in with a set play, the set play gets seen, you can't do the set play again the next round. And the second Fnatic realize that they send the Reckoning through because it's a giant wave that goes through the point the guy further back is and you at the front. Yeah. Like, you are left without a hope in hell.
Fabian was still hit by it by the time they dealt with Odas, they got out on site, and Fabian still couldn't see a damn thing.
Like, it has felt, the Reckoning has felt like a very situational ult.
Yeah.
That was the perfect situation. Like, you gave them the greatest situation for that ult.
Yep. And again, telegraphed it as well with the previous round. There we go. Boaster, obviously been watching some Rose VODs, coming in with the Odin for main. Not finding success with it early on. Posted up and waiting. Now this is where all the trouble was for this squad. Be it Echo coming through mid, late. But this time it's a completely different look. They pressure A the same as they had in the past. Get some utility out of the defensive side, and then they send Echo, a man who's been so successful in finding the gaps. Well, he is looking for it around B or mid. He's going to go through. This is a big danger. That guy's just been bailing them out of a lot of bad situations, but he misses the timing, and now Echo can slip his way into this spot. It's being watched, but a game of patience, Echo usually wins those.
I like that Kayak's playing such an off angle though, because Echo is incredibly good at sort of pre-firing these positions, and there you go. Like, he's not quite ready to react to such an awkward position. Bosa's been buying time, but now they're going to go straight through, and you can spam as you like. If the bullet hits your head, it doesn't matter. Wall gets them out, gets them past Izzy. That operator null and void, at least for now, and the rest of the team just barreling down. Pop flash out, they swing, and Alfia comes out with 2. He's done well to keep the advantage in Fnatic's favor. Even still, though, Neki just around the corner, the cross being held, and Kayak a little bit further ahead of everybody else. They know at least where one of the opponents is, but Izzy could almost just wait. He could just almost bait for his teammate, but now his teammate's gone. They have to have an idea where he will stand, and the double swing needed. Just Vekaj once again, an immediate headshot, and Fnatic now, for the first time, have got themselves the lead.
You could see how patient Vekaj was there as well. He was so close, a step away from death, but the patience paid off. The shock dart to clear out the back, and it all starts with dropping Echo like that.
Gross.
The danger of Alpha with that shield online. You gotta kill him twice, and he does just the same to you. 2 under his belt before he falls.
He got hit.
Hey!
Yeah, he just said hey. He just said hey.
Nothing else there.
And then after that, he said, "What you up to? I'm good. You."
Oh yeah, yeah. 13-12, the first time we see Fnatic in the lead. It very much does feel like the winds have changed in their favor for Fnatic. This is their successful half, and it's the same bloody setup.
They won't
I'm not
think we'll
sure
do
I
it a
like
third
this.
time.
Here.
But the push up through B main, hold on. They've got
he's
2
running,
players
he's
wrapping
running
up.
though.
Echo's being heard, but the op doesn't hit the shot either. Oh no, it's falling apart for Eternal Fire. Izzy gets 1, but immediately dropped by Boaster, and the B site, it's wide open. They know that. They've already cleared it out with Kayak. They know who likes to play around there, and the spike on its way. Fabian has no clue that Kayak will be there so early. How have Fnatic recovered this? A 9-3 half, barely anyone hitting shots. And now look at them, mostly thriving. The 2 versus 3 that still favors that attack, and Neki alone for a little while. Fnatic just running that clock down, patiently waiting.
Is there a gap? Is there a gap? No, not anymore. Bosa spots him, spam through, won't get anything, and now it's left all onto Ordaz. It was a slow start from Fnatic, but that attack side looks sublime. They will be managing to take that over the line in a 14-12 fashion. And now, Mitch, they look to head towards buying.
No shortage of blows dealt by Eternal Fire. They did the damage, but fell at the final hurdle. We're down to the sideline interview to see how Fnatic feel after that sensational comeback.
Alpha, I have no idea how you guys were able to pull that one off, all right? But more of the showstopper, I feel, is the fact that you picked up ISO. Talk to me, is this something you guys were always planning? How long have you been ready with this?
I think we've been ready for a long time. When the Since Breeze out, we just played different comps, but the ISO suit more. And we were looking good on practice, but I don't know what happened today, so... Yeah, but we've been planning for a long time.
Okay, and is there going to be more when we get to a second map in terms of picks?
I don't know, maybe not ISO, but you can see some different things. So let's see what happens.
Well, a little teaser for all of our audience out there. Make sure you guys stay tuned, because after the break, we're going to see just what they're going to pick up for themselves.
What map are we playing?
I'm riding on the wave. They're drowning. I'm riding it.
Mom, I wanna go home.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
got the feeling. Come back to me. I've got the feeling. Come back to me. I've got the feeling. Come back to me. I've got the feeling. Come back to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first day of VCT EMEA Stage 1. I'm Ginu, joined with Billy and Kakuka. Welcome.
Hey, girls.
Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Great game, though. I mean, Eternal Fire starting off strong, then Fnatic found their footing. So, for the first game from Fnatic and Eternal Fire, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that this is a very Fnatic way of doing things, as in you start off a little bit slower, but then they picked up the pace. I was a little bit concerned, like we could see in the faces, we could see the looks, there was a lot of reasons to be worried. We already have and are surprised by Fnatic, using the ISO. We just heard in the interview that this has been a long time, prepared for a very long time. So I wonder what else they have prepared. I like the fact that they're going into a different approach.
Yeah.
For the overall, I like the way that Eternal Fire started off so strong. They looked like they had everything. They were just doing a little bit of the death ball, the 1 and 4 time and time again. And Fnatic, sadly, was falling into some of the mistakes that we saw in kickoff, taking isolated fights, not really setting up for success, not really moving or doing a lot on the defense. But they picked up the pace, which is important.
Yeah, I think something that they were struggling with was even trading off of one another as well. And something that we didn't really get to touch on during the agent select was a lack of agent that would be able to play that operator. And yeah, you could argue like a Neon would be able to play it, but we only really saw Kayak pick it up a couple of times. Something else I wanted to highlight was this Harbor on the defense specifically, being able to theory craft around that. And then when we think about their attack as well, every time there was a Harbor wall, it was pretty much a straight sight execute coming in from Fnatic. So yeah, I think the comp that they decided to come up with was really interesting, and thankfully for them, not having that kind of defensive operator kind of got them over the line eventually. It didn't look great on that defensive half.
We saw a lot of, the defense half, it was, as I say, very, very slow. I don't know if it was like lack of ideas, because Alpha was saying in the interview, we were doing great in Prague. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe they got a little bit nervous, because for them it's a lot to lose. If like the new kids in the block have a very good performance against you, and probably that started getting in our heads, being like, why are they just walking up on us? Why do I open a corner and there's 4 people looking at me? So for that side, I understand that maybe it was a little bit of the pressure in Fnatic, but we just saw a lot of A-hits.
We did, and that's just rinse and repeat, or the majority of the map that we were looking at this time around, Billy. It was A-hit after A-hit, and if anything, even Eternal Fire was comfortable doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, to touch on Fnatic's A-hits, it was really nice in the way in which they were using their utility to fight for that A-main space, something that we didn't really see come up from them on the defense, which I thought was interesting considering they have that ISO wall to be able to block off that field of view. So yeah, I think going onto that A site, it clearly worked out well for them. I think we saw some rounds where Ulf were kind of able to adapt and recover by fighting into that space, but Fnatic were able to have the upper hand in that case.
I think that by the time that we got to the overtime, we probably see Fnatic's original plan. We saw Alpha spearheading most of those retakes that they were doing, and just seeing how actually having the shield on ISO could be a difference maker. On this A hits, we saw the use, and I think that this is a good example. As you're saying, Billy, here's the harbor wall, and then we have the neon, and then we also combo it with the ISO. It's a lot. That's a lot.
You tell, girl.
It is a lot. But also for the side of Eternal Fire, we did not see that much adaptation onto how they were playing on A, knowing that all of this utility was going to be dumped on them. And for the comparison of the two, even though Fnatic was not successful in most of those retakes when they were on the defense, probably because they had lost a lot of players by the time that it came to it, the plan was there of like avoiding and just leaving that space so they can then play for the retake. For the side of Eternal Fire, I think that they were still too honed in of like, let's stop them in the tracks, and it's like, you need to think of plan B now.
Yeah, Fnatic needed also kind of think of plan B when we saw how dodgy it started things off, but we have a coach confession ready as well to see how they approach this map specifically.
Fnatic have a long history on Bind. Have the Yoru and Sky changes affected how you were approaching the map?
Yeah, I think the Yoru changes probably affected everyone. You have to be a little bit more conscious of the information and the way that you're stacking sites, because you can't have a get out of jail free card with your macro anymore. And it changes. I think the Waylay neon changes and stuff like that also had a big impact. So yeah, definitely. And I think it's the same for everybody else. And you'll probably have to wait for 5-10 minutes maybe until to see what we actually come up with.
Not that long. He got it wrong. Okay, that was recorded 10 minutes ago, so it's very short from now on.
All right, we're gonna look forward to those changes, but Yoru has been a topic of conversation that we had earlier today as well, Billy, when it comes to the changes and nerfs coming through and how teams are gonna look to utilize it. We're now gonna be heading on to Bind. This is Fnatic's map pick, so we saw them cook on map 1. Are we expecting another thing on map 2?
Yeah, I think so. I think something to bring up the Yoru, like you're mentioning, is they did run that Yoru double duelist on this map previously. And that was with the Raze, so it's kind of a question of, do they stick with that Yoru? Do they lean more over towards like a Waylay perhaps, which is obviously proven to be viable on this map? Yeah, really just as a question of whether they stick with that kind of approach.
Yeah, Bind is a map also that we've seen maybe regionally. I think the Heretics Liquid, like we have teams that came up with those double duelists already, making them look very good. I'm also looking at the controller roles, and if we're going to see any Sentinels, because when we speak about all of these things, for example, for the side of Eternal Fire, they were playing the KO. I also want to see how much KO we're going to see this season, because I think that it's a little bit underspoken. I know that the initiators were highly nerfed, but if somebody could make a KO work, that would be so interesting, and so like it has such a big personality for the region. I know that probably the only person that likes the KO on Bind is Angel, but Navi is not playing today. My question also is, with the new additions plural onto Eternal Fire, we did see them playing the Bind here, so probably expecting the changes.
No KO though, so I guess I'm first for that, but I mean, when we're looking at Alpha on Waylay again, I mean, you don't seem too happy, but that was...
I am happy. It's just that it's one of the roots, you know? I think that Alpha is a player that you can put in many things, but I want to see those things be limited this stage. I don't want him playing 6 agents. I don't think he needs to play 6 agents. Okay. I just need him to excel at 2.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, like, obviously both teams deciding to pick up the Sky given the recent changes. Of course, our flashes now regenerate, so that's pretty good from both sides here. I think Eternal Fire, though, looks as though they're going to lock in the Waylay. Yeah, they are. So they have kind of steered away from the composition that they ran previously. They've now opted to pick up a Neon. I wonder if that's for Izzy coming into this roster and playing with this core. I'm going to see Echo on that Viper. He's great on Viper, but again, like, I'm holding on to Crumbs, hoping to potentially see a chamber come out from him.
It's also identical comps, and something we touched upon earlier was that we wanted to see something a bit more different, specifically when we're looking at a team like Fnatic.
I think that this is different, you know, because they are taking strong approaches to these maps. You know, this is no half decision. It's not half baked. It's already there, and I want to see if this is going to work or not. How it flows for them. Vekash had an incredible resurgence towards that map. He was warmed up a lot. I think Crashes on Sky is absolutely brilliant, and as we were saying, Fnatic has a lot of history on this Bind. This should be technically comfort for them. I'm looking at the other side of how they're going to be challenged on Fnatic.
Yeah, it's now the ball is in Fnatic's court, and Eternal Fire need to fight for a chance to stay in this first match, because at the end of the day, every win equals 1 championship point. Can Fnatic close this out 2-0? Let's find out as we're ready to head over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it's fair to say Doubt has changed sides now that we move to Bind, a map in the back pocket of Fnatic, and one that they didn't look to stand a chance in. From the second barriers went up, it was Eternal Fire with full command over every round, but then sides swapped, and so too did momentum. For Fnatic, this is where they should just be closing it out and showing us that dominant form that we expected coming in today.
Yeah, the expectations are high. Of course, the way they ended kickoff was a couple of defeats on this exact map, struggling a little bit more on the defensive side. So I think them starting attack will actually benefit them. It's probably where they'd like to be. I'm curious, though, again, on the Eternal Fire side. Obviously, the comp we saw them play fairly recently in Clash is very, very similar to this one, other than the obvious changes. Sky out, or Sky in, sorry, for the Fade, and then Neon in for the Yoru. Still that early aggression. Already taking space outside A. It gives them quite a good idea.
That stun makes it so uncomfortable for Fabian, you would expect, but he manages one before Alpha, having dove into the back lines of B, cleans up the defenders. Leaves Fnatic with what should be an easy plant. And this is more the meta I was expecting to see in most of our games. The Neon, the Waylay, and the Sky, so powerful. Look at that from Alpha, playing deep, taking a pick, and getting right out of there. You thought it was scary when you had to hit him twice, but when he can hit you and disappear, I think it's almost worse.
Oh, getting back in is not going to be easy. Alpha's ace will not come through. But that time has been ticking for quite a while, and the post plant of this Fnatic side has always been something to fear. Their bind was ratty for generations. And I think any team with Boaster, that will always be the case. Ordaz, the time has already gone, and Boaster is there on the close. A pistol for Fnatic, no chance at a 6-0 deficit like the last map. And as we've already mentioned, this is the map where we now expect things to go their way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're tuning in just now, with last map, we hit overtime, and after the first round of overtime, that was the first time Fnatic were ahead in the entire map.
Who is the victim of dying full sun? Me. Perfect.
He's giving himself a TED talk.
It's also good to see the Fnatic can still do Fnatic things. The comebacks, they were looking dejected. The faces were void of any form of happiness, and now, as we saw towards the end of Breeze, they started to have fun. They started to loosen up a bit as the rounds came their way. Bit of a shaky start there. Bit of a shaky follow through as well. Good stuff from Eternal Fire, just with classics, and a bit of aggression to find the orb to start with, and then a double. Trading out won't be easy, though. To keep that ball rolling will require a lot of luck. Maybe the position of Izzy, if he tucks in, could have gotten something. But, yeah, they know he's there now. And, well, I'd imagine that means Crashies doesn't go and clear those angles by himself, but he's happy to trailblaze. Well, Izzy's wrapped all the way around. He's now behind them. Did they hear it, though? Because they're watching it. There's a chance that Crashies was close enough to hear the sprint through Bath.
Ordaz under pressure.
Be right back.
Izzy quickly in behind, but...
Watching.
Oh, yeah, but the planter is completely open. Luckily, Boaster, well, better weaponry, more health than a classic that was unkind. Even the secondary player coming around for that angle, not going to find anything. And what started as a little bit dangerous quickly turns to very little. Fnatic 2-0, rifles kept through into the next round, and this is now where we look to Eternal Fire and see if they can get themselves onto the board.
Yeah, a very different start for the favorites of Fnatic moving into this, and don't expect it to be all too easy on this map, even though they chose it. 14-12 on the previous. Echo having one of the strongest debuts, especially in that first half. He was untouchable.
Was he 16-3?
Yeah, he would definitely. I don't know if he closed on 16-3, but he was there. I remember seeing that stat line. Fnatic, it's not a weak round by any stretch of the imagination. 4 rifles to play with, and it looks like they're gearing up for this B hit. We talked about them bouncing back mentally. Let's listen in.
Peek and long. Wait, I can't. Flash at me, bot.
You can go back maybe if you want. Yeah, probably rotate it, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight with you.
I've left. I'm baiting left. I think he's trying to look for a kill. He might walk into hookah.
And long shot.
Nice. Just wait late.
They know about
They didn't
us,
wall
they-
up. I think I would just walk out.
Dealing with the chaos, but they expected it only to be Whaley on that side. Echo backing them up with the wall still to play with, but that was accounted for. You heard Boaster say it there. They know the toxins are ripe and ready to roll, but a reposition. Echo wraps around towards the elbow. Look how far away Audaz is as well. We talked about this man's debut, and it's time to step up to the plate once again. They've made it past the wall already. Holding his ground should be a tough task. He finds the first, no trade. They're slow to react. The flash, good, but Echo's even better. A double, and now the advantage for the defense. Crashies with it all to do.
Plant in, gives him a chance, immediate fight coming, but Echo is just too quick with it. That first map might have not gone the way of his squad, but he definitely made a statement in that map. An important round. Of course, this was the bonus. This was a piece or two missing from Fnatic, but one that, well, it started magnificently from Izzy, but it looked like it was going to go Fnatic's way. It was only Echo on this side of the map that managed to throw a spanner in the works.
I love it. The energy from this guy showing up yet again when Eternal Fire need him in those early rounds. A big 3K there. I think was a bit ahead of the party on that swing around, and he's had a tough showing in these first couple of rounds. Indeed, in the first half of the previous map as well. Took him a long time to get going. I think he was 1-7 or 1-6, him and Alpha sharing those stat lines. This time much more direct from Fnatic. That promised aggression, but Alpha has to cancel. Kayak doesn't have that luxury. He'll be caught in the open, dealt with by Fabian. Audaz here to help.
Spike.
And its body's on the floor for Fnatic, but it's theirs, not their opponent's. Alpha being cut off here. The double TP taken by Eternal Fire. It could be a mistake. In many moments it would be, but Echo and Izzy, they combine for the advantage. 3 versus 1. Crashy's at least punishing the next player, but 1v2, Spike down. This is far from an easy round. No flashes left as well. He's gonna have to run that clock down to get them back. 25 seconds. Has Seekers, but is this the moment to use them? With an orbital strike online as well on the other side?
In a 1v2, I wouldn't mind it.
We'll give his
If
position
anybody else, maybe not, but with Crashies in a clutch, they can find out that in for the flash though. Came online early enough. Now looks to make a move, looks to try and find where these players are hiding, but they're going to swing him together. Wonderful fundamentals from the remaining Eternal Fire players. And again, we see that early aggression putting a stop to what Fnatic had planned.
Yeah, that was a tough round for Crashies. I think he did the right thing by not popping the ult out and see it getting him much value, considering how they played it together, waiting. No smokes left, so there were none for him to flash out of either. And I liked his idea, wait for my flash to come back online, but unfortunately they had the same idea on the other side. Neki pops his, info's there, the round's already done. 2-2. Eternal Fire showing that they've certainly still got that brawl ability. Even here on this map, where Fnatic should feel that bit more comfortable. And what I like about this is we're playing an even stronger aggressive dive with the Waylay, with the Neon, with the Sky as well. Those supportive flashes can be so strong, even for clearing angles, let alone for blinding up those players. And they dealt with the dive perfectly. Kayak ends up completely isolated thanks to, I can't remember who it was that had pushed up on B-Long, but him coming back immediately forced Alpha to just take the TP, even though his ult was committed to elbow. And there should have been a free kill there. And Kayak, in pursuit of that kill, well, he doesn't have a recall. He doesn't have a TP. He can't get out of there. He's stuck in the mud, and they dealt with him beautifully. And from there, it's just a domino effect. The double TP was a bit risky, I have to say. With the advantage they had, that had me worried, but they made a meal out of it.
That's their style of play. I think a passive Eternal Fire. I think if that's what you're hoping for, you're watching the wrong team. And even though they're up against an eco, that doesn't seem to be changing. It is early aggression from Fabian. Of course, they've got the smoke down, but even still, even once his ability to recall fades, he's like, I'm still going in the smoke. Like, come on, I'm still going to push it. They want to look to hold on to a lot of ground in this part of the map. Of course, the double duelist for this team didn't necessarily feel as natural as some others. Like we knew, especially when it was Sop, that he was always going to be the man to watch. They tried Chamber on Echo at a point. But Fabian, even when they had players missing, it seemed to play that role incredibly well.
It seemed for a while like the old order would be restored. Fnatic claiming this map. A decent start with the pistols. Good stun as well. Orbital strike put through. Pressure on for Kayak as he tries to get out. Neki's there waiting. Trades. Not when you want it around like this, where Fnatic has so little to work with, and they keep it competitive. A 2v2, rifles to be retrieved, and a plan potentially to be found. Fabian could catch them going for the TP. And in fact, he's going to catch Alpha. But well, the TP's not going anywhere, is it? A recall right back into the open. The pressure on for Vikaj, not close to his ult either.
You see Alpha's reaction. The second he clicked the button, it was a reaction click, and he goes, yeah, I'm dead. Yep, that's me done. Vikaj 1v2. Looking for it all, but again, perfect synergy of those players peeking together. Fabian with a multi-frag, it kind of feels like it shouldn't have been necessary. And well, the problem is, I think the player who's gone to go and collect whatever gun they wanted doesn't have his ult, and the one who was about to defuse does. So they're now just holding it a little bit. They'll take their time to go retrieve, I'm guessing, an operator.
Yeah. Should be the off from that spot there where we saw it dropped. And nice work by Neki. And again, Neki and Fabian having to dig deep like that isn't really what you want to see in the Alpha space.
I was trying to get going. One CT, one.
Yeah, because he hadn't got the weapon. His teammate did, but reality is that whole round seemed to be massively favored to Eternal Fire. Fnatic came in with pistols. They made good use of a bit of aggression, the dive in from Alpha alongside the stun, and it got an orbital strike out of the other side as well. So altogether, ult economy and credit economy damaged pretty heavily. That's a success for Fnatic. Now they have to build on those foundations.
Early Viper's Pit is already going to completely change the dynamic of this round. There is plenty to play with. Those Seekers still online from a while ago. And Izzy already aggressed past the smoke. How much further out does he go? A little bit wary that the potential of somebody to swing as he goes to peek. It seems like Vikaj is very much aware that somebody could be this close. Even pinging the angle, maybe seeing the scope. It seems like he's so locked in on this position that he is convinced there's somebody here. Flash is coming. There should be no way out for Izzy. The stun, and actually he gets away.
It's the stun, man. It just gives him a huge margin for error there. The wall not great, but he'll make it around. Seekers hunting them down. Fnatic not giving up on this. This is the direct play yet again from this squad. Using that double duelist, using the sky. Neki's out in the middle of nowhere, though. Caught in no man's land. In goes the old Fabian diving with it, but Alpha and Vikaj able to pick up all the kills and leave this site in the hands of Fnatic. One man lost. With Echo on the other side, all alone, 1v4. I think it is a bit better to save this weapon. Just glance at the credits and you can see that there's going to be a lot of players with their hands out. In particular, Neki. He's struggling for the cash, and Echo would be in the same boat. Saving is of the utmost importance. But for Fnatic, a successful round previously in terms of the damage done and the chances they gave themselves, even with that low buy, burned up a big ultimate from the defensive side, and now they come in here. Oh, indeed, yeah. And then now they come in here with Viper's Pit out of this round, available for the next, and a chance to completely shatter the Eternal Fire economy.
In fact, it was even 3, because it was the Neon ult, they used the Convergence Path and Viper's Pit.
Yeah, in this one, yeah. I was speaking about the previous with the Orbital Strike, so that's 4 ults in 2 rounds.
It is
burned up out of them for no success.
A lot of ultimates gone. And at this one, it felt very panicky. Like, obviously for Izzy, this whole round was pretty much spent running backwards, like just util ults. Like they even put an Orbital Strike on top of him here. Just as he thought he might finally be done. And then his teammates trying to react to almost help.
The Neon was in that spot.
Yeah, he was just gone.
There you go. He managed to escape. Unfortunately, it didn't really change the round. And I think the fact that Vikaj does well, takes space, very aggressive. And while you can see the spams were already there, the aggression was tailored. Fnatic are adapting to the plays that Eternal Fire are trying to make, and they're adapting fast.
Yeah, look at that momentum shift. Even the attempt to dive in with the Waylay, which should normally be in and out quick as you like. Not even having to prime that stun, just drop it on the floor and quickly recall. Yeah, they don't even get a chance to prime the stun. Then immediate shutdown. Again, singing the praises of Vikaj is just too easy. The guy is sensational, especially. I want to see him be a Viper main, lock in nothing but it. Especially in this and the previous meta.
Enemy down.
Feels like it has a home on almost every map for Echo. And you found yourself one kill, one orb. But Fnatic certainly won't be crying over the credits lost. They are willing to throw themselves at this to ensure that Eternal Fire have as little as possible available for the next round. They're already in the spawn. Boxed in is Odd as he has to fight his way out, and the first one goes his way. That's all she wrote. 4-3, and Fnatic looking dominant now.
Yeah, they're looking very comfortable with what is being thrown at them. Like we saw it the last round with Izzy's position being very clearly telegraphed and forcing him back consistently with utility. And then in this one, the attempted double dive into mid. Like they are spamming into that utility. And there you go. Like the reads on what their opponents are going to be doing starting to become a little bit too telegraphed. And that's something that we've always given credit for Fnatic, like their ability to play those defaults. And okay, sometimes they run out of time because of how much they do it, but if teams continue to push them, they're very good at sort of soaking up that pressure. And for Eternal Fire, we now need to see another level to the defensive side, because if that's the continued plan, I fear it's only going to go worse from here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They've been very wise in terms of how they've held their timeouts, but this is definitely the moment to put one through. As we said, even when it was Fnatic on the eco, they had such a strong chance of taking it. And since then, it's been nothing but dominance. Eternal Fire throwing their ults into the wind for little real reward out of it. In fact, it's almost played it against their hand with how Fnatic have been able to read what's coming. And then a chance in the previous to play a little bit more aggressive. I do like the idea, but you have Crash who sat there saying it's too obvious. And that's a problem. If Fnatic got those reads early on, yes, it's the moment for a timeout, but it might not be the moment for course correction because you don't have a lot to work with in this round. Weaknesses. And a judge in play in the hands of Echo.
Go, go, go.
Expect that to be in Izzy's hand, but maybe it's for good reason. Nice shots to start, and Boaster the one that's dealt with.
Judge up close, an Old Faithful. And after that early aggression, it's an immediate rotation back in the other direction, trying to put the stack onto the A site, maybe expecting their opponents to react off the info they have. Tiger being sent out into the showers. Like, this is a desperate attempt to just find out anything they can, but in the meantime, Fnatic have just stopped. They've paused. They've sent Crashies to maybe even try and commit the ruse. Instead, though, the Seeker's being expended. This should give it a decent idea as to where they're currently waiting. And with Echo in position with a charge, that's not the gun you want to rush into.
And that's why he has it. No intention to move from that spot. Now with a rifle in hand. He's a thorn in the side, in the back perhaps of Fnatic, who've only got Vikaj left. That could be enough if Echo wasn't blitzing out to take him down. And Eternal Fire, after the timeout, a very nice low-buy round. You know, their previous aggression might have been readable for Fnatic. They certainly seem to think it was. But this one, they hadn't got a Scooby-Doo what was going on. Very well handled by Eternal Fire. And you know the best part is that the Skydog sent down on A actually spots Izzy. And you realize if Izzy's here, and he was there at the start, you know, this site could be a little lighter, and that sells the routes for them to run right into Echo.
Good work in the low bite. A huge victory as well. Who said that they've done well to deal with Izzy a lot so far. But this time he will be able to land the shot. A lot of space taken. A very committed push, and Izzy being given those isolated fights, this time not being run down, this time not crumbling to the utility. With a two-man advantage. Fnatic don't even really have a safe space to plant. Izzy's just still going, giving him the freedom to fight. Well, only one man standing. Neki will immediately close out this round. Lead taken back by Eternal Fire, and I don't know what was said in the pause. It definitely wasn't anything about slowing down, but it worked.
Yeah, this is now starting to look much better for that defensive side, and Izzy with freedom. Oh, we need to see more of this. The problem is Fnatic will start to play that more direct play, start to dump utility to push him off angles. You shouldn't be looking that upset. That was a great round.
One of you died, not good enough.
I want flawless. But Izzy, great round from him, confidence builder. And now something for Fnatic to be scared of, as that AWP has shown itself to be a terrifying foe to face off against.
Oh, yeah, it seems like he's willing to take any angle, even using the corner of the smoke. With what's in play, this feels risky, but there's a second layer. Do they expect all that? They do. They expect him in the corner, but it doesn't seem to matter. He reacts quick enough, not quite the second time. Even still, Izzy is there to deal with. Back for more, dodges an operator. He's dancing with death, but surviving alongside it. Finally, Kayak will grant him the release. It seemed like he was hunting for, but now there's another that needs to be found. Boaster, a 1 versus 3. He's turned it to 2, needs an instant headshot, and he's not gonna get it.
I love that movement from Izzy. The fact that he just goes, I wonder if there's one bath. Zips in, zips out. Yep, there is. Can't even get the AWP shot off. Autos was so well there, but Izzy stealing the show with these shots. You'd think you've got him cornered, boxed in under pressure, but pressure makes diamonds. And he is shining bright in these last few rounds with the AWP in his hand. 6-4, Eternal Fire fighting for another favored first half. And the attack side, thinking back to the previous, that's where they've been able to hone their skills even better than what we've seen when their opponents are pushing into them. Oh my goodness!
These contact plays again and again. When you finally get the first, you go looking, you go trying to hunt them down. Izzy's popped his ult behind them. They already have a huge advantage. He doesn't give a damn.
Disgusting.
This is reminding me of those Supermassive Blaze days. The run and gun, the out-aiming of opponents. The pause almost feels like it was bait. Like, yeah, mate, we're going to change up our game. No, we're not. We're doing this. We're running at you. We're putting pressure on you. We're fighting you in every corner. We're in positions you're never going to expect. I'm off Alpha yet. And Vekaj. A mountain to climb, but at least they found a little bit of footing.
Toxin screen down.
45 seconds, spike down, an AWP that you know is waiting around that corner now in the hands of Izzy. As terrifying as can be, and look at the timing. The game sense from these guys battling through that Ascension system and here off Merit. You can see it's not misplaced with Fnatic almost locked in now for a loss at the half. The question is, will this rifle be carried through? I think Crashies is hoping that it is, so he can have at least something to play with, but it doesn't look like Eternal Fire are giving any quarter. No mercy shown as 7-4 on the board. Fnatic, they really got a streak of rounds going. They got some momentum, but that has been shut down completely in the last few.
Oh, blink and you miss it.
I didn't see it live and I had X-ray.
7-4. And you mentioned the sort of earning of spot, but the funny thing for me is that the guy 10 and 9, the guy standing, the guy performing, Izzy, kind of wasn't meant to be here. He's the one that's joined with Eternal Fire, was already on the roster in the tier 2. Of course, Sop has found another home. And while no surprise, 10 seconds into the round, we already have multiple deaths. Even another hand on that operator, but they're going back in the other direction. Fnatic trying to bait some of those early rotations. There's still a judge. There is a judge, while players on the other side have 7,000 credits. Echo has... Well, he's heard that people like the Neon Judge. He likes the Viper Judge.
Has he? Yeah, I was going to say, has he got a backup weapon? Oh my goodness! Boaster's just being... Echo is jumping in. He didn't even expect someone to be there, I think. Oh, man. And into the pit he goes. Echo falls, but the cascade afterwards with players is going to easily deal with Vikaj. Crashes. He's caught. Well, both Brimstones caught unaware, and now some info to play with. The Cabbage is on their way, finding both players, and Crashes knows that he has one player isolated, but no longer. They've crossed back. They've combined forces. The fusion dance on the side, the high-low. Separated for a moment, but not long enough. A triple from Fabian, 8 rounds from Eternal Fire, and the bounce back is very much underway.
What a pause. A pause taken. They went 5 rounds in a row. I don't know what Afro 5 said, but whatever it was impressive. Nonetheless, they had a good first half in the last map. Let's see if they've got the stones to close this one out after the break.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Welcome back, folks. The game still well and truly underway here as Eternal Fire lead 8-4. And a big factor of getting them back into this is those early fights. We saw it on the last map, but here it had a very different flair to it from this man, Izzy.
Yeah, he was someone that, even though obviously the circumstances of him joining the team were a little bit weird, it's nice to have him in the league. Like, he's been someone alongside Spear, who's now in the academy side, that were really bright sparks in that Eternal Fire roster. And the fact that Sop's still in the league on another team, it feels like the best of both worlds, because both of them are fantastic duelists. I think we saw some of the best of Izzy in the last with that Neon on the defense, but they're definitely going to need him again on the attack side. That space taken alongside Fabian, who both of them have been fantastic, needs to be the same here. And a pistol, well, it'd be a warm welcome.
And it would be. Attack side's been so solid for Eternal Fire. Different comp, they're up against now, and Alpha with a second lease of life gets himself a triple. Eternal Fire, well, it seems like that flame has been snuffed out at least in round number 1. Unless Neki and Echo, which, look, certainly not the players to question. He's managed to make it to the backside as well. Well, that's all he'll get. Neki.
Sorry. Has he not dead? He was reloading for half of that fight. This has now become a 1 versus 2 scenario.
Does he hear him? Oh, he's shift walk. Just outside of range?
Doesn't look like he's hearing it.
Just outside of range.
Because of that, the B site is going to be for free. They think they've got him locked in. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm in the spawn. You're sat watching. Hearing anything? He must still just be lurking around showers, just waiting. What we'll do is when he plants, we'll go and surround him. And while I think left. Poster might have heard something, because now he starts hightailing it to the other side of the map. Early flash. Don't know if that caught.
Does he hear him this time? No. Neki's playing so far away, but there it is. There it is. The steps heard just as the shift keys pressed. That will be his death sentence. Really good job, though, to find all 3 in Bath. I'll be honest, the second I saw Echo die, I thought this round is done. Yeah. No question about it. But Neki really managed to breathe some life back into that. 8-5. A pistol round for Fnatic and a much-needed leg up as they climb back into this map.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that is basically both pistols won by Alpha. I think it was in the first half as well. He just went diving in and killed everyone. It seems like He's been very good elsewhere, but getting both pistols for your squad and you're only having 5 rounds is definitely not an ideal scenario, but it at least has given them an opportunity to climb back. And we've already seen it in the last map, like a 9-3, well, curse, but it almost seemed like it was curse for Eternal Fire in the end. Now they have gone for a fairly hefty investment. Izzy out with the sniper in hand. We look on the other side, and there are a few light shields in play. One of them is Alpha, yeah, but more importantly, even if he hits anybody, a chance for these pistols to catch him. This should be easy for Kayak, though, right? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, now they know it's there.
I don't like that way.
Are they're thinking of challenging it. I mean, you've got your 2 dive duelists in here. If anyone's going to get past that judge.
Do you think it's because Fabian went, well, I did hit him, so maybe you can kill him now? He's not hit for enough.
He's so heavily tagged. I mean, the space taken, the old Nats walk up by Echo, using the wall to get into this corner. It's something that you bet your ass Fnatic are very used to facing, but it looks like they'll give an opportunity. Classic up close, right click, dangerous, and he got 2 of them off. 1 missed, and that's why Venkaj is still alive. Otherwise, that could have been an opening pick. And off that damage, looks like they're looking to at least put pressure here. Oh, what a shot. They have a chance to take TP, but losing Fabian means commitment to the A site. A pick already under their belt. The wrap around from Neki is ambitious. They will at least get a plant out of this.
Yeah, it's the extra credits. That's kind of what makes this worth it. It's that along with what damage Izzy can do. Ordaz is kind of almost just watching, trying to make space, trying to play off angles, try and be weird, basically, and allow Izzy to hopefully do the rest. Smoke's creating awkward angles. There already is Kayak, and the shot not connecting now. Maybe even just holding onto the gun could be worth it, but he's stuck reloading. He's being chased down. Kayak can almost trying to bait in that maybe he's going to try and push him just later on. It will be the hold on to the sniper, and actually that's really not bad at all.
Yep, all in all, positive round. Good takeaways for Eternal Fire, but this is where they have to find those solutions. We've seen them try to play the snake in the grass. Again, it is Izzy to find those openings for the squad. They know he's coming in on an outlaw. I say I don't expect many light shields. Well, we're in game and see 3 still carried through. The judge makes sense. Not really a favorable fight for an outlaw in any judge positions, but danger for Venkaj and Boaster. Oh, and Crashies. It's 4 light shields, in fact.
This is being played as a bonus. There's no doubt about that. Boaster with a decent start. Gives space to Crashies, but it is just the trades. Quick rotation looking to come through from Kayak. He needs to get close, and he does. An execution. Venkaj does the same. And Echo's too far. They could just bait this defusal. He knows eventually he's going to have to run, and Kayak's just holding the angle. That's an easy kill for him. A very fast round, and one that Fnatic will take all day long. 3 in a row, on what looked like, again, a mountain to climb is now not much more than a molehill.
Yeah, very good job to climb back into this one. Kayak, I don't know how he gets away with that. And now knowing that Hook is clear, that guy can just sprint at that planter, taking him down. Risks, but measured ones. And you can see the frustration on the other side of the stage. A timeout called by Eternal Fire. This, their 2nd timeout of the map. Their last chance to search for answers. And Fnatic have been finding those answers on the server. This is where they will have prepped a lot. So it's no surprise that they've got those protocols to fall back on. But seeing them think on their feet and keep pace with Eternal Fire while pushing them into the corner, they're back against the wall. It's worrying, it's concerning. But then I think a last map, or last half, sorry, when Eternal Fire called this timeout, the game changed completely.
Yeah, they did manage to win 5 rounds in a row from that point, but it just seems like that second half is eluding them. Map 1 looked like it was theirs to lose, and they did. Map 2 is starting to feel a little bit more of the same. It's a weaker purchase. Fabian with a Bucky in hand and, okay, a couple of rifles to play with. They don't even have that many in terms of ults to try and pad the gap either, which that's more of my worry. Like, there's only so much you can do with the Seekers.
Breathe deep.
All the time for deep breaths indeed. Eternal Fire need to be focused. Credits committed in medium amounts. buy in the next possible, but a lot to deal with here. They come past the judge, and Kayak proves to be their executioner. He's not done yet either, dishing out death until Fabian puts a stop to it. A little more needed and nothing else found. 8-8 in a blink and you miss it. What in the world is that?
He's expressing himself.
More power to him.
Are we going to get to see his emote at the end?
Come to Papa! Come to Papa!
He's hit himself with
See,
his
I'm
mic.
going to be honest, of all the things I expected him to say, that wasn't it.
You weren't expecting, that wasn't.
No, or come to Papa while doing that.
Well, that one's going to be immortalized. 8-8.
A slow-mo gif's already been made.
Fnatic certainly feeling it for now. The streak of rounds maybe coming to an end as Eternal Fire take a commanding fight towards the back of the site. Fnatic stalling out in that defense, and Crashy's on the wraparounds being completely caught off guard. What? How's he gotten that one? Well, that's the only pick that they
Did
have.
the range get upgraded and I didn't notice? Okay.
This
Careful,
is getting a bit
lads.
risky.
Careful.
Getting a bit shaky.
This round should be guaranteed. But a healthy
reloading
Kayak and a confident one. And they've got the credits that he can go for this, or he can go for the exits. And I think that might be where he's heading. Looking to try and cut them off as they look to leave the site. Maybe expecting that a certain position would be free. He's going to be in a great position, but maybe just a little bit too late. That will be the lead reclaimed by Eternal Fire. Once again, Fnatic getting back into it, seeming a little bit more difficult than expected, but that fast pace taken again. Like that's it. I think Fabian on these sort of entry rolls, just superb.
Yeah, in and out. And like it's Kayak's head, he's shaking it all about. Looking good for Eternal Fire. 9 rounds on the board. You'd be fuming if you're Echo there, but at least it didn't get too much more costly.
Back at it.
Looking for double digits. Ult online for Fabian. Not seeing a direct play being set up here. It's going to be pressure put on towards B-Long. An attempt to perhaps deny that orb. The Alphier so close to his, but he's hunting it down towards the bathroom. And the AWP trained in on this position. That's a big problem if Echo gets curious.
There.
Maybe expected.
I'm out of here.
They threw a snake bite down there as well, so it's clearly something they've had an idea about, these aggressive positions being taken. And instead, Alfia is going to man his post in heaven instead. Nonetheless, still plenty of time for either side. Info sent down B, but look at the rotation already from the defenders. 4 players going to be in this side of the map. Alfia looking for a timing, and he's found it, and that's a spike down.
Huge drop, and they flood in right afterwards. The ult not landing. Alpha side steps and takes the kill. Kayak,
wow,
and himself fighting for the triple with an in-zone flawless. We're back to neck and neck. Fnatic not going to let Eternal Fire run away with this. And the big thing is, that round was a big investment from the attackers.
A hard reset.
They get nothing out of it and nothing left in the bank. This should be the lead for FNC.
Yeah, the expectation is that, but also again, I think Crash is the unsung hero of this round. That Tiger timing, clearing out all of B, or just before they go for the rotation, you see 2 players get into spot just as the play comes through because of the info he found.
Blinded.
Posturing towards that A site. A shot landed by Alpha.
Oh my.
Kayak on a double, and well, this one has fallen apart at the seams, but of all the rounds, I suppose it's good that it's this one. Eternal Fire, just a few pieces in this puzzle. It's only Audaz left, Guardian in hand. Neki does have himself a Sheriff, so it's not like he's completely out of the round.
Smoke's down.
But it should be very hard to find any value from this point. No need for Fnatic to overextend. Double the manpower, more than double when it comes to the weaponry in play. Flash online in 10. He's going early, though. He's walked through the smoke, and well, that's an easy punish for Boaster.
There's no way out of this. Oh, that's hoping that maybe catch Soul with a fake plant, but there we go. Fnatic are going to claim the lead, get to double digits, and again, after a massive deficit, an 8-4 in the first half after a 5-round streak, they have brought things back once again. And honestly, a lot of it has been down to the resurgence of Kayak. Like, I feel like in the last 4 or 5 rounds, he's just been insane. Like the Judge multi-kill, retake in the last round, aggressive positioning in this one. This is the guy that, well, this is the guy that people pay to see.
I would love to hear from him why he thinks it was such a slow start in both maps now.
Warming up.
He's really found, but genuinely, it looks like it. Like he's finding it hard to land on his feet in those first couple of rounds.
They didn't come to Papa in the early rounds.
I see.
Now they are.
Now they are coming to Papa.
They are now coming to Papa.
Understood. Okay.
If you didn't watch a couple of rounds ago, we sound very weird.
Well, you led that one, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, this is the big challenge. This is where Eternal Fire could be left in the dust, up against the Kings of old, sat in their castle, and from what we've seen in both maps, ladders have been on the wall. But Fnatic, they wait till the final moment, and they kick those on down. To start at least, will be Vekaj down, Kayak slipped through, gets nothing for a while, he survives a long time. But when he's dropped, it's a disadvantage for Fnatic. It's an op walking through a smoke, and he got one! He got one for free!
He still doesn't know there's a guy in the
chasing them
corner.
down, TP'd back, but he's still alive! This man living many lives in one round, and now he knows right where that other player is. All the while, Crashy's waiting for an opportunity, and it's about to be given, but the shot doesn't land, and Alpha has to do it all. A reload needed, surely. One bullet left. A shorty to work with, and as he swaps weapons, he finds himself peaked by 2, double digits for Eternal Fire in a very important round 1.
It's just, it's funny because Eternal Fire win the round, but I felt like the highlights there came from Alpha. Like, it's just crazy stuff. Like, he manages an opener from above here, but then just the gaps running through the smoke, hitting a wallbang. It makes no sense, but solid trades.
One enemy.
In the end, an Echo in that backline, safe pair of hands.
Do you see the way this guy kills people?
The thing is, with that round, I'm not even sure who he was talking about. It could be anyone.
I think it was Echo. Oh, yeah, I think it might be Echo.
Good chance he was. Good chance he was talking about Echo. Yeah.
That is nuts. Just walked straight down mid, eviscerated Vekaj, and then just walks out like nothing happens.
Yeah, you see a Viper with a pit online in that position. It's usually terrifying, but they didn't get a chance to do anything. At least kept for later, but Eternal Fire, they'll flood in off that space. They know. What?
All right, don't go near Kaya. You show him a pixel, and you no longer have a head. Back to a 4v4. Couple of ridiculous kills, but the post plant is going to be in. Viper's pit available for Echo, and there you go. He has to leave his safety. Crashy's now taking space, but also could reveal the positions of the remainder. And look how low Echo is in the corner. He's not going to survive. Caught by an operator. The remaining defenders of that spike surrounded. And well, nowhere left to go. It's all on to Neki. First comes easy, but he knows there's another up above. Crashy's locking them down. Again, Fnatic will reclaim their lead.
Yeah, listen, your ranked teammates in Crashy's position, they're either swinging that dry or they're using their flash and singing Maroon 5 as they run it down. But he has the patience to sit behind that box, and that's even in the replay, man, disgusting. Oh, he did. He popped the Viper's pit. That guy loses the pit. I thought it was an orb we caught.
No, he ran into the pit. He ran into the pit.
Oh, my goodness. The disrespect palpable. And right after hearing Crashy say, you see it, this guy kills people, and then he does that? Outrageous. 11 on the board for Fnatic. Eternal Fire, you know, they have very much put some bumps in the road. They have made this an uncomfortable journey for Fnatic, a team that the majority of people out there, whether they be fans or analysts on our desk, you would think that this is going to be Fnatic rolling, that it needs to be them rolling, but Eternal Fire, they have shown us that flair. This double duelist, the Sky, it's working wonders for them. But the final hurdle where they fell last time, it may be the same again.
Well, yeah, this buy also absolutely sucks. And they just gave the rifle over to Izzy, by the way. And he is peaked and died immediately. No chance from here onwards unless the utility can do an unfathomable amount of delay, which I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it can't. They are not in a position to really do anything from here. The snake bite's already gone, and already players just waiting to get that defusal done. Eventually, Echo will fall 12-10. Fnatic now just a round away from the 2-0 that many would have expected, but the fashion, it's not quite telling the story, that score.
Oh, there's going to be people out there who are going to go on to VLRC. Oh, it was a 2-0 to Fnatic? Yeah, that was expected, but this game was anything but
obviously it's an easy point for my pick'ems.
Yeah,
Knew
it's going to
all
look
along.
the same. My goodness, Eternal Fire. They came out swinging. They brought them to overtime on map 1, but even that was underwhelming considering the fact they were 9-3 up. For Fnatic to do this again, give them a chance, hang the carrot in front of their face before snatching it away. Echo, he's made some space. He's already up close, but Vekaj,
not this time.
He's the one to shut him down. Whether he was ready or whether he reacted, it's fine. They've got the sight and the plan to come through from Eternal Fire at least.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more difficult. I don't think that's hit onto anybody. Well, eventually Izzy strikes. A quick double, giving them the man advantage. OT still very much possible, but maybe not without Althea hitting shots like that. Izzy is left to try and close, and they both got caught by the Tiger. Both stunned up. Solid util to back up the duelist. Eternal Fire bring it to 1. OT in the last map, which they lost. Maybe this time they can take it to OT and bring the map home.
Yeah, Alpha was bloodthirsty there. He dropped out of heaven, started shooting his own teammate. He was willing to take anyone out. Sounds like a Spanish caster. In the end, it ends up being Izzy, again, to carry that mantle forward, the spark of hope. Fanned into a flame as they push towards 12. One more round for this attacking side. Go get your gun out. That could have been very risky. Hayak hiding in the smoke will be caught. Echo gets away with it again. Such an annoying player to come up against. And they're not even planning to go in this direction.
He's made it on site. He's just walking through utility. Like Althea, I don't think he's seen him. I don't think he has any idea. Well, maybe, no, he's watching mid. He has no clue. Vekaj should just walk down to the open. Vekaj's got to be so confused. A second ago, you just saw him kill your teammate. And now Althea is the only point of call. That hit. Ordaz is down to 5 HP, and he's trying to go through. The risks he's taken on this agent have been impressive. But can they do anything more? No, Boaster caught, and the remaining 2 sectioned out. Fabian is still pressing forward, just about gets away.
One more flash just came online. I don't think. Oh, I didn't think he'd get a chance to use it, but there it is. Popped a little too close. Ordaz still able to see. And takes that kill for free. Alpha 1 against 3 with a chance here to close out the map, but no quarter given by Eternal Fire. 12-12. It will be another overtime. They've bought themselves a bit more runway.
It's a weird scenario to be in, because obviously when you get into this group stage, those initial games they're so important. But Fnatic, we've already mentioned, the Vitality up next. It is a game that if they taste defeat here,
That's the lot of them.
it would be an insane matchup to potentially even put them 0-2. For Eternal Fire, though, this is a statement. Like, you come into a group where it's an utterly stacked group. If you're looking at the sort of like history, but also the teams that have been built, BBL, Fnatic, Vitality, GX, Pacific, there's the ones in the group. There's no easy games.
Launching smoke.
But at the same time, at the beginning of the day, we heard Echo say that BBL might be #1. But not only did they put themselves #2, but also that they think Fnatic and Vitality are bad, which to come in on day 1 for you, that's a bold statement.
Yeah, only able to play in this league since 5 days after kickoff ended. He's already playing confident, speaking confident. Maneki and Fabian and Echo, the man we're talking about, all dropped in the blink of an eye. Fnatic putting up one hell of a fight in that initial, oh man, they've even got the pit with the plant. Now what do? How do you fight back through this without Echo to just walk in and dome Vekaj? It should be a near impossible feat. He's not even put his orb down.
Yeah, but something we spoke about when Vekaj joined this roster was the replacement of Chronicle. There's a lot of things you can talk about the Chronicle has that many other players don't, but the main thing was the clutch gene.
Yeah.
Winning rounds when you needed them the most. Well, I would argue that the obvious one with that is overtime. And this guy is just flying. Like, you put him in these rounds, and that is where he seems to deliver his greatest hits. And well, that's going to be a hit to the confidence of Eternal Fire, facing up against another map point in Fnatic's favor. But again, a chance for a repeated scoreline, potentially 2 12-14 defeats. It'll be a real rough way to lose your first series.
Especially against a team with the reputation and legacy of Fnatic. To go home as the team that bested them in week 1, that set them off to a poor start in stage 1. But it would be a title to remember.
But also, when 4 teams make it out of the groups, if you beat Fnatic, maybe you beat, I don't know, Pacific, I think you'd favor them against them. You look at like a GX and
Vitality, according to them.
According to them. Like, winning a game like this can get you like maybe even 50% of the way to being qualified. If you expect like Pacific maybe not to win a match versus other teams. So like the difference between 2 rounds can be the difference between you maybe even comfortably making it into the playoff stage and you having a nightmare at the end where, like, as we always know, the later it gets for a team like GX, the better they are every single time. Or even teams that might not have an opportunity necessarily to make it, just going, okay, well, I can ruin your day. So it really does, like these early matches, you sit there and go, there's 5 weeks of groups, but you lose a game like this in OT, it might end up being the most painful defeat of the whole season.
Well, Fnatic came in with their name as Eternal Fire looked to take it. They've been taking names, they've been doing damage, but falling at the final hurdle. That was the theme of map #1. They had them on the ropes, but let them slip through, and now Fnatic, they may do it yet again. Steal this out from under Eternal Fire. But this attack side, especially on Breeze, it was the main strength of Eternal Fire lay. It was direct hits, it was overwhelming Fnatic, but they spread in a default, at least to start.
It seems like for now, though, Fnatic have the right read. Again, the credit to Crashies. He's got so much info. Like, he's just jiggle peeking over towards B long. The chances of you going B while sending no one B long is almost 0. He's also then just sent the dog out. And now they have 4 players on the A side. Like, Fnatic have the full read on this scenario because of Crashies' utility.
Full blitz, Eternal Fire, overwhelming that defense by the looks of things. Izzy and Echo, they haven't called Kayak. The shots don't land though, and it will be an extension of play. A flurry of frags as they break through the defense, and Crashies left alone. He has to go for it. I mean, why not? 2 flashes to work with. We'll have to walk through the flames or run that clock down that little bit further. And he has got a 1v1 offered up close. Fabian, low HP. So much more to do after, and he won't even get the first. 13-13. The attack is the safe haven for Eternal Fire. And we'll run this OT one more time.
That has got to be a really infuriating round, because that is you having a full stack on the site because of the early info you got and just getting battered. Like, it wasn't even close, like, on the entries into the site. And okay, a slight win from Kayak, but I think at that point, when you've already lost 3 teammates, I don't think that's the defining part of the round.
Now hold on, the last time they did this, it was read by Fnatic. They found it predictable to play that aggression with a slightly lower buy. This time Eternal Fire, they're going for it right away. Double TP, and the rest playing towards A and back. This is an unusual round if ever you've seen it, but trying to thrive in the chaos. They'll send Alpha back at least, and now their flank completely open on the side of Fnatic. They have to push and press forward. The thing is that there's nothing really stopping them from doing that. Audaz is the only one here. Molly is a weak attempt to slow them, as the site will be overtaken. And the attackers essentially swap sides with the defense.
I think they were hoping for a fight, and the fight never really came. They do, however, have a lot of positioning. Not anymore, though. Alfia springs into action. Nice shot from Vekaj. Quick enough even while slowed. Now the remaining two defenders have a tough ask ahead of them. A Molly, they might just get it to half, but that's really all she wrote. Unless there's a catastrophic error from the Fnatic side, and it's not going to be happening. A clean round again. It seems like the attack side is everything at this point. 14-13, a defensive round needed.
Alpha looks so frustrated despite getting himself a double on that entry. He's slapping himself in the head at the end. Pretty clean double as well, but the trigger discipline from that guys, that was crazy. Stunned up, it's hard to hit a spray. If you miss that first shot, you're in trouble. And he waits until he's got the kill shot lined up. 14-13, Fnatic again with a chance to close out the map and the series and leave Eternal Fire wondering what if even one more pistol went our way.
Not seeing anything. This could be a false flag. Having early control, teleporting away, Fabian putting in the pressure, and has already done fantastic work. And he's going to just dive in, and his teammates are looking to try and put pressure on the other side of the map. He was meant to be the ruse, but the ruse has gone so well, they've started to question if that could just be the take. Fabian again on the entries, and, well, the 1v4 for Crashies didn't go well. How about the 1v5?
Now he just pushed down B long to see if there was anyone there, and all of a sudden he's left alone. The snake in the grass in an end zone flawless this deep in the series, this deep in overtime as well. Eternal Fire, they're not giving up on this. And Fnatic, they're gonna have to fight back in another OT where the question remains, who will be the first one to take that defensive round? So far, it's been nothing but attacker success when it comes to these OTs. And a lot of that has come down to the Waylay entries and how much success Alpha and Fabian are finding there.
Yeah, Alpha definitely the score leader, no doubt about that. 30 and 18. We've talked about him picking up that duelist. And at times, it almost feels like it's silly to put him on anything else. Until you watch him play a Vice and still drop 30. It seems like he's going to have to pull out a little bit more. It feels like that first defensive round might just be enough, but as we know in OT, anything you can do, I can do better. The response almost always there. Fabian in a bit of trouble, but the counter utility will hold them back for now.
Yeah, good job they put that wall up, the slow, making him a little bit less effective on the dash. They'll give up that line, at least one player will. Izzy luckily got around that corner just before the force of Fnatic swung, but now they're breaking through, and the neon wall allows them up close and personal with Fabian. Izzy to fall as well. Boaster on the double, and that should be it. Fnatic with a plant coming through any moment now. They give it to the Brim. No point playing for the orbital strike. They're just going to clean up, rifles in hand, and Echo, the star of the show for so many Eternal Fire rounds, left with an impossible task. 15-14, another chance to close the series.
Yeah, it's just difficult to sort of deal with the paciness of these hits. It's a battle of the shorties.
Headshot.
And then just trading out on Izzy. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go. Another opportunity for Fnatic, but it as said, it feels like whoever solves these defensive side rounds is going to be the one to take the map home. I think Alfia's lack of operator almost feels like a part of it. He was so good on the defense with it, and well, for now at least, he's just gone through. He's diving, looking for Izzy, but it feels like, yeah, just has to escape.
At least gets the stun out of Izzy. For Fnatic, a stack up towards A. They had 4 players here, but got overrun completely, sitting back on the site. So aggression starts out their play towards short, and now the walk up on Bath. Izzy's been checking it back and forth, but he's given up the angle just as they walk through. Still finds himself one. Kayak and Alpha that he faced into takes one and gets out with his life. That's a huge advantage early on for the attackers. And it's already been a struggle for defensive rounds to be found.
Moments for either side. The rush through, an angle not clear, but the trades again quick enough. And Boaster with a martyrdom at least makes it only down to 1 crash. He's definitely been seen. They know exactly where he is. Fabian makes sure that this goes no further, and Berlin's final boss looks to try and end this here and now, but 3 players waiting on the other side. He's not even going to make it around the corner. We keep on going. 15-15. Eternal Fire. They've been put under pressure. They've had a lot of map points up against them at this stage, but it doesn't seem to faze them.
And that's the impressive thing. We know about a team like Fnatic that they can go down and always bounce back. We've seen it a million times. And with as tenured a roster as you've got here, there is no surprise. But then you come up against this young, hungry Turkish squad. Some of their players only just allowed to step foot on our stage. And they lost the player that everybody hailed as their secret weapon, bringing Izzy into the roster instead.
Secret.
Yeah, indeed. And yet here they are, standing strong deep into this series with many chances to have closed it for themselves. They might not have had that map point here. I believe they did back on Breeze.
Yeah.
And it's been narrow margins that keep Fnatic alive in this series. Yet alive they are, 15-15. The attackers winning every round in overtime. Could this be where it changes as Izzy steps forward? Hasn't got a clean way out, and the orb up at just the wrong time. That guy's with the opening, but it's a ruse! And Fabian stands to take them all! A double! Stunned up, won't get more! But the trade-outs, they make this possible. Perhaps the best defensive round we've seen in OT. And it could all come down to the position of Neki, tucked up close.
They still have time. Heal for Alpha, yeah. The superstar of Fabian, his counterpart, is gone. And Alpha gets his ult off the orb.
30 seconds left.
A chance to clear not only this corner, but the back of the site. He's going to try and hide it. He just avoided it. Nobody's checked. Neki's still just sat here, and because of it, he gets 1 for free. Even still, though, Crash is still standing. Echo has just been waiting patiently, but he needs to find a safe place.
10 seconds left.
Echo just waiting. He's going to try and sneak his way out. Getting down as quietly as he possibly can. Position not revealed. No idea from Crashies, and Echo will just about 33 HP. A little bit of luck that will give Eternal Fire that chance, the first defensive round.
After the opening going against them as well, with Izzy dropped like that, they did so well to trade out. Fabian tucked in that corner, getting himself too. That was everything that they needed. Ardaz at least trading himself out, and they think that it's open. The Flash even caught him, but they just assumed he's elbow or side and maybe tucked in right after. Never did they imagine that he'd be that audacious.
That's both of the most impactful kills in this round came from Fnatic not clearing an angle.
Yep.
Just the assumption that there wouldn't be anybody there, or that maybe they'd be panicking. And because of that, the Eternal Fire have, well, not even been gifted. They have taken the round, grasped at it, and now they just need to do the attack round. But as said, the second, it seems that the team managed to get a defensive round, that's where things switch. And I mentioned it in the last, that Alfia's operator was a huge part of their defense and hasn't been seen thus far. He now has it in this round.
Perhaps that's a sign of the desperation of Fnatic right now. Again, a squad that many would pin them to dominate. But Eternal Fire, they've pulled no punches. This isn't a game of mistakes for Fnatic, with the exception of the previous round. There's been perseverance from Eternal Fire. They push into this side, overwhelming at least the front lines. Crashies was doing so well, holding it down, but drop. He did enough damage to make this favorable, and I'm surprised to see Echo stepping forward. That is a brave play, but the reward found, and the shorty out to close it. A double from Echo with Neki on the final shot. It's 17 to 15. It's 1-1. Another map needed to separate the legacy of Fnatic from the up-and-comers Eternal Fire.
Okay, Neki, you're joining me. I can see you guys full of emotion right now. You've had to push both maps to overtime. What is so difficult about Fnatic that you're needing all of those extra rounds to close a map out on them?
I think we are playing so easy, but we are losing to chaos rounds, you know? If we don't lose the chaos rounds, we can win easily the all games. I think like 13-3 or something. It will be easy, but we are losing chaos rounds that look like this.
Okay, well look, maybe you'll get that in Lotus. Maybe you'll get that 13-3 you're talking about, but I'll let you go back, join the boys there. We're gonna head to a break. On the other side, we are gonna see that map 3 decider.
Double.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when it put get a pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. Put some pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? Your body me the wrong to who fuck with chat mung juk now, ow, ow. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me, I'm pulling panic. But go back for ying me, put the proof. They put the price,เขาใจมึง lose array ไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก Problems approved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep.
Welcome back, everyone. We got a series on our hand, I guess, for the first matchup that we're seeing here at VCT EMEA Stage 1. That was honestly such a back and forth, and for a second, I truly believed that Fnatic was going to be able to close it out, looking at the individual performances that we were seeing coming through. But Eternal Fire Mini, they took Fnatic's behind.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how they played. Like we kind of set up, like this team is like hyper aggressive. They're going to play that kind of death ball. And I think honestly, there were times in that game where I just thought they had more firepower.
Yeah, I think in many occasions, there's a few of the instances that I think we can easily highlight on the attack. I also think that the trust that the players have in themselves, like the confidence, is definitely showing for the players in Eternal Fire. And I've seen Fnatic shaky a bit. Also, I think I see the same issue that I was seeing on Breeze. A lot of those fights do not favor them. But also, there are some moments where they're like in a 2v1 and Eternal Fire still gets the kill because they have that firepower and it's expected from them.
Yeah, and also some egos that we see come out from the side of Eternal Fire as well, where we're like, okay, there's no way that they're going to be able to make this happen, but they do. And that's, again, kind of like issues that we've seen from Fnatic from even during kickoff, where it feels like some of that discipline where it's like, okay, you gotta stop now. Like, you have the numbers advantage, just take it.
Yeah, it was very strange that, like, there were some attack rounds. I thought they played with more pace, Fnatic, than usual. But then a round like this, it's like,
this one is
you're
so
against
important.
Ghosts, and Boast is just in the middle of no man's land, and then they decide to scale into Hooker, which is like a very close angle. And of course, you're going to get rolled by a shotgun here. It's like all the things that we're asking about the pace and stuff was a bit better.
Yeah.
But then some of the fundamentals were just really bad at times.
I think that the context for this round is also very important. It's off the back of a timeout, so you see that there's going to be a plan in place. I think that this opening from Hookah, I think that we see in every single Giants game, because it's supposed to what they do on the defense. Seeing it here, I mean, what I mean is, like, it's something that you expect a lot. And then not only they have that kill, they go and use the drone on the other side of the map, the Skydog, and then they just walk in. And Echo's just waiting, who, by the way, is absolutely stellar today. I love the fact that he's having this performance, but it also something that we do not see in the clip, but we could see live, is also the ultimate situation that Fnatic had.
Yeah, they were about to scale up on all their ults. So, like, if they had won that round, they could have closed that half really nicely with ults. And then what ended up happening is they had all of those ults left on the last round and only managed to use 2 of them in a 2v4. And so, like, that half could have gone very differently if that round would played out properly.
Yeah, well, hindsight 2020, Eternal Fire just was playing so aggressive, so quick, so fast, and it felt like Fnatic was at times getting pretty overwhelmed with how they were approaching these rounds.
Yeah, we were highlighting that coming into this meta. We assume, well, we can kind of think what some teams would have an easier time doing and adjusting. But I think that this is a lot of what we can expect. This incredible double height, super fast executes onto you. And I think that this is a very good example. For Fnatic, you have to make a decision, right? You either flawed, like this, for example, is it a miscommunication? Is Alpha expecting the Vekash picks with him? And then you have another player playing in showers. But this same thing happened many, many times where there's a very, very explosive execute that is literally meant to at least get one of your players and put you in a very complicated situation if you just push forward or whatnot. For Fnatic, the retakes were working so well for them, or at least they were intending to do them much more, that when we met kind of like in the middle, it just looked awkward for them, like not comfortable. Again, the composition is made and those executes are made to make you feel uncomfortable. Why doesn't Fnatic have a read onto that?
I think one thing for me is that, like, Eternal Fire used to playing this playstyle. They have reps on it, and it looks far more natural for them when they're doing the explosive stuff. And they're even like executing into sites sometimes, and Fnatic are unable to hold. And I think it's because Fnatic aren't used to having to think about team fights in this way in this meta. And I think that might be one of the big things that I'm looking at going forward is even when they're stacking a site and they're not winning, why? Like, there's got to be something about the individual kind of agency these players have that's like not quite working with each other, if that makes sense.
Maybe chemistry? It's weird, no?
Yeah. No chemistry on Fnatic.
Yeah, that's like their bread and butter. But regardless, we also have another confession from the coach to see, well, I'm wrong. What are we expecting from Lotus? How was everything meshing together?
Lotus has been a staple in Fnatic's pool since it came out in 2023. How do you think the latest changes will affect how the map plays out?
Just from like playing it, A feels a little bit different with the changes, and outside of that, well, obviously we've seen like a variety of comps, so I think it's going to be much more like versatile, and that should make it a little bit more interesting.
Much more versatile should make it interesting. If we look at what we saw on map 1.
Do you remember what I said to you when we saw Alpha then going on the ISO after the Neon? Do you remember what I said? I said, I love the word versatile, but to me, it's a lie. To me, it's a lie. In many times, it just means forcing someone to do something.
He was very good at Waylay, though.
He was very good, and
but
the
it wasn't
up
enough.
was insane.
Yeah, I mean,
it was one of those Alpha maps.
Yeah, true. Yeah. What would you want him to play on this map?
Vice on Lotus?
Vice?
Yes, I would love to see him play the Vice. I think that we saw it a bit during kickoff. I think that I like it unless they go the. Well, yeah, I think I would like to see him playing Vice. Maybe it's time for Vekash to pick up the Duelist.
So like the classic
The Jet?
Fnatic.
Yeah,
single...
the classic Fnatic with
It would probably be Neon, I guess. Kayak. Yeah, that makes sense. I think something.
What would you like? Would you agree? Do you okay? Would you be deceived? Did you see him playing Killjoy?
I would be very disappointed to see him play.
Well, there you go.
So
we're sorry to ruin your day.
Because the question is how is the Killjoy going to deal with that Neon and Raids on the other side? Eternal Fire have a very explosive composition. They're going to dive in deep. The Killjoy doesn't have much to deal with that. The Veto is very interesting.
Ooh.
How do you think that's going to play out?
I want to see, like, they're starting on the attack, and I'm a little bit more interested to see how it will work on the defense. But maybe because of that, I'm more interested to see how aggressive they're going to be. They have the double dive without the waylay, though, having the race. I want to see if he's just going to be playing out of pack, because having Echo out of the pack, it seems foul.
I don't think he should be out of the pack. I think Eternal Fire's comp is set to be extremely aggressive on both sides, and that Veto is probably not a huge anchor in this. He's probably going to set up some more aggressive fights potentially, and I want to see that. I don't want to see him playing very passive.
But it felt like Fnatic was struggling with the aggression that was thrown their way from the side of Eternal Fire. So would you say, when we're looking at this agent like that, they are playing to their strengths?
Fnatic are.
Eternal Fire.
Yes, Eternal Fire are playing to their strengths. They're just all in. Like Sky is pretty all in this meta on a Lotus, I feel like. Double Duelist and a Veto. I think these are all aggressive fighting agents.
I want to see Kayak that we're getting glimpses of, but I need to find that consistency in him.
Well, this is it. His opportunity to show us that consistency as we're ready to head on to our third map of this series. Lotus coming up next with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, I bet these guys feel like they've already played 3 maps, a lot of OTs in those first 2. And Eternal Fire just about being able to clinch out that previous map. It was a tight one, 17-15. And for Fnatic coming in as the favorites, it doesn't seem to have made any difference.
Echo's turning to everybody going, is it always like this? And the Fnatic fans are going, yeah, it is when it's us at least. They are known for their long series, known for their OTs, and known for having to make those comebacks. It has been a slow start to each half for Fnatic, but this is the map that, kind of alongside Icebox, they made their name. Like, this is where everybody knows them from. They had a streak that was undeniable, and okay, the comp has changed slightly, but not a whole lot. They've kind of kept to what they know. The other side of things, a very different look.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how Echo's going to be playing. There's a lot of discussion on the desk there about it, but Eternal Fire expected to play a little more direct. It will start with him playing on one side of the map and 4 trying to pressure towards A main. Crashies has managed to take no damage and spam out Fabian right off rip. That's about, I think he tried to jump on the platform that used to be there. It's not there anymore. A few changes to this map. Odin players, well, they're really struggling in these days. First Ascent, and now this.
You can spam the other wall.
Someone has to stop them. Don't even start, Tom. You're gonna make me angry.
That's good. That was the goal. I'm glad it's gone. Screw the Odin. Map's been improved. Wonderful stuff.
Blatant rage bait, but it is working.
It's also what I believe. Fights back and forth, but it is an evening up from Eternal Fire. Not for long, though. Crashy's still waiting behind. Will allow them a plant. An old faithful one, maybe not. Kayak a little bit ahead of the curve, and is he now left to try and turn a pistol? In the last map, it was Alfia pretty much doing everything in the pistol rounds and closing them out. This time, he hasn't really had to do too much. We'll see if the Turkish duelist on the other side has a chance.
Well, Izzy has been very impressive, but the death ball on the other side should put a stop to any chances. He does isolate the first, but fails to convert the kill. Kayak's still alive. They know where he is. As slippery as he can be, Crashies is on the hunt. 3 kills from him in this round. His Sheriff laying down the law as Fnatic find a 1-0 start.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time when I see like Veto play, I think that's going to be a big talking point, because again, expectations initially was that this agent could light the world on fire. Never really happened. I had a few moments here and there, but I feel like especially on the attack side, it can be difficult to really find that same level of value. On the defense, I think expectations are he's going to be able to get into aggressive positions. He's going to have trap plays to make things awkward. He's going to be able to deny a lot of these early takes, but I want to see if he can have the same impact, because Echo has been fantastic on attack. He's been so good at finding impactful kills and just being a general annoyance. So if they lose that, that's a worry for me.
They've done such a phenomenal job on the side of Eternal Fire, keeping themselves alive in maps that definitely were hitting the mental boom. You could see it even from Afro and some of the coach
He's
camps.
just walked on to see.
He has indeed. But they've managed to fight through all of that. Come out looking relatively strong. Now, Seaside taken, an outlaw that you have to push back into. There are definitely problems on the horizon in this round, and the question is how much can they get? They shouldn't win this on Eternal Fire, but they could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the time now ticking in their favor. Fnatic were pretty much all set up for the retake, but there goes the sniper. There goes a lot of the real chance to do damage in this round. The clock becomes their greatest ally, and maybe the only one they have left. Everybody falling to sat in the corner. In fact, it will be not a single player being able to do any relative damage to the side of Fnatic, and while keeping everybody alive and in zone flawless, we'll put them 2-0 up.
Yeah, a lot of dangers in that round. Seaside taken. You've got an outlaw that you're up against as well. It did a ton of damage off rip. But the paranoia just hitting that little bit late. They can't convert off of it. Good ideas, but execution, well, it was their head on the chopping block. Here is where things can change, though. We come in with Eternal Fire, sitting with rifles for the most part. Odd as, you know, there has to be someone biting the bullet for that outlaw. It was a reasonable investment. It didn't quite have the impact we were looking for. And now Odd as is the good old team player to bite that bullet. Fnatic have got a decent buy, though, across the board. With 2 outlaws brought through, it is only going to be Fabian that's one shot to that. But even then, a 140 tag is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, or if they both hit him at the same time, doesn't matter.
Indeed. They are playing together, so yeah, there's always a chance.
The 1-2 punch. We haven't seen an early start for Fnatic. It has always been a 9-3 half, an 8-4 half, and then a climb back into it. So if they can win this bonus, it would be huge, and that's one hell of a start. In fact, a double up of openers, an attempted reaction, but well, even with the vulnerability, it made no difference. And well, the last one was nice. They decided to do it twice. Another in-zone flawless for the side of Fnatic. That is a clean start to this.
Oh, this game has been back and forth. There's always a streak at the start. Someone finds momentum. But for Fnatic finding it, that's where I get very afraid. Double in-zone flawlesses. This is a team that we've seen bounce back. We've seen we've seen them climb back into games, but once they get the reins, it's very hard to wrestle those back out of their control. With a 3-0 start, well, looks like the warning bells are ringing. And we've got a timeout 3 rounds in from Eternal Fire. They're feeling the pressure of a series that could slip away. It's early days, but that's almost why this is most surprising. Normally you see these pauses held for a little bit later. In fact, Eternal Fire saved theirs till, I think, going into round 20 on map 1, albeit if you call the pause 6-0 up, I'd have some questions. The panic button hit this early on. It certainly shows us that things are not going according to plan.
Yeah. And obviously, with this being the 3rd map, there were decisions made by Eternal Fire to take it here over, I think, the last 2 maps in the pool were Haven and Split. Obviously, one of them would be removed by Fnatic anyway, but this is a map that if you come in versus Fnatic, you have to be at your best. Even though we haven't seen it in the pool for a while, I think this is the map where I think most, including myself, would argue Boaster does his best calling, especially on the attack. I think the mid-rounding they've always had has been fantastic. So from an Eternal Fire standpoint, it must be something that they've been doing well in pracs, expected to beat, but clearly from the coaching side, it's like, okay, not even just, okay, we've lost a buy round to a bonus, whatever. There must have been something either in the communication or the way the players were reacting to it that goes, okay, I need a pause now because otherwise I can see this spiraling.
Better get ahead of that issue. Well, there's Fabian down already. It's a very low buy from Eternal Fire, so not too much of a concern. We're seeing Echo not with the pack. He's been waiting for aggression, waiting for space to be taken on the other side, and Fnatic are not given those opportunities. Safe rotates through spawn, keeping to the space that they know they own, especially up against those lower buys. Previously, when they were on a low buy, obviously they were happy to push up. They were happy to take those engagements, but no advantage being offered up to the opposing side. Now, late play through from Echo with a Sheriff. He does stand a chance of catching them off guard, but traded out immediately. Now we look to another hero of the round. Izzy will not be him. Taken down by Alpha, who gets his knife out. Okay, Audas, better kill. A second goes his way. A tag onto Vikash. It's looking a little bit risky, but a jump into the angle will get him. That frag will find 4 for Fnatic. Phenomenal damage in the end, though.
Yeah, and they needed something because those credits are already starting to get out of control for the Fnatic side. This is where it's only going to get tougher and tougher. Like, they have enough credits to buy straight back in with an operator. They want a bonus in the midst of it as well, so damage is nice, but they now need to start converting it into something. And as I said,
only one bullet, bro. I should jump like that.
it's only going to get tougher and tougher. I think as well, it's worrying for me that Fabian's quiet so far, because in the last map especially, he was the best player in terms of those opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the difference. I mean, the pistol, he got shut down instantly, but not having that waylay to fall back on, you don't get to dive in and find info. That means you have to body check, and that's exactly what the hell am I watching? It's exactly what we saw happen for Izzy there. Goes through to see what's happening. Gets himself shut down by the op. Kayak, a lot of impact early on. Snakebite almost counters that paranoia. They're cut off, or indeed losing health as they go through, risking being taken down while vulnerable, but a risk that's paid off. A plant for Eternal Fire and a shot that doesn't quite land for Kayak. He's sent running.
Oh, again, their backline has been cleared. Their angles to defend from have been diminished, and the paranoia has just left them blind. A singular shot, but Neki just, there's nowhere to go. A nice shot onto Kayak, but it was almost a distraction. Another retake for Fnatic. They have been happy with getting that opener, playing the retake every single round. It is showing the level of comfort that they have on this map.
Neki was really close to that as well. That was like a wrist breaker of a flick to get back onto Crashies, and he was pretty close for a 180.
Yeah.
But in the end, that's the problem. You play slow, you don't know at what point the utility has to be committed to force them back, and because of that, there are constant windows for that operator to find openings. Play that bit more aggressive. And of course, the fact that Kayak being on the waylay, he can really push that, you know, the angles that he can be on won't just be conventional ones. He can play much more aggressive with a one-click solution to get right back out of there.
Yeah, they've also got so much delay.
Boaster obviously on the op too. We can't overlook the echoes. The Omen opping.
Oh, this is the problem. You try and go diving in, and two of them have died to the combination. Nice from Audas.
Last player standing.
He's going to be dealt with them all. There's nowhere else to go. We mentioned it. What can be done to try and basically stop anybody just running through all of that utility? Well, it turns out if there's a snakebite alongside the orb and then alongside the utility of Killjoy, that does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, already when you're running...
Look at his health.
Jeez. When you're running through that, you take your insta-decay, you get hit by the alarm bot, and then land
you guys
yourself...
don't know how to walk, bro. Walk.
Smack bang in the middle of
He
the nano.
sounds like, you know, the corridor monitor, like at school. It's like the guy who's like, do you not know how to walk?
Oh, goodness. Oh, well, a little bit more damage taken right off rip. They thought they had Vikash cornered, but he ends up landing the kill. But then there's a response. Vikash is on fire. He's just dropped Spike. He snake bites main. They can't push off the nade.
Oh, okay.
I didn't expect Kayak to run, but the nade was kind of forcing his hand. They have to fight back into this. favored, and Vekash catches them with their knife out, and then they're looking the wrong way. Boaster easily shutting down Fabian, and the showstopper, well, there's no stopping this show. On the defensive side, 6 in a row, and a 2 versus 1. Half HP on Izzy, spike down in the open. He can try to run his way in there, but this is going to be a difficult round.
At this point, he's just trying to sell the idea that he's somewhere else. But Boaster is just locked in on that angle. The second he sees anything, Vekash will swing back the other way. He is going to have to try something a bit more risky, otherwise, yeah, he's just walking to his demise. I thought the 6-0 at the start of the day on Breeze was going to be the biggest lead we saw. Not the case. 7-0 for Fnatic. Well, okay, this one was at least a little bit closer.
Come on. We saw that from the other player's perspective as Audas threw the paranoia. We saw it hit Vekash. The fact he was just full spamming it, and then the showstopper looking the wrong way because they know where one player is.
Fastest in the West.
Fastest in the West. Can we pull up his stats from map 1 and 2?
Yeah.
We see
How
that?
far west are we? West of England? Maybe?
Hold on a minute. We got some good players west of England, so let's relax. Don't ever disrespect McNuggets like that again. 7-0 and a timeout, a second timeout for Eternal Fire. This is where you can see that the pressure is mounting on these players. They're being tested like never before. They've already played BO3 in those first 2 maps, more or less. And now, pushing all the way to the third, perhaps that energy's running out. The attack side where they found so much success previously, where Mini even said that they're playing to their strengths with this composition. But there's not a lot of strengths to report back from what we've seen so far. Fnatic running riot across this map.
No, they're getting openers with the operator in almost every single round. They've been so quick to crunch. If you try and go towards that B site, you're wrapped on through C. There's not really been any control. They try and fight for the C site. They have to run through all the utility. And Fnatic even seem to have the read on what they're going to do. They are set up with a convergence path ready and raring to go. This could be perfect. If they push this smoke, they're going to be met with an ult.
Yeah, the best part is if Boaster's showing the off, or indeed the jump peak like that, you don't expect a player on the right. Now here comes Paranoia on the left, ult on the right, and Alpha surrounding them all. This is wonderful from Fnatic. It's like they have the playbook out in front of them, and the fastest gun in the West, self-proclaimed, finds himself another as Izzy falls. It's all on Audas. A timeout, their second timeout, their final chance to touch base with the coaching staff, and they come out of it to a complete anti-strat, and the man himself, the leader of Fnatic, with a triple. That is devastating.
It's a perfect setup. You literally couldn't get a better setup if you tried. That was just knowing that, okay, we've had so much sort of love over towards that C side of the map, our ability to push through the back line.
One ping.
One ping.
But yeah, just being able to catch the players on B, the adaptation from Eternal Fire makes sense. You want to try and take that ground away. So they set up with a convergence path, they trap them in an impossible scenario, and again, this is why a lot of teams opt to try and avoid them on this map. Kayak has been caught. That's a gun in hand. But they have to almost win this round. Like, you're looking at a low buy and going like, okay, maybe they could do damage. No, not anymore. Damage doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay, lockdown goes in. That's going to slow the B take at least. Send them scattered in another direction. A rifle picked up for Izzy. And Alpha steps forward. He's got a nice spot now. The off drawing their eyes as he's good for one, but the flash is perfect. Neki does well. Boaster has to back off, create a little bit of distance, a little bit of space, and he doesn't go for the dog. Straight onto Izzy through the smoke. Wonderful work from Boaster. He said he's unstoppable with the off, but now he's gone to the Sheriff, and he is putting them away. Another round for Fnatic. The flawless streak continues. An Eternal Fire, they look like they're out of answers.
No, they're even getting the openers in some of these rounds. They're even starting them strong. By the way, Boaster is 11-1. Like, that is the point we're at. A screw it, I'll do it myself sort of vibe. As his operator has been impressive, but as you said, it is just the constant repositions. It looked like there was an opportunity to deal with him here, but it just never got the chance. Backash with the cover, who, hey, he's 11-3 as well.
I whiffed twice. We don't talk about that round.
we don't need to. Crashy saved his ass as well. That C's that went through stopped him from pouncing on him. And there he is, down and out early on. I was going to say the outlaw in the hands of Alfier. It's not going to find any success. Flashed off the angle on C, but look how hesitant Eternal Fire are. Echo closing in a lot of distance towards this A site, but he is in trouble. Luckily, his TP's positioned just close enough for him to get out. Very nicely done. A little bit of aggression that should leave this side of the map lighter defended, although it hasn't. Alpha's the only one there. But the B side very much doubled down on. And now, as they make it through that wall, these players are isolated. A TP taken to the back of A. This is a chaotic round from Eternal Fire. They're running the gauntlet, but they found themselves a wide open site as a result of that C and B fake.
It almost seems like Fnatic are just waiting at this point. No worries with the economy. They will be risking it for a biscuit here, and the only post-plant ult available is Echo's ability to evolve, which I don't think will be too helpful here, unless he wants to run through a snake bite or something on the way in. Instead, though, almost just needs to be patient. Echo waiting, watching. He doesn't win the fight. An opportunity gone, but Neki quickly responds. Izzy with operator in hand. He's got a freebie. Not looking the right way. And now Alfier is all that stands between Eternal Fire and their first round. That first round that, well, they've been hoping would come quite a bit earlier. He can look to make this one quite expensive, but two will survive. Finally, they reach the board for the first time in the third map, but that mountain is taller than ever.
Yeah, you saw the instant priority shift there from Alpha, where he just doesn't want them to get away with the op. Going to try to contain them as much as he can. And TP from Audaz, though, put a spanner in the works. Nicely done by Eternal Fire, as you said, though. That comeback is going to be tough. It is a steep, not hill, but mountain to climb.
Yeah.
8 rounds down, and the half isn't done yet. It's been nothing but success for Fnatic. The off back in the hands of Boaster, and he has been virtually untouchable with it.
Okay. Evolving allows him to get straight past the C's. The problem is that C aggression has succeeded once again. Something Fnatic have just thrived within. Already gaining so much space across the map. Prowler obviously doesn't connect onto him. Echo's getting so much space. His ultimate is helping him out to potentially find Crashies, but they're playing Ring Around a Rosie. He doesn't even realize that death could strike at any turn, not knowing where this player is, but that's the space they were looking for. And with Crashies being the only real defender of this side of the map, if the spike gets across, that should be enough for a plant, and well, it will.
Really nice usage of Echo. Echo's ultimate being put through there. I think that it takes a little bit of getting used to, right? You don't see it all too often. You pop that Prowler through and you think you're safe, but not even close to it. This is going to be a second for Eternal Fire. And if they can get it to 9-3, hell, Fnatic did it over on Breeze. You got to believe if you're the boys in the chairs, but from our perspective, it's certainly looking a near impossible task. 2 in a row. Start to inspire some faith, though.
Yeah, I do think that, again, for an 18-year-old, Echo's sort of read on the game is fantastic. Like, the fact that he knows the space delay comes off the C's. I can walk through that. I know for a fact that if he's going to check for info, it's probably going to be off a Prowler. Like, he takes all that space with perfect timing, and then even reads that, like, okay, I've wrapped around far enough, let's go back the other way so I can't get spun on. Just clever stuff from such a young talent. It has been a rough map, though. And as I said, the expectations on the defense, I think that's where his utility belt helps him out a little bit more. It's not worked on the attack.
There.
One last round to play for. Find this and a pistol with the follow, okay. Maybe the game is still on. Very nicely done. Is he able to get the opening off the back, off the boom bot?
Toxins going up.
Fnatic aren't giving up the angle just yet. Backash is posted up, waiting for his opportunity. As Boaster walks through, the eye drawn, that's where Vekaz chooses to strike. Timing, perfect, and another for the Viper on the other side. Fnatic, they seem set to bring this to double digits as we close out the first half. Echo, so impressive in the first two maps. A stellar debut from this man, his first series on the stage. And he's finding more impact, more value for this squad. But still, 3 big names to take down. Boaster up top, watching for the cross, but Crashy's waiting to strike down below. They combine in that crossfire. And Echo got away with this in the previous. Crashy's won't let it happen twice. 10-2 at the halftime. A different story from what we saw in the previous map.
Yeah, there's going to have to be an incredible turnaround from the side of Eternal Fire, but we've got to wait and see if they'll be able to do it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, this could end up being a game of what-ifs for Eternal Fire. So close to closing out that first map. They had a chance, but it slipped through their fingers. And then to take map 2 in OT, a 2-0 to Eternal Fire. That's a world we were very close to seeing. But on this map, there's been a lot of forces standing in their way. Vekaz, not the least of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think you go back to kickoff, it was a lot of people looking at this guy as like, he's going to replace Chronicle. Who does he think he is?
I was in that boat.
And even though they didn't manage to make it to the event, there was no doubt that he was a great replacement. I had some fantastic maps, definitely tried at times to even pull them through. And in this map, he's been sublime. Like, he has been incredible on that Viper. 13-6, maybe slightly overshadowed by the best in the West. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, quickest in the West.
Quickest in the West.
Whatever it was, we'll ask him afterwards.
Hope he's talking about the operator.
Well, I've heard stories. 10-2 is the score as we get back into the game. A more convincing half than what we saw out of Eternal Fire on half one of Breeze. A big comeback needed for the defenders, and they started with a bit of an aggressive flare, a very aggressive flare. In fact, pushing up to B will be 3, make that 1 as a double found by Alpha. Lights out start from this man. He is making his mark when it comes to pistol rounds.
Yeah.
There's a reason Fnatic are doing so well in them.
Well, yeah, I think the last one earlier in the map was the only one where he didn't really do too much. He got a singular kill. I think he got 4 and 3 in the one before. Yeah, he thought about it. Thought about the knife kill, but realized that with how this game has gone so far, with OT being the theme, maybe it's just best for the execution. And while Vekaz is just going to opt to take space. Bear in mind, he's on 3 HP. So just planting himself in maybe a bit of an off angle or aggressive position has allowed Neki to cross through, though. So there will be a player on the site, however, incredibly low on HP. It would almost have to be a mistake. Come on. Having that refract available is enough to escape any danger. Ordaz 1 versus 3 to try and turn this pistol. Kayak already holding. We'll have info.
Blinding.
That should be the end for old Ordaz. And I want to just touch on that. We started the half by talking about Vekaz, and I was very much in the camp of like, I mean, I don't think this guy was great on mates. It wasn't somewhere that you had a chance to shine, I'm sure, but the reality was it seemed like a left field pick, and yet I very quickly, and maybe it's just because I love Viper, I love seeing good Viper play, but I very quickly became a massive fan of this man. Vecaj has climbed up in my estimation, certainly from when he debuted in the league, which on the other side for Eternal Fire, it's going to be hard for Echo to fall. To keep up with the expectation he set in those first two maps.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. And obviously this is a slower performance, but that is across the entirety of the team. A very tough final map for Eternal Fire from what we've seen so far. And it's going from bad to worse with the pistol loss and now a low buy where naturally you play a bit looser, you try to get aggressive,
they
but
fully
it
invested.
hasn't worked out. Yeah, but I'm playing Sheriffs and Shields. Yeah, at 11-2, if you're playing the Eco, you're a madman. But this is usually just the last breath before death.
Be right back.
Yeah, they need to win this if there's going to be any chance of a comeback. And I don't think many are believing at this point. Vecaj again. Another on the body pile, and the Sheriff not so kind this time. Fabian, he's in a good position, and they are trying to watch for him. But he's been able to slow the plant a little bit under pressure, and the Seas will hold him in place. Nowhere to go, being hit by every single piece of utility. Oh, well, no surprise that Crashies has an assist off that one. 12-2. Fnatic's final form showing up in map number 3, and I think there's going to be a lot of squads now looking at this Lotus and going, yeah, you know what? If this is a third map, or a choice of a third map, I'm not going there.
Let's go anywhere else, yeah. The old line certainly showing its teeth on this final map.
Yeah, that's a Lions roll.
And you do a a comparison of sort of the vibe check down there, half one, map one, and now unbelievable the difference night and day. As Fnatic look to close this one out here and now, plenty of opportunities to do so.
It seems unfortunate that we're not really going to get to see the defensive Echo veto, because even in this round there's no weaponry for him to play with. A Sheriff alongside the utility belt. Neki started off strong. They've seen this already. They might start strong, but it just doesn't finish that way. Izzy already dropped, and that's the ASAC completely open. A flank coming in, but there is an alarm bot available and walking through the utility. They are just walking to their deaths, it seems. Fabian trying to get back into position. But they are checking every nook and cranny. That's one at least, and now the timing is there, but it will be Crashies to close. A bit of a peter out, unfortunately, for Eternal Fire, as it will be a 13-2 domination on Lotus. And just like the map never left to begin with, it seems like Fnatic is still having a field day.
Yeah, Fnatic's old crown put to the test by some new hands, but at least on the last map they passed with some flying colors. A gorgeous display of the peak that we know Fnatic can reach. But Eternal Fire might have went up in some people's estimations out there. They pushed Fnatic to the limits on those first two maps, and that very well could have been a 2-0. Fnatic found their footing. The kickoff curse, well, it might not be gone just yet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a display of how good these players can be. Obviously, they haven't had a massive amount of time with Izzy. That was Echo's debut, and he definitely showed what he can do. And I think for other teams in the group, you are going to have that sort of worry that, yeah, these guys are going to push you. They're going to test your strategy. They're going to put you in a position where, okay, you have got a plan and you don't get to play it. And like a team like Fnatic, we've seen, they are very good at adapting. They're very good at sort of finding the gaps and working their way through. I don't know if everybody else will be able to do that. So definitely a good sign. For Fnatic, of course, the main thing, getting the points. Get the point on the board, get yourself closer towards that road to London. That is the goal. They are the team that everybody expects to be there, and they will start their campaign off with a victory.
A very good showing as well. We've had meta shifts, and when we talk about adaptations, it always is Fnatic that we look at as the team that can form the meta makers, we've called them in the past. And coming in today, they certainly look to be with the curve this time, not lagging behind, playing that double duelist. We've seen some more aggressive stances out of them, but still that old reliable with players like Vecaj. His Viper, always fun to watch. But I have to say, on the other side of the stage, looking at Echo, that man has shot up in our estimations. His Ascension performance was decent, wasn't bad. But what we just saw in the first two maps there was outrageous. I
Well,
can't believe what he was able to get away
Yeah,
with.
he talked smack in the interview, but he also said, like, along the lines of, this isn't going to be my last year here. So it's just like, and I believe him. Like, that was a really impressive display. Sure, it didn't go their way today against tough opposition, and I think Lotus might be one that maybe they look to avoid a little bit because they did get absolutely battered. But I also want to give credit over to Alpha here. I think it was an insane use of that waylay on Bind, even though they lost. Nonetheless, we've got another man down on the stage, ready to talk, and that is down with Crashies.
Yeah, I got Crashies here. I do have to say, you know, you guys having some pretty close map 1 and 2. How do you keep the composure? How do you push through that when you know now it's going to go to a third map?
I think we're a really experienced team, as we've shown in the past. So, like, these are just kind of small speed bumps, I would say. Yeah. So we're kind of used to dealing with certain things like this. And yeah, we kind of showed down the third map.
Yeah, third map, okay. You guys came in and you're like, we're not messing around. We want in and out. Why was Lotus just so strong for you?
I think we just came in with like a fresh mindset. We brushed off the second map pretty easily. And yeah, we were just excited to show our Lotus. In the past, Fnatic has a really strong Lotus, so yeah, we're just very comfortable on it.
And speaking of fresh mindset, something that a lot of your teammates have been saying is that you guys want to play faster pace, right? You want to hit the speed that a lot of other teams are playing at. We saw that show itself a little bit here in this series, but how are you adapting to that? How do you feel that you've implemented, or is there still more to come?
Yeah, so we showed a little bit of it today. I think it's pretty easy for me to adapt to. I have two very fast-paced, strong duelists, so I can just kind of play around them. They're very easy to set up. And yeah, I think the playstyle is pretty nice for us. Unfortunately, with the nerfs coming soon, like, we might have to switch some things up. But yeah, it's been a nice fit so far, I would say. Okay,
and with your opening series, a confidence boost, winning it, or are you still faltering a little bit with the fact that it had to go to map 3?
Yeah, I think obviously we would like it to be cleaner. You know, we showed Lotus when we didn't really have to. Right. So that definitely sucks. But I think, you know, we got to win at the end of the day. But yeah.
There's a lot of fans, I'm going to say. There are a lot of people, but Crashies, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again. A nice way to start stage 1 for you. But for now, we're going to head on back to there, see what they've got for conversation.
Thank you so much. It's me, Billy, and we are awaiting Alpha at some point will hopefully be joining us. But Billy, in general, I think having a conversation about how this match went specifically for the side of Fnatic. Like, yes, they're able to lock this one down. Yes, they get that point, of course, that one championship point because they win the matchup. But Eternal Fire was able to push them to their limits. They took them to the third map for Lotus, which Crashy literally just said they didn't really want to show that already on day 1.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, like, Tom kind of summarized the end of that series pretty well in the sense that Eternal Fire have probably gone up in people's estimations considering how they were able to take a map off of Fnatic here as well. And we now have Alpha joining us as well. Congratulations.
Thank you for joining.
So yeah, I think like Fnatic can come away feeling very happy about that one.
Yeah.
So far.
Are you feeling happy about that one? Yeah. That's good. Let's start things off. I would like to start the discussion off with you, particularly with the roles and the agents that you're playing, because we saw 3 maps. You start off with ISO, Waylay, Killjoy. It's like, what's going on here?
Like, when I play one agent only, I get bored of this game. So my coaches are giving me different agents so I can enjoy the game more. And when I enjoy the game, I play better. So that's maybe that's why.
How many can you play?
Sorry?
How many can you play? Like, if you had to give us a rough estimate, what can we expect this stage?
I mean, the meta changed, I guess. So I don't know what am I gonna play, but it looks like 2023. I will be playing Killjoy and Cypher, I guess.
Okay, that's exciting. Do you feel like Killjoy is still a decent enough Sentinel? Because I think that Minnie was kind of quizzing why you were playing the Killjoy on Lotus. It almost feels a little bit, not outdated per se, but I think we're expecting perhaps a Vise or something. What value do you think Killjoy brings?
I mean, I don't know what value Killjoy gets, but I think my Killjoy is the best Killjoy in the world.
Okay.
Probably in a stats-wise, also, like, that's what I think as well. I think if we can play Killjoy, we prefer to play it because I'm good, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some plays coming out from you on that Lotus map where you were just completely being able to anchor that site completely from utility as well. So yeah, it's really exciting to see you back on that Killjoy and the confidence as well that you have on it, Alpha. Where do you feel the Sentinels sit right now in the meta?
I think Sentinels are the worst agents right now. Because, like, nobody is playing Sentinel right now. Like, they play Vito, but I think Vito is also really bad on this map.
Oh, okay. Why do you think that?
We tried.
Oh, you tried it, okay.
tried and failed, but today was a success. You guys get this 1 point after the win. But I want to talk about Eternal Fire as well in terms of them coming through. They take you to overtime on map 1, then they win map 2. I mean, map 3, you know, amazing from you guys. Were you expecting them to put up such a fight on day 1?
To be honest, no, because they are a new team, kinda. They get easy, and I don't know how much days they've been practicing. But the individual was, I think some of the rounds they won, they just individually just killed us. I mean, like Echo on the breeze, he was just playing half time. He was playing like live game. And then we go in second map, easy with operator. He's just annoying to play against. So I think they are individually good. So that's why I think they took us overtime.
I want to touch on the breeze actually because the defense wasn't looking so hot to begin with. Do you feel like not being able to have someone activated with an operator is what kind of limited you guys? Because we saw Kayak pick it up a couple of times but didn't find too much impact from it.
I think their comp, it was different than usual, that we didn't used to play against this comp, like when we saw Kaya and stuff, because we've been practicing a lot and we don't see Kaya that much. I think we just didn't know what to do against their comp. It was default comp, but it's also we are not used to play against. So.
Do you think KO's someone that could be brought into the conversation then? Because we've seen a lot of double duelists recently and we're looking at the Vi's, the Killjoy and stuff for stopping power. Do you think that more teams should be perhaps utilising a KO?
I mean, I think with the changes now, it could be, because I think KO is a strong agent, but you just need to know how to play around him. So, let's see.
In regards to stage 1 then, now that you've had your first game on the stage, you've gone up against one of the opponents, what are your expectations out of yourself individually for the upcoming matches?
I mean, I don't expect anything, to be honest, but I just had a goal that I will be better than kickoff, and I think my stats were on the kickoff was really good. So I've been just practicing to get better on than kickoff, and if I can do that is my goal. And I don't expect anything from me because it's gonna make me pressured.
Okay.
But I will just, let's see what happens.
Better than kickoff. That's a high bar to set considering how you were performing. I want to ask quickly about Vitality. I know that you've had a couple of words about them potentially being a Fnatic retirement home, I think was the last thing that you said on this desk. They're obviously the opponents that you face next. How are you feeling going up against them again?
I feel good. I think they're a really good opponent, and it's also like we're gonna test ourselves, because if we can beat them, it means we are also a really good team. And they have a really young player, Sayonara. And I think, I don't know if he's gonna play. I think he's
playing, yeah.
And he's a really good player, and I like him as a person as well. So it's gonna be good to play against him.
You've not had a chance to play against him yet, have you?
I know, we played with him, but we didn't play against him. I think he's the next superstar, potentially. And let's see what he's gonna do against us. I will be watching them and they play as well, so let's see what happens.
High words of praise. Well, thank you so much for your time joining us, and congratulations once again on winning. That's it from us for now. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our second match of today, KC against Team Liquid. Stick around.
1, 2, tickle my shoe, you heard?
Oh, I love your shoes.
Can I see your feet?
We gotta find this wave.
Find this wave, baby. Come to Papa! Come to Papa! Come to Papa!
I'm the fastest in the West.
Is UK in the West?
Alright, now I'm gonna show you I'm the fastest in the North, brother.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
You like a movie scene, makes me forget everything. Oh, we were just kids playing like we knew the world. You got your name in lights, you give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry, I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry, I know we've got a lot to learn. You like
Yeah, right now. Come on.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. We got the second game of today. Liquid against KC. We almost had a guest, but instead, unfortunately, it's just going to be me. Well, fortunately, we have the two of you.
Both are too camera shy.
Yeah, he doesn't like
a bit nervous to come on.
He already did his bits. Like he already had the suit and the skirmish, and he's like has it like it's like a social battery for everybody else, but it's an on-camera battery.
He was just avoiding me.
That too.
Yeah.
It's an awkward subject. We don't really.
It's
talk
okay.
about
We don't have to talk about it. You know what we're going to talk about instead? We're going to talk about London because you know that's what we're
There's
looking
no place
forward
like
to.
London.
No, there. I love London. I miss London. I want to go back to London. But the teams here also for sure want to qualify. Fnatic, of course, being one of them because it would mean so much for them as an organization. But also looking at players like Boaster on that roster to go back home to compete on home soil, like that's crazy.
It's where we made Summon FC and we started our journey in Fnatic together, so it'd be nice for me to see them there. That'd be very nice.
You're like reminiscing.
So I got to be very mean to them in the entire split.
Okay, but then
So
how
they
did
get
it
better.
get
It's
there?
tough love.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah.
With him. Yeah.
I don't know if that like actually works, but then how can the teams get there? Like, what do they gotta do to make sure that when Masters London shows up, their name's on that graphic, their logo is there?
Where do you want to start? Let's go from bigger picture into like more narrow, let's say.
Okay, I like it.
Let's start with getting back to setting the meta. I think that for the years that Mini was coaching, we were known by being the region that actually decided the fate of the game. And it would be nice that instead of me,
That's very nice about me on broadcast.
Do you wanna?
what's to say? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, it feels like we've been behind for a very long time. I think especially this last 2 years, we've been in like always the back foot with things. I think that the last time that we were like more innovative, funny enough, was when KC started playing Gecko everywhere, and then Gecko was everywhere, and that was a very short-lived success that KC had. And yeah, the last time that we were successful as a region, Mini was also there.
How long goes that?
That was so great.
A long time
Are you
ago.
counting the days? Like, do you have like a calendar in your room where you're like, ugh, still
Yes.
no trophy?
You know how many days?
Still no trophy.
1,000.
Dang.
Why are you looking at me?
Well, what are we doing about it? So we talked
well-
about the bigger picture, right? We talked about setting the meta, being innovative, not playing catch up, not being on the back foot, actually coming out with strategies where other regions are like, wow, you can do that. What else?
Yeah, I think it was about like no half-baked decisions. So like one thing we saw at kickoff sometimes was a team kind of. I think Heretics are one of the teams I think of with like the Neon, where like they were kind of doing
Name
it
and shame,
a
okay.
tiny bit, and then like they would just like back off quite quickly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think that once you have the idea ready, you know what. Like it's almost like from an outside perspective, sometimes we know what's better. Sometimes like it's a bit easier. And so, not you know what I mean. Like sometimes the obvious thing teams don't catch on to. Sometimes, like come back on Neon.
Yeah.
And so I expect that to become part of their game at least.
Yeah, and I think that we speak about all of the now. For example, I think that the other side that we have in this matchup that we're about to see is Team Liquid, and something that Team Liquid did do in the kickoff is that the moment something did not work, they did not shy away from going in a completely different direction, quote unquote, for their next encounter. Is something that maybe we didn't see for Heretics, as you're saying, like come back. He would have been absolutely great on Neon. They changed him, I believe, in like just one map. Oh my God, it was amazing. Like, but how about you try and all in the things that is not only you not only know that is going to be comfort for you and your player, but also you're seeing across the globe that is really working. I feel like we're too shy to make strong and bold statements because of probably the history that we have this past 2 years of being like not very sure.
That's fair. I mean, speaking of strong, bold statements, BBL was coming out with quite a lot of those during the internationals. And if anything, like that's the team that made the furthest run. So you got to back yourself. You got to be confident. You got to lock it in. And then the last one is prioritizing team fighting.
Yeah, I think that was kind of highlighted in the last match where like it felt like Eternal Fire were the team that really understood how to do some of that team fighting. Like sometimes it's about...
That's inherent to them as well.
Yeah, it's inherent to their
Eternal Fire.
identity. And then some of our more experienced teams sometimes don't look as natural when they're doing those things. It doesn't seem quite as like just obvious or natural. Yeah, natural. I
Yeah,
think is the word.
I was using the word chemistry in the
Yeah.
previous one, and it's weird to use the word chemistry for some of these rosters that have been together for a fair amount of time. But I do think that at some point during the way, they lost that kind of like feeling with each other of just like, I think, you know what, a team that is very good at it, mates. You know when Bipo and Martin are entering the sides, like there is some kind of bond in there that they're going to be completely compartmentalized, and it's just like I think and I hope that we give team fighting the prioritizing that it needs. That doesn't mean that you have to run at everybody and just looking for the duel constantly. It's like you need to learn to make each other stronger when you are going into this
Like
team fight.
EMEA team should basically just be watching like Paper Rex and Hongshin bots and basically go into any moment that they take a fight and just understanding how quick that decision making is and how they can kind of can we do that and like train it and coach it rather than, because those teams obviously have done it for a long time and they kind of,
this is like not the first time.
I was set them to play ranked, literally for 2 hours a day in duos and trios.
Yeah, could. I mean, listen, there are other games. I'm not gonna name names that I have this exact same issue between the West and, you know, when we're looking at the APAC, and it's also down to team fighting. We haven't cracked the code there either.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what's gonna happen there. But either way, Liquid, however, they are returning from a very swift outing in Santiago. So let's check out how that went.
I mean, in this roster, we already broke my curse to qualify to the event, so now it's a second curse to go out of the group stage, so we're just gonna fight until the end and that's it.
T1 versus Team Liquid. The desk was talking about it, so much veterancy, so much experience across both of these squads. Doesn't get the catch, Munchkin now. Last one, but he cannot make it happen. 15-13, Team Liquid. Change up the comp. And they rattle T1, taking them down in 2-0 fashion.
Nice regional battle.
Only minor damage inflicted, but he gets nearly gets the trying to hold his own here. Default on the side. Miniboo, however, from stairs, he'll appeal one back, pops the overdrive, and is right up on Starzo's face. It's the spot out. Wayne will fall. The ace not to be had, but the victory is theirs once again. Starzo.
And Marta's found them. Gonna go 1-for-1 on the trade, and he has been clutch as hell.
We're playing elimination game. Elimination. Why are we saving energy? For what, man? For what are we saving energy? For what? For the flight tomorrow or what?
Now it's a 5v2. Wayne's a formality with Marta. Oh God, you can't get away from it. Energy, a cut above the rest.
It will shatter the hopes of Liquid again, just folding in this second map.
Liquid to the limit. Let's be honest, there are no easy games here at Masters Santiago.
A rough one from the side of Liquid, but they managed to go through the lower bracket and kick off. They get this international experience. They hopefully got closer together as a team, and now they can come back and give us better expectations.
The problem is that at some point it becomes a curse, the not being able to make it out of groups. It is good, you know, because at the end of the day you have players like Wayne that have never been to a global event and whatnot, and the experience is definitely there. But I also feel like the change that we've seen in Nats in like the last 2 weeks of kickoff and Masters, like, do you guys remember when he was like, oh, I can see Boaster, like he's doing this across the stage, we're getting into his head. And now we also heard that speech that turned into a mad Nats that is like, guys, what are we doing? Do you not acknowledge where we are? And probably that is like one of, I'm not in his head, but one of the first show-ins that I've seen in a Nats that is seeing the real gap that is between him and the rest of his teammates, where to him that is a given, but to the rest is like,
I think
we're not that sure.
He's becoming much more of a natural leader, I feel like. I feel like when he was starting off some of those speeches, it felt like someone was trying to give a speech, and now he feels much more natural with it, so I approve of the
Like, I was hearing that speech and I was like, ooh, that's yeah. But
I would have cried.
No,
I would have cried. I would have cried.
I'd have been like, oh, I messed up. But in general, like for Liquid, this was a very invaluable experience because, as we already touched upon, some players didn't have that international experience, and now they do. And they have that opportunity to go out together, to bond together. So you're back in EMEA, you've played on the international stage, you've seen how other teams have done it, you've been in that environment. What are you bringing back to the region to make sure that not only elevating yourself, but you're elevating all the other teams with you?
Yeah, I think to some regard, I think that it was... I don't say this, I'm a bit of a hater of Team Liquid sometimes, it feels like. Like, them getting to the global event, I think, was impressive. Like, they had to go through that lower bracket run. They almost lost to what was Ulf back then, who had 2 subs, and they had to come to that finals against Fnatic playing a new composition that they apparently never practiced before on like 2 or 3 maps and won. So a lot kind of went, I wouldn't say it went their way, but like, I didn't expect them to go deep. So
it was, I guess, in that sense, like the David and Goliath story, and they managed to come out on top. But we also had a chance to speak with Wayne specifically earlier today to see what he took away from the experience at the International and how much he's looking forward to this stage of VCT EMEA.
Hi, Wayne, joining me here from Team Liquid. Wayne, I've got to say, congratulations, by the way, on going to Santiago. How was it, your first global event?
It was very fun for me.
Yeah?
I think it was like the first international for me, and the audience was amazing. And like, I think the feeling I got from playing on the stage was just nothing I've ever felt before in my life. So I think it's like a wonderful experience for me.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of, you know, being on the stage in front of a lot of fans, how do you feel you grew as an individual and as a player?
I think for me as a player, I learned a lot of things from Santiago. One of the things is how to deal with like the pressure. I feel like going into like the first tournament for me, like internationally, and just having a big crowd and a very loud crowd behind you is very nerve-wracking for some people. And I think after like 1 or 2 games on that stage, you kind of get used to it already. So I think for me, it definitely helped with like a lot of pressure situations. So I think in the future it'll be way easier for me.
Yeah. So then looking at stage 1 now, have your expectations shifted a little bit of what Team Liquid can achieve?
Yeah, for me, in kickoff, I didn't really have a high expectation because we didn't really have much time to practice since I came late and I missed the first game as well. And knowing that with such little time of practice and we can actually make it to an international, it definitely changed my expectation. So for now, the goal is to just win the whole thing for stage 1.
Just that simple, just win the whole thing. I love it. Well, it starts with today, right? So how exactly are you feeling? You guys energized, excited, ready to just get in there and play your first matchup?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. I think we waited very long for this moment to come. And some fun fact is like, in kickoff, my first game was KC. Like the first game I played was KC, and it's KC again today. So maybe history can repeat itself today.
I love it. You're like, history is going to repeat itself. Where exactly would you rank yourselves in your whole group then, right? Now you've got that confidence coming up against KC as your first match again.
I think in our group, probably first or second seed. I think it's either us or Gentlemates, honestly.
All right, I love that, Wayne. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today. Thank you. And we're going to head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Nat. Valuable insight here coming through from Wayne, but specifically what I kind of want to look into is the expectations that he's now setting on himself. He's like, feels like all the stars aligned. We've been waiting for a very long time to be able to do this. We're going up against KC. We got this.
Yeah, and the other thing is that like, they were playing a lot of the Waylay, Neon, and some Sky.
And some Sky, yeah.
That now seems quite good, at least until the patch in maybe a few weeks' time. But yeah, so that makes sense. Like, I didn't realize how little time they seemingly had. Wayne came in late too, and now the thing that they kind of stumbled on to get them to Santiago is now something that's very good. So the stars are kind of aligning.
It goes with the bold decisions, right? But now that they made those decisions and they changed some of the things, they're in a pretty good spot. You have someone that is comfortable in Sky, you have something that's incredibly comfortable on the Neon, and I'm very excited to see where the rest is going. For Team Liquid, this should...
Oh, okay.
It should be one of the easier stages. Like, if it was complicated to get to... Where were we? Santiago?
We were...
Woo! I travel a lot.
Anyway.
If they were able to make it to Santiago, technically, London should be easier if they are able to master now the meta that they're in, because they have less worries coming into this stage, I would say.
KC, though, has worries, has alarm bells, has changed their roster as well. Shados is out, Narrate is in. Who's IGLing? What's going on? Did something burn in the kit? Like, what? make it make sense. If anyone can like put their hand up that wants to make it make sense,
I can make this make sense.
Go ahead. Okay, Minnie.
Okay.
You wanted to first.
You wanted to. It's okay. You said it very
I
loud.
think when Narrate first left KC for Sen, I tweeted that Sen had won the offseason. Like, that's how good he was playing for KC. And to be honest with you, they didn't look very good when playing with Shados. So it makes a lot of sense. The thing that doesn't make sense is that I've heard 3 different names as who might be the IGL. This
I
week.
ask Sage,
I
is
think
what I do. I just go straight to the source because I hear this, I hear that, and I'm like, why not just ask
But
him?
the fact that like I could believe that it could be 3 different people is the problem. I
Maybe
think.
you're just gullible.
So here's the thing. He is gullible, and it is Abyss. Well, technically, that is what the Sage has said. So this brings on the next question onto KC, a team that has sometimes innovated and overcooked. You know, they found a niche, but it was not a successful one. And it was using compositions that nobody else in our region is using and trying to go against the current constantly. The problem is that worked in kickoff 2024, and that is when it started and when it ended. Ever since, I think that we have to change the conversation around KC. With Abyss now being on the IGL, first question is, double duelist. Is he going to be a duelist that plays from that role? Are we putting too much on Abyss's plate? Is he going to be able to handle everything? Narrate, I think, is going to be great. I think that everybody should be very, very excited that he's back in KC. We always wanted you here. So, yeah, I still think that for this stage, the thing for KC is, what are we keep going to see a KC that is good on one map, like theoretically good on one map and struggles to really find pacing in anywhere else?
I think there's a couple of things I want to see from them. I think that the best they looked was when Magnum was IGLing the team.
Yeah.
And their style
W
back
Magnum.
then was just very set strat heavy. It wasn't requiring too much cooling, in my opinion. And I think that would be the route to go with someone like Aves. Just let the kind of creativity shine, because they have the coaching staff to do that kind of creative, just fast strat style. And yeah, the second thing, I guess, is about like, honestly, I don't really care what comps they play. I think that me and Aang just fundamentally disagree about compositions. I think I just want to see them look like a cohesive team, because they have the star power in this. They have Narrate too. Like, this team on paper is ludicrously good. They have firepower everywhere. It just doesn't look like it.
Why
because they
do
don't
you
play
think
together.
that's okay?
There's no synergy. Like, it kickoff so far, there was like no synergy between the team. You had Saigetsu winning rounds every
the
time
good
through
old
clutching,
days.
you know?
Aw, look at them.
It's a throwback, that's for sure.
It is a throwback. As we're saying, I think that Narrate does improve this, but I think that the question for KC is still on leadership, and it's both on the IGL and the coaching staff, because at some point, I know that Aang does this thing where he goes on Twitter and he's like, I'm so sorry, it's all on me, it's all on that, and I respect that. I respect that a lot, because at the end of the day, he doesn't want his players to be targeted, and he says, just come after me because this is my fault. But at some point, we are also going to believe it is actually his fault. Like, at some point, we're going to have to create a separation from like the idea that we had of Aang and what we've been getting this past years.
Yeah, he's had like the keys to the castle the entire time with KC, and since that very start was very bright, but since then we've been asking for more, basically.
So it's more like a honeymoon period that kind of then faded. So for now, KC to actually be able to recreate that success or find that success once again, it's more playing to their strength. So you're talking about playing like a team, having that cohesion,
Well, right
having
now,
that
that
synergy.
isn't a strength.
But that would be a strength if they could do it.
Sure. I think it's a very fundamental idea. They have the firepower there. So if they do that, that is playing off the strength of their firepower. I agree. Yeah.
Well, either way, that's something that we're going to want to see. Anything else we want to see from KC? Come on, what else? So we want to see them play together.
Phoenix, I want to see Sky, I want to see Harbor. I want to see a lot of Harbor for them. Now it's the time.
Okay, actually true. Like, finally, we're in a position where potentially they could capitalize off it. But will they be able to do it? We'll find out as we're ready to head into our second match of today. KC against TL.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me all these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Keep falling. Took a risk even though it might hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma put it out aside. But it won't be falling. Past keep falling. Took a risk even though it might hurt me.
right, teams might look a little confused, but I promise you guys we're ready to get started with our second matchup of today. Another best of 3. This time around, skirmishing is going to determine who gets, I guess, their pick of the litter when it comes to... oh, there we go, skirmish. Who is it actually?
Ooh, Camel versus Sage. Okay.
Wait, why are we sending... Actually, no, that's mean.
Oh, that was clean.
One bullet.
Oh my god. Sage.
That was not one
two
jet, but-
bullets.
Two,
Okay.
Camel, wake up.
Where was this when he said?
One more.
Yo.
Camo. It's now or never.
It was 5-2.
This... Oh
You
my
wanna say
god,
where was this when he was playing?
mental.
Where was this when he subbed in?
What is that when he subbed in 2023?
That was a long time
was-
ago.
Yeah, but we were there. He still has it.
He's waiting.
Damn,
He's
that
been
was
waiting
insane.
for his moment.
Yo,
Ever
Kama
since.
better drop 30 on map 1 because if Sage just got it into his head like that. Like, yeah, we see in the huddle, but he knows. We just witnessed it. Because I know that he can hear us now. Kama, we just saw it. Yeah.
I don't know
We
if
all
we're playing
did.
over the audio, but you know, I'm sure he knows. I mean, at this point, he had to suffer through that. Okay. He went through it. KC, however, they're going to be able to get their pick of the litter in regards to whether or not they want to pick first. So they choose to pick first, second. I don't know. They're both highlighted, so that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. But either way, the map veto specifically. Okay, Haven Pearl Fracture. Fracture.
This is very, oh yeah. First of all, I really like the fact that we're going to get completely different maps than what we saw on first game, and especially after the break that we've had and how the meta is shifting. It's cool to see get some tidbits about what the region has been up to. Haven being the first map, it seems when is anger Haven coach?
Well, this is the interesting thing is Casey. I feel like last that they got flamed a lot for it on Haven playing the Phoenix
Oh,
and
the
not
Phoenix,
looking
yeah?
great. It feels like Haven is the place where we will see whether Casey
Yeah.
are good or not. Like,
Yeah.
that
And
will determine a lot.
But also, watch out, because this could be a little bit of a curveball. Haven, if I'm not mistaken, is the only map that Team Liquid has not played this year, you know, from the ones that have been available. So yes, they could prove that they're incredibly strong, but also they could find a Liquid that is...
Was curveball a pun then? Him used it?
Yeah.
It was?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was. You're
You
asking
never
me about
know.
something that happened 5 seconds ago, and you assume I have any sort of memory.
Would you want to see Abbas on Phoenix?
Yes.
Is
I do.
that the strength that we need KC to play to, Aves on Phoenix, while
Well, it's
I
just-
was yelling?
I don't know if it's a strength. Like, again, I'm not getting involved with comp discussions with KC anymore. I just want to see them play some team play Valorant.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't touch that anymore.
Then second map was going to be Pearl.
Pearl, yeah, interesting.
So-
A map that I don't think we're very good at, generally speaking.
Yeah, it's a region.
I think the
Okay, negative Nancy.
Team Liquid had a phase of liking it, and then really didn't like it. And I don't think they were very good at it when I watched them last. So hopefully this off, we keep calling this the off season, like the 1 month between, but the little bit of the month break between.
Yeah,
might
some
be good
people
for them.
have some people have done some cool things with the time, you know, like Clash was fun. No?
What do you mean?
Like not every team is like, you can speak about teams like Pacific who literally had 2 months without
I
doing
thought you were just
anything.
blaming me for not doing anything for a month.
What?
But there is
You're
no Phoenix.
so,
There is no
so
Phoenix.
Why is there no
sensitive.
Phoenix?
There is a Phoenix on the hands of Camel. He's getting back at Sage. I'm telling you that.
Okay, these comps are
Not
interesting.
what we expected, to be
So
fair.
it is interesting. I think that another one of the questions that we have for KC is now that Euro is a little bit more dead, I think that favors Levin, that I
Yeah,
think he was
yeah.
struggling a little bit. So unleashing him, putting him on the jet, where he's 100% going
Yeah.
to be comfortable. And we learned that last year from BBL, should be a win condition.
That was a discussion all over kickoff. As Levin was farming on that jet every single time, and it feels like an obvious choice in this meta. Going for Fade and Teo together feels like that kind of KC creativity. I don't hate it. I think that there's something there maybe to explore. And then the Vice in
What
this
do you make of the
meta
Vice?
completely counters Neon, and I think very underplayed right now. So I want to see that come through. Team Liquid side is going to be very just all in, kind of fast-paced Neon Sky. Like this, they can't really work the map too much. I don't think it's going to just be aggressive in your face. So let's see if KC's double initiators, they're going to be able to play the map a bit more spread, a bit more kind of diligently, and that might come into play stylistically.
But do you think they will struggle with the aggressiveness coming in from Team Liquid? Because, like, especially from the defense, if you want to take advantage of that, Phoenix, I feel like kind of you have to.
I think KC's comp can deal with that pretty well. They have a lot of information and they have a lot of store.
In regards to both of these teams going for the compositions that they have today, which is not necessarily what we've seen from them in the past, do you think the time off has been well utilized.
For which team?
We'll have to see.
For KC specifically.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Well, I guess we're going to see as we're ready to head into our first map of a series with our casters, Kenzie and Hybok.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of question marks for me here, Mike, if I'm honest.
It wouldn't be a KC series, and it wouldn't be a Liquid series, actually, following an international without that, yeah.
I don't know where we stand because, okay, for KC, one, I'm really excited for Narrate. I'm really excited for the role changes. I'm excited for that new in-game leadership, if it stays, if it sticks. Liquid, I mean, gotta hope for more. I don't know where we're at with these teams. It's waiting, right?
Yeah, I think that to come to KC, it's another turning point for them, right?
Yeah.
But again, we haven't really had many good turning points for KC over the last few years. I think this is probably one of the more positive ones.
I agree.
To be quite frank. I actually love Bayer touching on the fact that Levin's going to be able to actually come back into very much comfort-oriented gameplay. That was obviously an issue previously. Here, I've got, I guess, with the bigger picture, this should suit this roster very well, especially with Narrate coming in on the initiator/flex role.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
Initiation.
It looks like, obviously, it being us, we are going to have a
short
delay,
yeah,
small delay, ready
checks.
checks. It's all good. Look,
Nobody looks ready right now. I'm looking.
No. I reckon it's Narrate getting used to the EMEA setup again.
Wrong.
Wrong? What is it?
Camo's got issues.
Don't we all, mate?
After the absolute schooling he got from Zaysh. So yeah, no, my setup's not right.
Yeah, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Let me get the.
I had the same issue out there actually for skirmish.
It's
I don't know
weird.
if you want to look
Mouse
into that
me
as
or
well.
something?
Yeah,
I don't know. Something.
Could be.
Oh, it's
Could be.
not working for me. Let's kind of then touch base because if people didn't watch Santiago, one, you missed out. Two, let's kind of talk about what we took away with Liquid. I guess let's start there, right? Because I know, but it's better than KC, Michael. So for Liquid, it was once again a group stage exit.
Do you know what? I'll backtrack a little bit. For me, there were some positives.
Sure.
Again, I think it's very easy to slip into the normal assumption, which is Liquid bombed out, right?
Sure.
They continued on the trend that they started kind of testing within kickoff, right? When everybody was talking about win rate with Neon and Miniboo doing really, really well, and even coming back to some of those interviews at kickoff with Lohan saying, we are trying to double down and go quite deep into finding our identity, right?
Yeah.
I think they continued on that trend. Now, you could argue results-based, yeah, it wasn't a good showing, but for me, there were positives. One of them being Purpo. Alongside the other...
Now that, yes.
The other changes, Purpo, for me, really impressed me. We saw glimpses of it at kickoff, but there were series in Santiago where he was delivering rounds by himself, which, again, within this roster is a statement to make.
It certainly is. I think my bigger questions with Liquid we'll find out throughout, obviously, this split and the evolution and the comfort role of Miniboo. Now, I think
it's tough because I'm coming here now and wanting KC to win the first series.
Isn't it weird? Yeah. It's a new feeling. KC are going to be starting out on the attack, obviously Liquid on the defending side, and we jump back in. We don't dump.
We don't dump yet.
Oh, can you tell it's been a minute? Let me just turn up that in-game volume as we are bursting towards the B site. Nice and easy stuff to begin with. Again, I just want to kind of get the lay of the land of these guys. You know, what sort of form are they in? How's KC looking? And Nats with a lovely bit of timing and positioning. Going to catch two in the back, but it is just down to Narrate. Welcome back to EMEA.
Start with a clutch for him.
Ooh. He's got a lot to prove, this man, as well. Obviously, after the rather arduous path he had to walk over. Yeah, I think is the best way to put it. Moderate, I'd say. Moderate turbulence reported in the area. But coming back here into what should be a very different look for him, I think. Again, I'd imagine he's gained a lot of, I don't want to say necessarily confidence, but just capability throughout that time. Transferring over to NA, now coming back around. But if we're going to walk away with the first, happy enough with that. And that's with that lovely bit of timing, just working through the B site. Catching those two is going to be pretty much the essential part of this. But beyond that, I think it's just kind of letting this one settle in.
Great pivot here from KC. Unfortunately, Nat's able to slip into the smoke right behind them. All right, unfortunately, then forced out by the dog. Can't really catch Nats.
You mean to go on?
Yep. Catch Nats when he arguably should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well-rounded purchase, actually, around 2 for Liquid. No investment on the side of KC. So I try and brute force something into B, but Wayne should catch a glimpse here just out of sight. But still catches the headshot there. 11 will fall.
I mean, you've been on the Wayne train for some time.
I actually have. I can't
like, I'm not even saying you
deny
are,
it.
bro.
No.
Like, you've been backing this, dude. I'm trying to support you here. That's crazy work from you.
But also, he did really impress me in Santiago.
Yeah.
Individually,
No, he was,
looking
yes.
so comfortable, especially at the first...
Ahead of his years.
Yeah, first few series. Again, did see some clutches. But yeah, for me, certainly a highlight for Liquid coming back to EMEA here.
Yeah, I hope we see build, right? I hope it's positive steps off of Santiago. I just don't want it to feel like Liquid have plateaued. I don't think that would be the case. So for me, I do want to see marked improvement, right? That synergy there with Miniboo. Wayne still at that sort of level. Camo, once again, firing on all cylinders. Everything lined up, you know, the purple from Purpo we saw from Santiago. Those sort of things would be lovely. This is a bit of a cakewalk. No problems there. As Narrate once again last alive. Formality found. Easy stuff. Liquid keeping 5 alive, though.
Claw Santiago will set them off perfectly in this first half. Again, to come back to the Vita, again, I think a chance here to maybe show something unexpected. Unexpected being it's only 30% diffused there, but I think that was just a little blip with the HUD. Is a flawless nonetheless. Going to catch here onto 11. Yeah, they did have a chance to get quite close up to that choke point outside B, but...
Go. Nice. Good job, guys.
Comfortable start here. Nats 4-0 already. It's going to be Camo, though. Just one away from the ultimate here. In the fire round. And Narrate.
Very Americas.
Yeah.
Very Americas right
now.
now.
The boy out of Americas.
Okay. Well, that's certainly going to add a little something to the mix, but the aggression not really stopping. A 4-1 split for the defending side, putting all the eggs down towards 8. And you're right, and you were liking that before. Let's see if they stick the landing here. Obviously, a little bit more on the line this time around.
Nat's got to be careful here that he's not pinched from Carriage either. Looks like Sugetsu might just tuck, but they don't actually plant it. Nat's going to catch two.
Oh my god, this guy just gets gifted timing so often. And now Narrate and Sugetsu in a spot of bother, man. This is meant to be a bonus, and it's becoming a lot more than that. What are you meant to do about this one? Spike where it is. It's not insurmountable odds, but it's certainly not looking good.
I mean, effectively give this up unless
Calling
they find
it quits,
a freebie,
right?
yeah.
And if you're Team Liquid, I want to freeze, I want it to be clean.
Maybe a misread on how well invested that A long take was. It meant that they were waiting for somebody to swing onto B site here when they tapped the spike, but very bizarre to see KC call a very solid audible and then kind of lose themselves in the chaos. Well, there was no chaos. No. I'm not going to say chaos. There was nobody there. They were trying to bait a peek out from somebody. Nats is just tucked behind Garage, and unfortunately, no pinch at the same time. Said Sugetsu was tucked outside doors, but...
Oh, the HUD's really having a good day.
Still a lot of time to kill
Guys,
here.
is this Fnatic? Oh.
137, spike down.
10 seconds left.
Production, I'm sure they're looking into it. They're on the case.
We didn't have a Liquid logo about 30 seconds ago, so now we've got that. So
I did really wonder why the
yeah.
HUD looked weird. I was going, it looks a bit different, and I don't know why. It's been a minute since I've casted, since Santiago, so... Okay, we'll fix it. We're on it. We've got our best people on the job. Mitch, man. We've sent him out there. Yeah, I mean...
You can see against tucked outside, it's, eventually traded, but I think it's just a misread on how many bodies are invested towards A that causes KC to second-guess themselves or hope to catch that anchor somewhere. I mean, catching Nats anchoring is the task in itself.
6-1, by the way.
Find you.
Nice start.
Still got two of those weapons to bring across here, and some pistols invested here for KC. Slower an approach here. Similar setup once more. Nats to hold down the fort on this side of the map. Does have a rifle this time around, though. U2 has been removed. Does he get a chance?
We're going to watch this. We're going to turn and keep an eye on that. Sugetsu, considering... Oh, okay. Calling up his own number there. A bit risky considering he was one of the only few players to have that rifle, but that's job done. However, Camo coming back around. We are down to a 4v4, but keep in mind the weaponry. 2 Sheriffs, a slightly upgraded pistol with Doja, and then obviously Narrate. That's still there. And the bulk of it coming towards Long. mean, I don't know if it's going to play well here. That's lovely work from Miniboo, and he's isolated. There was no trade capability. There was no pressure from sight. So now Levin and Aves very behind the curve here. This will take some big boy shots, and Levin's got one. Gonna need a couple more of those. And few and far between. Team Liquid navigating the waters well, looking unfazed.
I think KC have an opportunity to read this situation really well, even with Sugetsu catching an early kill here, but then being found so early here means they don't really need the confirmation from the utility, but it just kind of bolsters that backline hold.
Good job.
And unfortunately, there's minimal support for Narrate. He's got an Odin, he gets stunned out.
Yeah.
And what, it's Sheriffs from sight to try and offset that. Really awkward spot to be caught in, but Liquid will find number 4. That's just one off the lockdown now. It's an Odin of his own. Another stun to come out here. Sugetsu not confirmed just yet, though.
But I like a little bit of pressure coming out from Liquid. You know, just kind of coin flip an aggressive round, get in their faces a touch. Take a risk with Miniboo. You're up 4-0. Why not? It's actually that team going back for seconds. You got the spam towards window, and that barrel, I mean, it's pretty big, but Narrate fine to handle it. Camel on the quick trade, going to keep control of Garage. And again, you're looking at where these fights are happening. This is just negative space for KC. Yeah. They're still not even working towards a site. Still controlled by Wayne. It was a bit of an out of the ordinary approach from Miniboo. Play a little bit more aggressive, take a risk. And it's left while KC behind the curve.
Take here onto A site. Still, man advantage for Liquid. You have a paranoia to invest here. Nats didn't get the lockdown, didn't find a kill in that early exchange, so won't have it here for the retake. Again, looking at a little light in terms of util for KC here. And Aves down to 33. Be a squishy target for Liquid to find.
Again, it's Levin who's done really well here. Brilliant push and pull crossfire there between the two. Doja and Levin actually finding great synergy on the site.
Initially, a few kills going through for KC, and it just nobody from Liquid able to find an angle to even trade that off. I think even Aves fallen to the molly for free. I didn't even see where that, yeah, right here onto Graffiti and comboed up here. The paranoia, I believe. Yeah, between Levin and Dosia. Great hold here. Nice! Snappy shots coming through. We'll find KC there first here on Haven. Bladestorm in hand, Sugetsu. So just one, actually a couple of players. KC just one off, and again going forwards. Levin to remove his head here with the Bladestorm.
Contact on the Prowler, you're going to know he's close. Camo, though, tries to go hunting, gets massively denied by Narrate, who's just brute forced their way up sewer. Cleared house, plants on the cards. And they're pretty much sorted. They found a little something that's working now.
And just 2 members left for Liquid. Not looking like they want to make an attempt here. Nat's probably going to make use of this downtime. Sugetsu on the hunt, though. Again, a kill or a death will find him. An ultimate to invest to follow up here. Pacier take here, and only really rides on the fact that Miniboo ever so slightly off with the operator at the start of this round. Again, to challenge in when Wayne's just given up the angle.
One enemy remaining.
The timing on that is foul. But I'm going to be a little bit more critical than I think I have been in a minute. And I want to be on kind of Miniboo watch. Because I feel like since he's joined this roster, we gave him a little bit of room to get used to, you know, the new team, new calling structure, you know, everything like that, right? You come up from like Heretics, right? Santiago didn't impress me. Others stepped up to that marker. You know, you had Wayne, you had Purpo,
I think he's struggled massively with the pacing in a lot of series. You saw Liquid, it's like, yeah, great, Liquid are embracing this double duelist and more aggressive playstyle and stuff, but it was Miniboo who looked like the outlier in a lot of those situations. And again, when you talk about some of the teams that they faced off against, it's not necessarily a black and white, right? It's they are the tough opponents to obviously take that to an international stage and repeat what you did here domestically. But I'm kind of with you here.
Back into regulation, at least. You know, well, I do want to just kind of keep touch on it. Not as, you know, a main focus. We know they've got firepower, but again, just in that capability he's showing. Just a little bit of a form watch. Obviously, a little bit more room with KC. Brand new real approach here.
Preemptive lockdown here, though.
Yeah, very early. What's the plan here? This is going to put the calling under
I mean,
question.
yeah, they don't go for the plant here.
No, they fully rescind away from sight.
It's important here Sugetsu survives. There's 4 Liquid members walking mid here.
Oh my god, this is going to be either a movie or an absolute nightmare. Nightmare it is. Okay, Minibu going to pin down Sugetsu, but quick trade for Arvez, and they now know there's more here. Levin quickly clearing Minibu, but look at Camo's position. Again, Levin so quick to this. Keeping it at 2v2 is highly impressive.
Still got good util here. Paranoia in hand for Dosia. Gonna find this plant here. Levin actually picking up the Odin
30 seconds left.
to try and swing things in their favor here in this 2v2. Still health advantage ever so slightly in Liquid's favor.
It's that contact on the Odin. Oh, just turning eyes. Yeah, back to business though.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
I mean,
One enemy
Nats,
remaining.
come on, that was wild to get a trade. But this little duo, this Levin and Doja duo doing wonders for KC. Keep in mind, one of the first rounds they really got back into was that crossfire on the site. Seeing it again here, this is very good stuff from KC.
I mean, again, it's very risky to go back through and re-clear this space after Sugetsu falls, because it's the first person to take contact finds him. KC take a huge risk here, but it does confirm a lack of presence on C site, allowing them to transition into a post plant. Liquid still rifles in hand here. Some ultimates to play with Camo, Wayne and Miniboot. On the other side, it's Arvez, Sugetsu and Dosia. See Arvez investing just here to clear out C site. Nats tries to still catch one, but Levin to capitalize on the paranoia.
I mean, Levin's putting in a shift so far. Sugetsu gonna get that crossfire, oh sorry, crosshair placement pulled away. Minibu gonna get the kill. So again, you're kind of looking at the plant now coming into play, 4v4.
There.
A couple of ults actually with Liquid. Camos, Waynes, and Minibus. Narrate's positioning with support should be where this kind of starts and ends. And I think, at least for the first, but Alves a little late on the trade here, gonna give a bit more room for Purpo.
That was clean.
Guess not. Next up.
Well, Camo's reset on long here now after the ultimate. Levin missing slightly.
Missing a whole lot right now. Yeah, Levin's gone down, and he's been the kind of game changer, right? Bit of a difference maker in these, but the time is late. Ticking away.
Surely not,
Camo
right? Surely
head
not, right?
Down. Someone denies him. It's Doja in the end. Diving in with the shorty.
Oh my God.
And the knife.
That's a kill with everything he had. Bringing into that round, tied up 4 apiece. Liquid continuing to roll the dice a little bit here. I mean, leaving Nats on. Like, KC have already figured out that he's hard anchoring this side of the map. As soon as they figure out this A aggression, KC have just not really deviated away from pressuring towards C site. Able to find success once more.
Jeez.
Fairly polarizing here. Liquid to call the first timeout.
Yeah, I mean, it's
take a
been
breath here
streaky, right?
and yeah, honestly, look to switch something up.
Yeah.
So not really catching much in terms of this A aggression. Obviously, Minibu being shut down previously with the operator. Another bold play to try and piece together. But like I said, as soon as KC have kind of figured out what the setup here is, Nats being relied on so heavily, KC have been able to overwhelm him. Situation here, obviously Liquid aren't going to be able to purchase to come back out of this timeout. I think a couple of stingers, a guardian, maybe Minibu to invest the ultimate, but KC got themselves right back in this.
They certainly have. Between Levin and Doja, starting to really find what they were looking for, and obviously Liquid left on 4. Great start for them, but as you said, once that understanding has dropped for KC,
Missile deployed.
seem pretty solid. Now, problems. Levin gonna have to try and back away. He does get to keep his life. You can see what Liquid are working with. Not a great deal.
Potential to piece something together here. Miniboo's able to invest. I mean, he's tucked up. He is ready to come out swinging here on the back of contact. We have a paranoia set up as well from Sewers. It's Purpo to maybe catch this. But Miniboo's confirmed. It's Purpo to find the first, though.
Bloody hell, all right, Purpo. I mean, there was so many blind players there, Wayne.
Another catch
To
there,
get
actually.
away. Yeah, I don't know how we're at a 3v3. But if I'm Casey, I'm getting a bit nervous about here. Wayne's still looking for it, man. Has to back away. Going to be noted on the horn, which is great for Casey. That should allow safety for the plant. But look at Doja's HP.
Yeah.
It ain't pretty.
They've got the upgrades here.
Doja's found instantly. That's so quick to clear. They were faster. This great follow-up from Camo. And it is just stunning. It looked like Casey just couldn't find any comfort in that post plant.
Unfortunately, enough chip damage done here. Great work from the front line of Liquid again to thin the numbers as best they can. I mean, almost effectively winning out in that engagement. Even with Miniboo being identified first, but a great catch from Purpo. It's a little chaotic here. I mean, actually, yeah, full blind to find the trade.
Planted.
This could have gone even worse for KC, considering.
Hey, ult-wise. Nice! Looking at KC, they've still got a couple to bank on. Sugetsu's got his, Doja and Levin. But beyond that, it still feels close, right? This still feels pretty close between these two. And again, they want to just brawl on this A side. Miniboo this time with an operator, though. And Purpo I assume straight through smoke on Levin.
Yeah, as soon as he popped the Blade Storm as well.
All right, not bad find as well. Good follow-up here. Now they don't need to overstay their welcome.
Able to slow things down now. KC have to backfill this space. Again with no contingency in place elsewhere on the map. I mean, Liquid are just tucked into garage. Actually, even with Camo looking back for a lurk all the way through B site. Just holding a flash ready for Nats. Miniboo, though. It's just, a miss from Miniboo.
Messy there. That's kind of a sitter.
Bring them down.
All right. It's given them the foothold, or at least the first step towards taking this A site now. Has to play on a slightly deeper angle. Still trying to hold by that side step in case Doja does want to go forward. He's going to take the TP instead. 5v3. Couple of tools still in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, with this much util, if Liquid don't find this retake successfully,
Squad, seek them out.
I mean, a major concern. Seeker's invested now. Doja able to slow things down. The paranoia potentially, though. Narrate's found the first.
Yeah, Purpo does fall. Good trade for Nats, but Doja and Arvez, great flash, but Doja still holding this corner. There's only so much one man could do. He tried. In the end, does fall. So Diffuse is there. Taking away 3 players is pretty solid work, honestly. So Camo and Wayne will survive. They get to pick up the operator. There's a hand of Miniboo, so no loss on that front. And they have kind of corrected the way things were going.
Another great catch from Purpo. Start of this round. Liquid switching things up ever so slightly in terms of this A long hold or this aggression. Of course, a timeout here ahead of round 11 from KC. Again, have probably read the situation now that Liquid has switched things up a little bit. Don't have that same point of weakness for them to exploit. As you noted previously, ultimates to invest here. Still got a little bit of money in the bank. We're going to see Arvez bringing a Bulldog into this round. Miniboo still going to have the operator on the other side of the board. Whether or not KC now look to re-explore, maybe a little slower towards Garage. Again, they haven't really got confirmation on Camo being the one that's missing in the early round.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're even going to be able to find that one out, really. Again, at this point, it's still early days. 6-4, respectable enough. Do you see this going through maps?
No.
You're thinking a 2-0. You're hoping a 2-0.
I'm hoping a 2-0. Speaking of 2-0, well,
yeah, 0-2.
0-2. All right, actually currently 0-2 against Liquid, losing once with KC and once with Sen. Probably a fairly exclusive club of teams that have lost to Liquid at internationals. But Narrate's in it.
There.
That's a short list, isn't it?
It is. It really is. And I hate the way you've dragged me into that. I'm on your side, Liquid. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Bizarre smoke to open things up. Miniboo still
He's done
trying
him,
to
though.
find something on the other side of it. Will be punished here. Said I was looking for a slower exploration here. Miniboo reading into that perfectly to put the operator here. But it's textbook from KC.
Oh, all right.
Dropping spike.
Might even catch both there, depending on timing.
Okay.
Face your fear.
Now we'll get the confirmation on 2. Yes,
yeah,
he
that's
will.
both. Okay, so where do you pivot to? Straight towards B? It looks like still a little bit of a setup there to clear through, but that's fine. That's been handled. You're looking at now the connector side, layering to this. Now going to force the fight through, and was Purple fully fine during that? I guess so. As Camo, the last one alive in a 1v2. Doja trying to make the run. He's done just that. Camo, though, clean player. Brutally hard retake to pull off, though. Sugetsu just shouldering this corner. Very disconnected from Doja, though.
Very bold to be shouldering this the way he is.
Yeah, okay. We just don't need to play on our own here. Camo still with a little bit of kit. Trying to work his way forward.
Respect shown here.
Yeah, there
to
it is.
invest.
Okay, you're willing to shoulder that corner, and then you're going to pop the ult. That's a strange succession of actions there, but hey, it's job done, I guess. Tick of the box, right?
Round on the board.
Yeah, take those.
KC looking to push closer and closer to a tied half. He's actually catching Miniboo. We'll transition back through. Purpo just catches a glimpse ahead of the near side taking effect. Can't really even fault KC for the timing there. But the fact he gets 2 is what slows them down. Doesn't amount to anything though. KC still posting around victory. Final round here, Nats down on a bucket. Not sure if he has got another weapon elsewhere for him to, yeah, all the way down. 3 members down C long here. Almost a complete mirror of the earlier setups here from Liquid.
Just slightly inverted, right? Okay, and again, this B approach, it looks like they still want to try and commit through that connector towards the A side. Miniboo's made it to the back lines, but heads to, and a third! Big impact for Miniboo! I asked more from him. He certainly brought it that round.
Beautiful stuff, switching things up like that. Over to the other side of the map and executing perfectly when KC get an initial read into the setup.
Lovely from him. While we wait for the second half, we're going to take a moment to hear how Levin and Rate are finding life on KC.
About me, I wasn't feeling comfortable that much. I just talked with my teammates and coaches. I just explained my problem, how I'm feeling, and they understood me and they instantly take reaction. After 2 games, I felt pretty good. I was feeling more comfortable while playing. Losing not that bad sometimes if you're fixing your problem.
I think what makes Karma Corp the right move for me, it's just a team that supports me, and the fan base obviously is amazing. I just think the overall structure of the organization is great. Team right now is very good overall. Like, it's just a good place for me to be in.
At the beginning, we were feeling upset, but that's normal. You just lost game. But right now, I think everyone just more confident.
I think my role on the team, obviously, since we have players like Levin, Aves, who are newer players to the league, you would think that I have to be some sort of mentor to them, but they are very experienced players compared to me. Even with all my officials and the amount of years I played in VCT, I still probably have less officials than these guys. They've been grinding the game since the start of the game, and they have a ton of experience under their belt. I think my role is to give them as much confidence as possible and make sure that they're just playing the game that they want to play. I think the fans of KC are obviously amazing. They do such an insane job supporting us, and obviously in person, coming to the arenas and participating in the crowd, it's amazing to see. There's obviously a little bit of pressure, but I think it's like motivation, not like pressure. Pressure that comes with it is just part of being with such an amazing org and such an amazing fan base. I want all the pressure on us. If you're not gonna win with like the lowest pressure, how are you gonna win with the highest pressure? So
I'm always trying to improve myself day by day. I'm always trying to be better than yesterday. I'm doing my best. What can I do? I don't know. Sometimes you cannot control everything. Sometimes it is what it is. We will do our best to win. We will do our best to win trophies. And our expectation, as always, no matter what, being champion. If you don't believe, you cannot.
I think if it all clicks, I think it all comes down to performing where the stakes are the highest. I think this team has such an insane ceiling, and if we reach that ceiling, we can win anything.
What's interesting there is to hear about the pressure, right? There's got to be, I mean, fewer teams you put ahead of in that list in terms of stepping into a roster and hoping for a turnaround, right? To come to KC and have to be the player that arguably is the focus now. Is it because we've seen another turning point, right? Is he one that can fix KC? Dare I say again?
I can fix her.
Ooh. So that's really interesting to hear.
Yeah.
So obviously the fans can be fairly unforgiving. And I've had certainly a rough go with things. Speaking of, Levin straight down mid here, isolated by
Oh my
Nats.
God, the blind though, that
beautiful.
near sight. Just taking everyone out of the equation, and Nats had nowhere to go to, right? Choose or pick your poison. And it's a brutal start to things.
Dosha's still swinging.
Dosha's got 3 kills. Dosha might have more.
It's going to be heard here. Camo's going to creep back through the... Oh, I thought he was going to follow through that.
Dangerous.
Cover going. Can't risk it. Camo and Purpo left to try and recover this.
Yeah, you don't want to make a mess of it.
Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
And Dosia is tagged up a little bit. And silence falls upon Haven. No information here. Total clean slate here for both teams, but Camo with a great catch.
Yeah, right to the side of the dome, leaving Arvez in a 1v2. Flash still with Purpo. Dog being sent through. Arvez looks dead to rights here, but gonna give it a go. Double swing and goodbye. Liquid picking up the pistol in the second.
A little bit of a gap here to start the second half. And bold here from Levin. Paranoia is perfect, but
it's so good.
like I said, Dosia just getting way more than he should have in this situation. That's obviously forced out of a position, only on 10 HP, but Miniboot
One enemy.
just desperate to get back behind that.
Let's go, Kevin. Bro, I wanted to say it's Savas, you cannot shoot.
Oof.
I mean, 2 to 11, man. Be nice.
Yeah, come on.
Miniboo, you sit middle of the table
It's
at 9 to
day
10.
one. It's day one.
Miniboo, you bring that energy, I'm going to bring it right back.
Yeah.
That's woo. He's dangerous. But classics out, so easy stuff. Right?
You're able to scale up behind that as well. It's Harvest, unfortunately, on the other side of it once more, which I think is going to spur Miniboo on a little deeper here, but does catch a tag here.
He can shoot then.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Miniboo, you chasing him down? Didn't fancy it, he's going long.
Solid setup here. You can already see KC just having a discussion around even giving across the old progress.
Probably a fair shout to just let that one simmer by. Or just send Alves in for a kill one. You're one, mate.
Of all the
Have a
people, yeah,
pop.
just send him in. Send him in.
You'll be fine. I've seen you win these.
Only really Purpo, I mean, Camo's the one to consider it now.
Yeah, he is actually going forward.
See what's required for his ultimate. That's a clean catch here from Narrate.
And that's a bulldog.
A bulldog on the
He
other
can
side,
keep
yeah.
that, bloody hell. Good flash. Camo. Oh, there's a little trap.
There's a firing squad.
That one might be screwed as well. Okay, they've done a bit of damage on this, honestly. Not the worst in the world. Ooh, there we go, okay. Just gonna give it up, clean slate.
Good damage, though.
Yeah,
Obviously
really
removing
good.
one of the key pieces of weaponry here, denying Camo from finding anything more than just the 1 point. We'll bring a stinger in here. We're reconsidering that purchase now, actually. All right, back on an Odin this third round in the second half.
How do you feel about the Odin?
Yeah, no.
Not for you?
No.
No. More a Mitch man thing.
I can respect people being good with it.
Yeah.
But I don't enjoy watching it.
No. Fair point. Fair point. Okay. Focusing through Garage to start with, a little exchange.
Quite telling where that paranoia's come from, though.
Yeah. Okay, Alves can shoot that time, but not gonna be able to follow up there as Purpo's going to find him. Doja, though, go walkabout, gets both. Purpo and Camo both punished. He can fall away with that unscathed. Lovely push and pull, not letting it go unanswered.
I have the spike.
Wayne and Miniboot left to try and recover this. Miniboo's found some space towards 8. Getting a little bit deeper hold here from KC. How far does he go exploring? Actually does bait out a couple of shots here, so very telling. Issue being Wayne is a million miles away here. He'll potentially try and fake something towards A, draw an extra body potentially.
Drawn two.
Has. Leaves it wide open.
I mean, they can just play retake if they have to
Yeah.
as well. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't necessarily want to see them get
30 seconds
themselves
left.
into a post plant here, especially with Miniboo catching an upgrade. Gotta
Who
win
gets
this.
this? Oh. Odin.
Yeah.
That aim punch was grim.
Obscene. Obscene.
Just, all right, crosshairs in the sky, man. Sick. Wayne, 1v4.
Now, he's been good for a clutch.
This would be quite...
This would be one.
Lock in. Show me what you got, Wayne. Not today, Doja. Can I have his number? Smooth stuff from Casey.
Well handled here in the end. If Miniboo is able to find that kill, it potentially changes the outcome.
Yeah, it could have done.
Like I said, the bigger hurdle here is getting themselves into the post plant, so unfortunately he doesn't win out in that situation. Great catch on that, so
Doja's having a bit of a
Dosia,
game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Quietly in some of these rounds, still posting 3Ks here and there. Up to 17 and 8 for KC.
Comfortable scenario.
Did start heating up towards the end of kickoff as well, Dosia. He was individually looking pretty solid. See, rifles back in hand now. Both teams, Ultimates-wise, Camo just one away, Purpo. One off the Seekers as well. Side of KC, it's only really Narrate that's made progress outside of the TP for Dosia, but Liquid once more dipped their toes into Garage, but kept at bay for the time being. Don't want to risk giving away a first blood this time.
Yeah, good little draw of the util though, and look down C long. Space already taken there, so as much as they're feeling this pressure through Garage...
Yeah, they don't have to make moves in Garage, yeah.
Yeah, they're solid where they are, so kind of indicative it's going to end towards that B side, or maybe even shifting towards A if given the opportunity by Miniboo, but it's to get to... Ooh. Oh my god, the timing.
Both missing the time in there.
Yeah, Miniboo, protocol, you know, you check to the right, you check to the
Turns
left.
a flash, nice.
I mean, well done by him there. Wins that 1v1 and opens up the site. There is Narrate waiting, there is an Odin. He's only going to find one, so trading well and keeping the spacing right, they get the A site in their hands.
Did catch a headshot as well, I believe, onto Wayne there. It's in the back line, so KC now, a 3v4 retake for them to try and piece together.
I've got your trail.
So question marks here. Seekers invested as well on top for Liquid. Don't have to take any risks here. Levin already popping the dash, so has to try and make a move here. Nats immediately on the back of that, though, going into the back lines.
Oh, okay, hold on, but they're trying now springboard in towards the site. They're trying to play through the smoke. It's brutal, but Doja up to the task again. This guy looking lethal. He is still doing damage, but do you predict this positioning? Won't even get the chance to half it. Nats is there as the insurance policy as ever.
You think there's a chance, but again, you don't consider that. Nats just toying with the information given by the Seekers. Again, knowing that you're going to follow up on that immediately. Even so, I mean, they do pretty well to hold down the site for the time being. Nice! Just playing out trades here, and it's a crucial round in terms of getting some more progress here. Camo's going to have his ultimate now. Odin back in hand for Narrate, but a little bit of a broken buy here. Some gaps here, most notably being Levin.
Nat's getting spammed up pretty early too. See if that comes into any sort of later stage issue, but Camo just trying to pull those in, but that wall gonna deny it, and Arvez doesn't need to shoot. That's wild. Oh, that's gonna feel foul to witness. He's now down to 3. Though he's still there with that paranoia. He's been solid as a rock. Highlight player for KC in my mind. And again, look at C Long. They haven't checked this in a minute. No. This was happening in those previous rounds. He didn't find much, but Levin only here with that Sheriff, but still holding a lot of space.
Struggled to dig him out last time. Even if he goes 1 for 1 here, and Miniboo knife out, just changes up, but Levin still can't find one. Flash to come through here.
Miniboo is affected by that. And it's going to slow the roll. They've kept control of C with that paranoia here. Wayne looking for an opportunity on that B site, though. Might have just caught a glimpse of
Sugetsu saw him as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade of information. They're heading straight towards A.
Oh, except for Nats.
That's patience.
He's going to let him go.
Yeah, that's really nice. Calls it out to Arvez. Lovely. Just to not give away the game in case they were continuing to scale through C. We see where Team Liquid are heading. However, it's only Wayne now. KC with a lovely bit of heads-up play here. Wayne.
Sugetsu got through the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
It's all good.
Yeah,
Round one.
all good.
All good.
All good.
It didn't feel all good.
She's still just tucked up next to a wall that can be spammed as well.
Everything's fine.
KC will find a response here.
Oh, that's a
back and forth.
way out. Yeah.
Oh, you're right though. Arvez doesn't have to shoot.
Yeah. All good, man.
Great placement there.
One enemy remaining.
To catch Camo on the retreat. Will break the buy of Liquid. See some investment here from Wayne and Nats. Maybe a pistol here or there.
And the areas. What are we seeing?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I was like, what is that weapon's name again? The Mini Odin. Early ult and
Wow, how's Wayne won that?
I don't understand
Aries
what I'm
moment.
seeing.
Aries moment.
Oh, they're up against pistols, mate.
But the issue being, Wayne had a rifle. Now it's behind enemy lines. Oh!
Spike down.
Beautiful.
A.
From
That's nice. That's nice.
Too many people didn't even want to touch the spike there. Like, nope.
Not for me. Go on, do it again. One more. Una mas.
Another two-piece.
You want both?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he might be listening. Miniboo, you wanna? Come on.
Don't pick Levin. Head somewhere else.
I'll go and see. Seems good over there.
Sugetsu's got great coverage though.
Almost out.
Obviously, with his U2 invested here, going to be fairly telling from Miniboo. The flash comes through Sugetsu on the cleanup here. By
Very
KC
nice.
number 8.
Touching distance now, 2 away.
Off kilter here. Arvez just one away from. Yeah.
Just get a normal rifle, man. The rate's really good, please.
Like I said, yeah, it's an Aries moment if ever I've seen one.
That's nice, though. Oh, so nice you get it twice.
Nice, boys. Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
Retrieving flash.
Those pistols.
Flash placed.
Let's go.
Liquid not necessarily there with their ults either. I mean, one away for Nats and Mini. Boo. Got it now.
Yep. Okay, down to 4 at about the 1 minute 28 marker.
Do they check inside the smoke? Yes, they do. Sugetsu's he's stunned.
He's dead. He is dead. Okay, C is open, but can you make it through garage? Yes, you can. Okay, little help from that utility from Nat's going to make sure that passage is safe. All right, looking to backfill the space, but Doja going to be working through as well. Camo now stands tall on one. Good trades for Liquid here, keeping the numbers favorable. Even Doja and Levin.
Levin though, is he going to be able to find one? No, Liquid actually taking the back of sight.
Oh, the timing!
No way!
Doja, an absolute god! Brilliant on the timing. The second they thought they were safe, he swings and he punishes. Absolutely perfect.
That was absolutely nuts. Playing the timing to perfection on the lockdown. Absolutely beautiful.
Watch this one again. That was outrageously good.
See as well, catching Wayne smoke in hand. Nats score out. No cover to find here. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, this guy's something else, man.
What a map he's had here.
Yep.
To kick things off for KC. 23-9, making plays like that as well.
You don't see that at this level.
There's
You
a
really
sucker
don't.
punch, man. Whew. And this like as if Liquid were just resting on the laurels there. It's like almost playing that to perfection, taking the back of sight, mitigating the risk
maybe,
of a flank coming through, which they didn't know yet, but
That was lovely. Like that. Doja actually might be one of my favorite players to watch recently, genuinely.
Now, genuinely.
Oh, yeah? I mean, for someone who wasn't on my radar, I know he was for a lot of people, to be fair.
Yeah, no, rightfully so. At kickoff, a couple of question marks.
Yeah, it was like, okay, does it translate well?
It's a bold move. It suits KC, right?
Yeah.
Suits KC.
Yeah. It's cut above the rest, man. Actual standout player. Oh, please just give Narray another rifle. Please.
Was he looking to spam back through again from... position a little differently here, looking to maybe spam through a smoke. A switch up once more of the defensive formation here for KC. Maybe being that Levin's on an operator here, going to go deep towards C-Long once more. All right, actually opting out of a spam here early on. Doesn't want to take too many risks. Trade out here of info. Liquid are just gonna, roll through here on the back of Miniboo's ultimate. Perfect, take it. He's gonna get a second as well.
That is such a well-crafted side take. That is lovely to see. Arvez has to back away from this, though. They know there's follow-up to this as well. But the site's getting closed in on. Look at Levin. Look at the rest here. They'll give up the plant, obviously. But this retake has a little bit of momentum to it, potentially. Doja still breathing, still a threat. This time goes down. Arvez just gets to drop towards Wayne. No trade, no sight lines. But it's all on Arvez. He can't quite convert it. Liquid showing a little bit of something there.
Miniboo over-delivering in this situation. Looking to maybe create a little bit of chaos to force that initial player, which is Narrate back, but to catch... I mean, did he end up converting the third down?
I think he got the 2. I didn't see the third.
It's over here, but as you said, a beautiful take of the site. Narrate, unfortunately, just caught trying to pin him down.
One enemy.
It's a little dicey here when you're seeing a free drop from heaven and...
No one else able to see it, no crossfires on it. Gets a little unnerving, but hey.
Liquid up to 11 regardless. Camo just 1 point away from another ultimate. Purpo, Seekers in hand, who again today has looked sharp individually.
Yeah, solid. Hasn't had to overshine, it feels like, but just kind of doing that role. Doing it well.
I've got your trail.
Progress made through sewer at the same time. So Sugetsu better be prepared for this. We're pressuring towards that B site, kind of feigning that attention.
Sugetsu stayed on A site though.
Yeah, but they've crept up sewer pretty close here. He might get caught off, but actually it's them to get caught off. Great timing, but a really big trade for Miniboo. That has to cause a reaction now. They have to respect the space he's taken. Fowler goes towards it. He tries to play ahead. He's been caught. He's playing a very risky game at the moment. So are they, apparently. I mean, Arvez just going hell for leather on that one. Hell bent on trying to close down towards him, but Nat's in the meantime doing what he does best.
Cue the Maroon 5 meme.
Sing it.
Nah.
Oh. Well, Miniboo. Go on.
Third for him.
He's being a problem. He's kept the 2 players dedicated towards this, and they don't really know what's behind it, right? Now they can clear the site, and they know that there's no one really around.
Left.
He's going to set things in motion to find a plant on B here, but Liquid's still just waiting for somebody to overstep the mark. We'll get a confirmation here, so Purpo goes for the plant now.
Spike planted.
Operator in hand, but Levin does have a rifle.
They need something free almost.
Yeah. TP in here. But again, won't even find anything. I don't think Nat's looking to maybe cancel that, but wasn't spotted.
No, so Levin's work doesn't get any easier. And it's comfy for Nats, right? They tried to make something happen. It didn't really land. Liquid playing the post plant very, very cleanly. Those are going to get one on the way out, but it is on the way out. So whether or not he gets to keep this operator is pretty much in the...
Stat padding. It's crazy.
It's a Miniboo.
Crazy work.
There we are, Miniboo. Lovely round from him, actually. If you're looking at that A take that he pulled off, he commanded that space really, really well.
See coming out. This we'll see a KC timeout. Pretty late in the day. Just a last-ditch attempt here to make something work. Obviously, Haven being KC's choice here. Haven't seen it from Liquid this year. Maybe being caught off guard ever so slightly. I even say this isn't necessarily KC looking sloppy. Liquid have looked pretty well refined in terms of the approach to this second half in particular, which I think is where the focus lies for Liquid.
Yep.
Especially in some of these, I don't say weirder comps, but more, well, it's just different comps for them.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight as well, as much as I've been on the Miniboo watch, I think I've seen him do much better here on this attacking side. Looking like he's able to kind of call his own number up a little bit as well, finding his own form, pressure that A site on his own back, and then, as we've seen, kind of hunting those players down in the end. This is really good to see. Just gives that a little bit more option to Liquid, not having to be solely dependent on the likes of Camo or Nats or Wayne on Purpo. It's good to see Miniboo finding his own sort of space here. And this is what I'm looking at. On those attacking sides, especially in this Neon role, how diligent, how well settled he is now. And on the other side for KC, looking, again, they don't look terrible. They look pretty solid. It just, Liquid look a bit better.
As well, I think Arvez, even previously in some of the other compositions, he did struggle numerically, but again, when you're on the Phoenix, it can kind of look a little weird sometimes when you're feeding into some of those defensive setups and having to go hyper-aggressive, just wanting to get the ultimate online and almost kind of running it down in some situations. Here, it's a little more concerning to see that, obviously alongside Sugetsu as well, so you're just saying kind of numbers-wise is what's the issue for KC. I'm not that concerned really in their first showing with the raid.
All right, off we go. Can Liquid close out cleanly? 12-9 the current score. And Camo, oh, come on. He's just opened everything up. Doja desperate to try and claw back into this, but it may be too little too late. Look at Nats' position. Doja!
Doja, what?
Doja, how's he got it too? Nats, he can't stand under the pressure. I need to see that back because he had no right to do that. Purpo called upon. The HP is low. 11 down low. Doja below half.
He could line him up here.
He certainly could. Still has a flash to play with too. Trying to split the corners here. He's going to find one. Low flash swings it. Gets caught out and run down. Doja is the X factor that KC have been waiting on.
Again, the catch on the backside of Camo's ultimate. Nats, I think looking towards A-Long and didn't catch it. It was behind window though. And things just spiral out of control. There's a turret here to kind of watch or prevent this from happening. Not prevent, but at least notify them it's happening. But Doja continues on that, and Nats, unfortunately, can't convert the first, tries to transfer onto the second, and gets shut down.
Let's go!
Liquid.
I can't believe that round,
a round that was teed up.
Camo gets you too. Sight clear, brilliant, cool. Oh, careful of the crossing carriage.
Even there with Camo falling, it's like, you can still recover from that situation.
That's wild to me. Okay, well, is it a death rattle or maybe the way back into this? Still a buy in hand for Liquid. No flash, similar scenes here. No ult this time for Camo, obviously. And he's red that time. Yeah, no real way out of that. And in the same time, though, in the same breath, Miniboo just casually walking up long. Off angle for Sugetsu suits him down to a T.
Prepped with the ult in hand as well, just in case Liquid looked to springboard off the back of that. Look to slow things down a little bit. Recontact back through Garage. Now Sugetsu, much deeper position now. So could concede the site. Well, they're now just opting to cater towards a retake. Sugetsu with a spot there.
It's a big ult.
Very shallow investment though.
Yeah. Oh, Camo, so heads up. Arvez. I don't think that was necessary. You still had two other players nowhere nearby. They were trying to maybe thread the needle on timing, and it's just gone terribly. KC, able to get on the same page there, it felt like, and obviously Liquid gonna lap that one up.
It's almost like that would only really work if Liquid go hyper-aggressive towards spawn. Right now, looking for something back outside this smoke.
Evan trying to pave the way, going to take down Camo. Levin, no, flashed up. Does get to keep his life, which is more surprising to rate this time. Cleaner with it, but that doesn't matter. At 13-10, Team Liquid get the job done. KC showing signs of life. I mean, Doja, that was a formidable performance, but not enough to change the outcome. Haven going to be falling Liquid's way, of course, Pearl on the horizon. And I think we're actually going to be hearing from Camo in just a second's time. So we're going to hand it over there, down to the stage.
All right, I got Camo here. We thought there was going to be a Phoenix in this series, right? Coming up against KC, but you yourself pick it up and you pop off on it, man. Where was it? Walk me through the reasonings and how it came about.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, on kickoff, I was mainly playing Yoru. I would say Riot kind of killed the agent, so we tried to find an alternative for it. One prac, I just picked Phoenix, popped off on it, just like this game.
Yeah, this game was all yours. Easy, you say. We'll see if it's just that easy, though, because after this break, they got map 2 that they need to win to close out the series.
No. Oh, wow. I'll do. Yeah. Boys, your IGL is cooked.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sure, okay, that was the first event of the year. Why do you guys like the Neon plus Phoenix pairing on it?
I think it's because, I mean, it's a comp that it's more around our strengths. We're still playing our double duelist comps. We enjoy it, we like it. It wasn't the cleanest from us, still a bit shaky for the first game, but I think the boys did a good job. But yeah, that's it.
You're right, the double duelist coming through from the side of Liquid and it paying off very well. A Phoenix on Haven regardless, even though it wasn't KC's side of things, which is really funny, Billy, because coming into today, we're like, yeah, what we really want to see from KC is, you know, stick to the wacky picks that we've known them for and that they're always used to do. But wouldn't it be crazy if they don't end up picking them now that it's actually a good spot to do so?
Well, I think for KC, I want to see some cohesion, and we got to see some glimpses of that throughout the map, I think. But one of the things that we have to highlight here is those thrifty rounds that Team Liquid were able to pick up, as well as those 2 pistols. I think KC winning any kind of those rounds could have made this a different scoreline.
Yeah, even though it was 13-10, I feel like KC played pretty well this game. I think that if a pistol went a different way, even the anti-bonus went the wrong way, I think that it could have been a lot better for them. I don't think that it was, I think Lohan's right, it wasn't a particularly like clean game from Team Liquid, and KC didn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, there's this saying in Dutch, and I actually have no idea how to translate it, but
useful.
So,
that's
yeah,
really useful,
so
actually.
I don't even think I'm gonna drop it, but it's basically like als is verbrand hout. So we're sitting here like if, but that didn't happen. Okay, like KC didn't do it. They didn't capitalize off it. Yeah, sure, it wasn't clean, but it's Liquid at the end of the day that does walk with that win. So for me, then the question becomes, like, what did Liquid do correctly to actually not allow KC to capitalize off the comp that they had locked in?
I think the comfort in their composition and the way that they're playing it in the very aggressive way. We saw at Santiago at times that they went so aggressive that it almost looked a bit of a meme. But like in this game, it was playing with aggression, but like pulling it back when they needed to. So here we see like Haven, a great map to push out and get those flanks going. You see it here from Miniboo. It happened all over. It happened out of C, out of A consistently, and that was really nice to see.
Yeah, I think consistently for them being able to do this on their defense. I mean, look, we can see a triple walk down C here, right? Just being able to push and pull and create question marks across the map for KC made it very difficult for them to kind of adjust. I think as well, when we look at Team Liquid's composition, they don't necessarily have a recon per se, rather than just the sky. So I think that kind of played a part in knowing how to play this composition, particularly on the defense.
Yeah, I think going forward with Team Liquid, I'm going to be interested to see if they're going to continue to run the double flash.
Yeah.
I think it's just a comfort for Purpo to go Sky, but I would prefer overall for him to be like a Sova or a Fade. That's a more traditional way to round out that composition. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on going forward with them.
I think as well, like, I'm happy that they're leaning into that double duelist strength, but I wasn't quite expecting them to pull out the Phoenix. And I think as well, things that we saw Team Liquid play so well in the past was having that kind of double dive with the Yoru, with the Neon being able to get into sight, and Camel being able to kind of help support Miniboo in that sense. But of course, with Purple jumping onto the Sky, it meant that we were having to see that synergy between those two, which we kind of hadn't seen so much during kickoff. So it's nice to see that kind of developing.
Yeah, it feels like they are finding, as every single game goes on, it's more of like an identity and what they're comfortable with and what they want to move forward to. So for Liquid, like, I'm happy. From the side of KC though, there are still question marks, especially because we're now seeing Aves on the IGLing. We're seeing, especially when it comes to these mid rounds, it's not necessarily hitting the marks that we were hoping for.
Yeah, so it was just early in this game that if KC had won this round, they could have been in a really good spot. So we see Team Liquid, that activity that we saw earlier, and KC's response is they pushed A. We know Team Liquid are A. Let's run up to B, open sight. But here, and that's a good reaction from Abbas, but here we see them going through this C link into the tiny choke, and it gives Nats, who's got like a slightly weaker weapon, to just do his thing here, and just running into him in a way that's like kind of unnecessary. In that instance, just go B plant or just go C plant. Instead, they kind of slightly overcomplicated. And I think it's those crucial little moments that is sometimes going to happen when you have someone new IGLing. And it allowed Team Liquid to go into a snowball 4-0 up. And from there, like in a 13-11, like that's everything really. Or 13-10.
Yeah.
Close enough.
I still think in that round in particular, Benny, like, it was nice for them to have the initiative to push out that space, right? And I think as well, like, you know that there's only going to be one player there, right? They want to try and isolate Nats. And I think that that's when, again, we have to question and start looking at the cohesion. We said it looked better, but ideally, you want to be able to take Nats out there. So, yeah, I think, again, it's like a question of cohesion. It did look better, but there was moments where, like that round, it didn't look so good.
And now it's a question of whether or not they're going to replicate something crazy on Pearl, or if we're sticking with what we're used to. Camo again on the Phoenix. We heard him say in that interview check-in with Nat earlier that, you know, Yoru ain't it no more, so this is the replacement.
I mean, I disagree with him on this map in particular. I think Yoru is still phenomenal on this map. I think if you play it correctly with some sort of like pushing those extremities and then leaving the neon there and TPing to the side, I still think it's great. And Casey's comp on the flip side, I think now it seems like Casey's identity is going for this double initiator, the Fade Tail together with that Vice. I think on Pearl, that's a very good pick. I think having 2 initiators on such a wide map to clear all the spaces is really strong.
I think starting on this defense as well with that composition is going to be key for KC here. I think that on the attack, the Tejo was a little bit of a question mark for me, kind of struggled being able to utilize it properly, but of course, this is something that they leaned into during kickoff as well, having Aves on that Tejo, and I think with him picking up the calling, it makes sense for him to lead into an agent that he already has experience on.
I think it's weird. It's like Team Liquid's comp theory now is like the Phoenix Neon. I think that was better on Haven, not as good on Pro. KC's now got that, you know, double initiator and it's better here. So it's almost like I favor KC now coming into this map, even though it's Team Liquid's pick.
All right. I mean, I think that's a fair statement to make when we're looking at it, but for me then it's also going to come down to if Casey's going to be able to actually play according to this composition, and if the mid-round calls are actually going to be there, and if, you know, being on sync is going to be there, but whether or not Casey has found that missing piece and is able to reset after that first loss on map 1, we'll find out as we're ready to head into our second map of the series with our casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, I guess map 2, how do we feel coming into this? Because I think it ended up being a pretty close affair. I said there were some messier rounds on the first map, some opportunities that were going unpunished, but...
Certainly an opportunity for Casey to show us something that we want to see, that synergy, right? We want to see the fundamentals look much better. We want to see them kind of all on the same page, and I'm glad Mini kind of picked out the same round I did, because that was quite telling early on. That was like, they second-guessed themselves in a situation where so you want to look towards, yes, somebody taking up the IGL mantle, but looking solid in terms of confident mid-round calls that we commit to. Again, coming here, composition-wise, it's certainly teed up for KC to show us, obviously, a slight rebrand, right?
Yes. I'm just looking at Doja. After map 1?
Yeah.
Eyes on him. Show me a little magic here. All right, so KC defending side, Liquid on the attack. And, well, someone tell KC that, because they are going hella aggressive here. And Aves has already gone down. I mean, Purpo's just brutalizing them at this point. It's looking too simple. And even Barracks looking a little bit behind how quickly that happened. Doja, I was saying I wanted to keep eyes on him, but not. It's the only
not
player.
like this.
Yeah, this wasn't. And the observers weren't even watching. It's crazy we gave Prius a chance. Welcome to EMEA. Love you, observers. I'm sorry.
No, you don't. Well, he's revealed.
Marked.
And that's again going to look and try and get behind this, even if Dosia lets this run a little longer. Liquid, though, will find a confident pistol round win here. Purpo to bulldoze his way through this setup. No real resistance on the way in here. Just able to throw bodies on this angle, especially with Levin recalling so far away from this. I'm not sure who was caught actually in that initial exchange of utility. Fairly similar here in terms of the approach for Liquid once more.
I guess no need to deviate from plan, especially against the buy that you're probably coming up against. As long as you don't walk into a blind stack and you kind of, I guess, don't cross the T's and dot the I's, you should be perfectly fine. As Camo willing to take those first couple of steps, it's Sugetsu towards the backside of the side, joined just off to the side by, I mean, 3 players at this point, actually. Doja's there, Levin's there, so everyone coming on over. In the meantime, you do look towards what's happening on B. That is going to be Nats taking a bit of a deeper look down there. Wonder if he calls for rotation or if they're just going to take their time. Again, in reality, they should make it past this. Oh, maybe that's at least 2 or 3 weapons.
At least, shoulder the angle, bay out some shots here. Nats not making moves immediately on the back of that. Now, obviously, trying to fake a little bit with these smokes. We'll keep KC interested at least, but yeah, Nats finally spotting Aves. Conscious of a second, but Aves not going to know there's this many players now. Here's the utility.
Yeah.
We'll have to peel away a little bit.
In the meantime, Was Miniboo trying to, I don't know, farm it up, I guess? Trying to get that ult going early, but that's embarrassing. Going down. 4v4. Plants in, though, so by all rights, it should be a round win. Easy said.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, even with one upgrade here, Dosia to pick up Miniboo's weapon. It's going to be really hard to crack through.
You don't lose this.
Nah. You don't even lose a player.
No, actually, it's four standing. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. Comfy.
Curious whether or not KC were actually going to go forwards, but they're just going to deny some progress here early on. Liquid will be set up once more to find a comfortable start to the half.
Ooh, Doja.
Dosia's missed the timing here at least. Camo will find it regardless.
Yeah. Big zoom. All right,
longest pan out of B site I think we've seen in a long time,
to this day. Look, I've annoyed the observers. They're going to start doing weird stuff. So.
Obviously, we'll be well invested now to follow up here with KC back on a buy, but I mean, there's two Bulldogs here, prioritizing full shields and util over that.
Yeah.
Purpo already, though, ultimate in hand.
Don't overthink.
Yeah, that's happened pretty fast. 4-0 start for him. And this time, Casey going to put a lot more bodies behind this early A start. Now they've got the weaponry to fight it. Deep wall for Sugetsu.
Retrieving flash.
And a steady bit of work from Team Liquid. It's Miniboo who's basically playing his own game here. Kind of man-marking Arvez, it feels like. And he's just now behind the wire. Managed to get away.
I'm not through.
Guys, go walk out there to art. Go fade ulti out. Go fade ulti out.
Wait 1 second, give me a second. I will molly art.
Guys, I'm gonna throw. Fade ulti now.
I'm this molly, sure.
I'm pumping you.
I'm gonna reel. Go out,
boys. I'm mollied it.
I'll find you.
Just plant that side. I need to cross. Secret down.
Yeah. I'm re-smoking for...
I plan for secret only, okay, in main.
Yeah.
Guys, we have shield guns. Let's fight.
Spike planted.
And obviously showing intention here for the post plant.
Yeah,
lesser weaponry to go forwards.
Yeah. See what they can do is Camo and Miniboo is going to be really shouldering that burden called into Doja. 11, Sugetsu getting much closer. Great flash, but Levin aware, maybe turned anti, or maybe just slightly deeper off the line. Cleared quickly, KC. Dealing with all that early aggression. It's Wayne to answer back now. 2v2, Sugetsu and Narrate having to now try and break this deeper post plant. Find some time here. Wayne trying to construct something that works in their favor. He's getting involved. Wayne has had an outrageous round. Finding both of the players there, denying that scale up after clearing out Pit. Brilliantly done.
Bonus conversion here, Liquid looking to get early momentum in their favor and absolutely succeeding. Looked a little awkward here with the exchange when, especially if KC finding so much success at dismantling that deep trap play on the back of the flash. The safety net delivering here for Liquid. KC, Sheriff's in hand, full Shiko actually. So Nat's going to have an opportunity to really punish this purchase now. Miniboo's still tasked with at least puffing the chest up a little bit here towards 8. Doesn't want to entertain a scrappy buy though. Actually, Narrate did get a bucky late on into the purchase. Liquid anticipating some aggression elsewhere. We'll get an audio cue here at least on the back of Arvez's utility. Drone doesn't spot anyone, I believe. Liquid just going through the motions now, but have waited out that initial wave. Have themselves a very favourable engagement here towards 8.
Yeah, the gates are open, right? I mean, the wall is going to trip, but they're so far away. I mean, this map is long rotations on the best of days. Sugetsu, you're hoping for the best, but probably expecting the worst. Lucky to even be alive that long. This plant should be up next. Well navigated for Liquid here.
Hard to break back in here. Yeah, I think Narrate's got a Sheriff behind this bucky, but I'm not entirely sure, actually.
At this point, that's Miniboo's position. Going to get played in the more and more that they just path straight through C. Oh, okay, hold on. Doja going to take away Miniboo. Don't know if he's going to be able to get much of an upgrade, but maybe they don't need it. Wayne might be the checkmate, though. There's no way you check on this. Doja, you've been brilliant, but sadly that positioning just too strong there. Very heads-up work as Arvez got 2 to find and almost no chance to do it here. The utility just stalling him out second by second. And indeed, he's had a lovely life, Arvez, and he's not going to get much more of it. There we are.
He's looking deadly in some of these scrappy situations, though, particularly in the approach to another retake where this time around they haven't got lesser weapons, dismantling them. Minibu to find the first here. Again, looks so good for KC on the initial approach here, but Wayne being the anomaly in that situation. Liquid up to 4 in the blink of an eye. Rifles back in hand for KC. Doshi 11, 1 away from ultimates. Decent progress elsewhere, but Liquid certainly winning out in that regard as well. Burpo's already being invested. He's already past halfway.
My ultimate's ready.
Okay, Camo. I'm going to be a little bit closer at this point. You've been given enough freedom. They are rotating, but easily going to make it up towards Pillar here. You can see where that spike does continue towards, because there's still that little bit of hesitance. It feels like they just leave Minibu on these kind of individual exploration missions, which, as it stands, I mean, might be working.
But he can keep 3 interested here.
That's
They're
fine.
actually going forwards.
Oh my god, I thought he might have actually had him then for a second. Gonna dive back towards Pillar, but they've seen there was nothing behind it.
Issue being, though, Liquid are going to try and find space towards double doors now. Top of the ult from Camo to try and go through. Base out a ton of util. Dealt with, yes, but doesn't get punished on the recall. A huge exchange of utility here. Minibu looking to pressure even further now. Dosia does catch him eventually. Nats as well.
I mean, he just feels like the one-man band at the moment, though, doesn't he? 11%. Ooh, God, I got a bit nervous then on that, but gonna get the job done. That's Camo gone, leaving Wayne and Purpo. And, wow.
20 seconds.
And look at this towards top mid 11s.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, just gonna catch him on the run. Great. Done it. Lovely. Lovely, Casey. There they are. Kind of not falling, maybe starting to understand what Liquid have been trying to do with these sort of trickier plays, leaving Minibu alone, reading into it well, and then, well, Doja also just having a round.
I mean, my concern being that's not necessarily, I mean, this is Liquid kind of leaning too heavily into kind of this bait and switch across the map, trying to create some space, and unfortunately when you're trying to do that, you can't be caught with knife out running back through towards mid. So yeah, KC will find this one, but is that repeatable? The Liquid seemingly aware of what went wrong there, so see if KC can string together anything else to follow that.
They're playing so close towards middle as well. 2 posted up towards Art, 2 towards Con.
Nice and slow now.
Working towards double doors here, 11. Going to be checked on early, bit of a trade out of info, but again, just testing those waters.
Big investment here. 11 to come through, but shut down immediately.
Yeah, Minibu just going to instantly deny any sort of scale behind that. 11 gone. That should... Oh my god, Nats, come on, bro. You can't keep doing it. KC, when will you realize? He left the door open for a second, and he sliced on through. Doja, again, brilliant player. This time, I don't think it's going to matter much.
Oh, did he get spotted there? I'm not sure if no, Minibu didn't see him.
Spike planted.
I mean, it's a full 1v5. It will take an ace and Liquid feeding into this. If he can even find something. The bait hit. Oh my god.
Stop it.
Oh my god. I was going to say, I'll take an ace. It might just take a bit of misdirection.
There's no audience to give this away. Normally, I'd be pleading with them to stay quiet.
There's a star down on the spike.
There is a world where this might happen. The closest player, I believe, is going to be Purpo.
They're coming back to check.
They are coming back. Something doesn't feel right, and yeah, that's the reaction as to why, but... Okay, yeah, he's fine. He should be caught. He's checked on. It's all good. You saw the stars aligning, though, quite literally in some moments there. Handled in the end. Liquid instantly course-correcting.
It's bizarre to see KC, with the way Liquid are playing, almost roll the dice here with this set piece towards mid.
Nice try! Bravo!
Just friendly. Congratulating.
Yeah. I thought Doja did to you on that one.
After the skirmish.
Alright. 5-1 though, 5-1.
But a very comfortable start here.
Yeah. And it feels like they're just in kind of comfort mode the way they're playing too. Everything seems to be going right. There doesn't feel like there's much kind of coming back at them.
Which with this approach here is a little more, I don't want to say it's concerning, but it is a little bizarre to see what worked in kickoff, the approach they took into Santiago. I feel like it was almost just, I mean, it's results-based when you say they were unsuccessful in Santiago, but it really worked for them in kickoff. It's a much slower, more reliant on kind of Nats and Wayne finding space in certain situations, Miniboo being posted up as a solo in some of these, which again, are they leaning too heavily into a double duelist comp? We show a duelist and KC are going to react.
Yeah.
Almost like this knee-jerk reaction sort of expectation on the side of Liquid. That's not necessarily what's working here, but Liquid kind of sticking to that. Wayne and Purpo both with ultimates. Levin, operator in hand now, so another hurdle to overcome here, and probably indicative of a slower approach to some of these defensive early rounds for KC. At least we'll just leave him to anchor towards B now.
I'm out of here. Shocking. We're good.
Okay, this time going to challenge into the util. A lot less freedom here. Could potentially catch Nats. He's not going to get timing again on these guys, is he? No. Okay, Doja and the Prowler both very much on duty, but this leaves that A site a little bit lighter. Narrate again, keeping position and keeping bodies dropping for them. Sugetsu's timing here is, ooh, it's a bit messy. Purpo should be dead though, right? Purpo should be dead. Camo is, so how was Purpo breathing? Still living for a second longer, but KC, find some rhythm.
And dysfunctional here when you watch some of the engagements being taken, but KC able to weather the storm here. Liquid a turn of pace. Start this off. Miniboo just getting caught off. In terms of the timing here, it's a bit awkward. They've not even really made the progress they need to be able to counterbalance that through main. The divide, unfortunately, doesn't lock KC out of the sight.
Guys, good job,
The numbers still suiting them. Purpo still sitting on ultimate. Miniboo now with his in hand on the other side. Doja and Sugetsu have to continue potentially with this pace, at least initially here to take control of the orb.
Yeah, it felt like an implication of it, didn't it? But no overreaction. They still have that wall there, so they don't need to be doing too much. Doja's starting to clear in middle. Be careful not overextend. Obviously, there are 2-3 players there. And Nats deeper on this. It's Arvez going to get traded out on, and you can see where the weight of KC's players reside. It is still towards that A side. You've got to push up towards B long though. Levin going to take great deals of space. Kind of removes rotations here later into the round. Now we're going to see if this site can be held.
Oh, Miniboo gets right in here. They're not going to be affected as well. He can go back in. The rate finally shutting him down. There's a 2v3 here. Liquid with the numbers advantage. They won't have noted Levin with Nats falling so early on. Now he's going to hear the steps.
Oh, the timing and the positioning really good for Levin. Almost an impossible obstacle course to clear, but
30 seconds
Purpo's
left.
the one with the spike. That's the bigger problem. He's got to be careful. And look at the push up on the other side. Narrate also getting active. Found a bit of safety to slip through by those double doors. So the plant should be on the cards, but B long certainly isn't.
That's going to be a weird plant. Again, with where Wayne's set up here, should be able to hold on to this initially. Not going to be any challenge coming through from long.
Spike planted.
Actually able to get themselves a more traditional position here for this post plant.
Oh, Purple. Oh, no!
Levin just unscoped.
That roll of the dice felt almost unfavorable, but now Narrate has to deal with a 1v2, and look at the positioning. One long, one towards elbow, really hard to get in between here. And I think he knows it. Obviously, we know where they are. He doesn't have to go through the list of potentials and possibilities and probabilities. The check on the spike, noting he's no longer on it. The time is going to become a problem, and the positioning's great. Liquid again showing some real versatility now.
Up to 6. And find themselves a comfortable cushion to really start leaning on now. The pressure is on KC to really take the fight to them and get some rounds up. I mean, looking at the buy here.
You saw this shot? Yeah, bro.
Dosia finding a bulldog.
They are mine.
The money's not necessarily going to be there, especially now with a back and forth exchange. Alva's looking to invest here.
Okay.
How much does he go forwards?
I guess he had to, right? To an extent. Maybe the timing could have been a bit better for him, but the firing squad was there. I guess it works.
Yeah.
Good tail. That's a weird sentence to say.
Why were you so
I'm scared.
apprehensive to say that?
Because I don't think I've said it before.
Liquid recover now in a 4v5. Nats one away from the lockdown. Finds a kill, could find them a clean site take. And lucky Wayne's not noted on this jump, but Arved's still shouldering towards this position now. See Nats need a kill. Need to get an orb and clear out the B site as best he can. Minibu finally scaling up with this spike all the way through connector.
Yeah, they left that hella late. Narrate even was trying to have a little look above it just to see if he could catch anything.
30 seconds
Seas.
You get a part on the initial.
I thought the timing maybe on that Seas coming in and Arvez's utility could have worked
Wayne.
a bit, but
He's gone around the world.
You're going around the world,
He's invested the bite though, very
they
early
have.
on.
Miniboo looked a little asleep then. He had a chance on that, but not being active on the angle. Opens up the floodgates, and now we go. Tap on the spike, and then Purpo strikes. Back and forth. Nats and Wayne, what are you meant to do here? Wayne has to deliver massively. And now, well, the position's noted, and the spike's not for it. There's not much more he can do but watch as they defuse. KC, given a third there.
Wayne, unfortunately, not able to make enough progress here with the divide being invested so early. He can't just charge all the way through spawn. KC given, well, I say given, they took a round here in the retake. Crucial kill. Like you said, Miniboo maybe just a glance elsewhere. Look like maybe he was favored in that engagement with Sugetsu. Still trading back and forth here. 6-3 the scoreline. New team able to really stabilize off of one of these victories.
Need that back.
KC now looking a little more comfortable in terms of playing deeper on the defense, but Camo and Miniboo doubles down
Just
on that as
dry
well.
Fights.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, well, I mean, it wins, so that's fine. And as long as you win, everything's fine. Plant should be up next. They've got 5 standing, 3 for KC. Just got contact hit through middle. Even KC expecting more layers. There isn't.
Yeah.
It was what it was. That's how they got you. All 3 through the same angle, I guess. Miniboo looking to be played in here. Anyone still semi-dedicated towards site itself. Obviously the rest repositioning, taking their time. Miniboo does
just got his number
cleared. I don't know how the hell he got that kill, if I'm honest. Is there anyone who could?
Nah.
I got a little excited. I was like, oh, no.
Just too much time has passed.
Yep.
Narrate and Sugetsu will have to watch this one conclude. We'll be able to hold on to rifles elsewhere. I mean, yeah, just above 1,000 credits each to be able to enable a repurchase. Camo, ultimate available here. Purpo and Wayne just 2 away. It's a decent position to be in coming into round 11 here.
Yeah, 1 flash and go, I guess.
And Liquid not shying away from this fire when there's been a couple of set pieces invested here from KC. But you're right, it seemed a little weird to see them just win out on 2
pretty dry engagements. Yeah.
Because again, the counter swing from Arvez, I believe, all the way bottom of connector there was just so late.
Okay, we delve back in. It looks like Liquid is starting to flex a little throughout this map, but let's see what we get now. They'll probably be on red alert down by connector after that.
Well, the issue being now they can rinse and repeat with Camo's ultimate.
Certainly can. See if they smoke, flash. There's the ult. This time actually more util. And it actually goes worse. Less util is better. But also preparation and understanding what's coming your way, probably the bigger factor.
I mean, Levin taken down to 8 HP, so he can't really stay posted up here. So they will give up this space. Sugetsu, a full setup here towards A site. Actually, my mistake, still one invested elsewhere, but the wall, the flash, and something to slow down Liquid. It's not going to slow Nats down, though.
He's done really well to find this space. They might assume that was just...
Well, they didn't. They wouldn't have heard a jump, whether or not they read into the fact that he slipped the net.
They still need to win out one of the sites, though, and Levin just holding the line. Even on 8 HP, outdoes Miniboo. So now they look to depend back on Nats' progression on the A side. Potentially, the spike is coming this way, and that's why he's going to dig him out of pit. I had a little time towards Secret. Arvez working his way around, but eats that flash. He's dead all day long. And KC slowly just being worn down, it felt like, is the trade. I mean, it's not the way you wanted to go. Yeah, that's it. There's only too many ways you can cut it. And Nats is on 4 kills here, and Levin's 8 HP.
And immediately heads the other direction.
I mean, brilliant round again. Just as much as the wall was there, paying no eyes towards it, putting no mind towards it until he's already passed through in that next smoke. He basically single-handedly got them that option. You look on the other side of the map. I mean, Miniboo didn't get past, who was it, Levin, right? So they kind of needed that to go right.
Yeah, and the issue being Nats has got so much time to explore some of these angles that he figures out as soon as Arvez is crossing back over, somebody is there to play or counterbalance the site. So gets unfortunately shut down 4-3. Liquid up to 8 now. Very concerning situation for KC. See what the last round purchase looks like. I'm already seeing a stinger in hand for Arvez, so see exactly what they can muster together. Narrate unfortunately just gets caught. Yeah. I think, yeah, taking maybe a tag.
Yeah, just
Molly to finish him off.
Ace. No ace? Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry, got excited. My bad. Oh, poor Camo.
That feels bad, actually.
Yeah, that's actually brutal. Oh, okay. I'm still grinning about that. Nats, well, luckily they didn't go much further there. They've got 3-4 players about to go walking in middle. For now, though, it's with the fight on the side. And Camo succeeding on the first, going to open up the space. The trade there, good for Purpo. And now they can build off the back when you look towards a plant. Sugetsu tries to, Narrate tries to slip in towards that, but I don't know what the plan really was here. That felt, it felt like they're mentally checked out of that one.
Urban last alive again. Identified here, gets the spin on Miniboo, but Wayne to shut things down for a 9-3 half here for Liquid.
Yeah, it was what, 7-5 in the first map, 9-3 now. I don't know, man. That looks a bit worrying for me. Casey looking a little bit dreary towards the end. I want signs of life. I want them fighting. I want a game.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Nine-3, Michael. What do make of this? I hiccuped. Don't giggle, man. Don't giggle.
I mean, I think they just follow with what we were just saying. It's a concerning situation to be in here. I think with map 1, first showings for KC, it's obviously a positive. But on the other side of things, Mini Boot obviously picking up where he left off in kickoff in particular. Here again, not necessarily shining numerically, but after some tough opposition in Santiago, I think probably looking to reset a little bit. This is a more familiar opponent, a more familiar stage for sure. And certainly had some highlights today.
Yeah, he has. I think map 1 to me was quite impressive, actually. And I know you might argue here in map 2 is more of a role player, right? Doing what is necessary, boring.
Because here's, again, talking about the transition Liquid went through, in particular what they were working on in kickoff. He unfortunately is the focal point of a lot of that.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be a work in progress for me to just keep checking back in, seeing how he's looking, keeping a very active eye test. And speaking of, I mean, you have saved that flash from Camo, just saved you. You had a second breath. I think he thought he was dead. And now, well, for Arvez, he might be dead.
Purpo does back away from that. Does catch a glimpse of Arvez, though, so the confirmation is there now that he's retrieved the spike. Be hard to whittle away 3 members of Liquid. Stays on the angle, tagged out 9 HP though.
I mean, he's doing something. Oh, I can't believe.
Thank God Wayne's able to get out of that and re-swing onto the angle. Isolates beautifully for the first 2. The cleanup is there for Liquid to find double digits already here. And you're right, what a flash over the top here from Camo. It's like a fairly rehearsed pistol round, actually, for Liquid in terms of the timings here. But yeah, look how close it is for Wayne to get out of that.
Not even close.
Well. That was another sorry moment. Sorry.
Ace, sorry. Mini Boo on a judge. 11 down. Oh. Okay, judge gone. I mean, they're buying around this, right? Casey, you kind of have to do something, right? It's Stingers out, it's Sheriffs, it's what can you do to recover? 3 rounds ain't enough.
Now the Liquid know there's going to be some threat here in this second round. And even so, I mean, 3 Spectres and a Sheriff, so they have to respect this. Especially with a man advantage here, 11. Let's have a rechargeable, so on 25 HP, but does have a little bit of a buffer. Not much.
No, not much at all.
Unfortunately, going to be looking fairly dry in terms of util to follow that up. Nirei actually does get his hands on a judge as well.
Slow and steady. That's just shouldering this.
Just shouldering.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds. Oh,
that's going to be awkward, though.
You can still just die to Camo, though. There is every... Oh, there it is, yeah. And Camo's got ult, he's got his flash, and now he's got so many players to punish. Brilliant work between Camo and Purpo. Played it cool. Kept their composure. Get up to 11.
Shining in that chaotic situation here. When, like I said, there was real threat for KC to maybe stick the landing, especially with an advantage found so easily onto Mini Boot. Beautiful reposition from him,
so
snappy
nice.
with the Spectre.
But also great to see Purpo diving in there, right? Making sure he's got bodies on towards it.
Arvez, you could never do this on Phoenix.
Certainly looking to set a precedent down on the stage. Again, it gives Liquid an opportunity here to follow up on that purchase. With KC forcing, still going to see the investment here, obviously.
Yeah, that's not going to...
Mini Boo again.
Man.
Shut down here in the early round. Brings Arvez to 6 HP.
Still alive, though.
Still alive. Liquid have to win out another 4v5 here. Don't necessarily know about the rest of the buy either.
We've seen this one before, haven't we? Narrate's going to have to dig out a couple of players on this A site if they do want to continue on this. There's already doing some great work. They've got to clear Camo. He was a problem before, and he might just be a problem again. This time actively on the corner and getting curious. Oh, the timing. There we go. Camo, time to work again. Oh my God! You can't keep letting him get away with that. 2 kills to get to the 1 to trade it back in. But it is an even 3v3 to a degree, right? Weaponry around the same point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Guardian that's concerning now.
And Sugetsu, the one to go forward with it.
Cool. Went off for the plant initially, waiting for a peek out elsewhere. Finally, we'll get it down.
Plant as well, having to pull in the players this time. You have to play up one side, but I guess that's the weaponry you got, so you got to play around it. And Narrate desperately trying to be a problem, right? Be a nuisance, get involved, get active. But he, well, it's on the receiving end. Wayne, does he get to play Sugetsu? Oh, no, he doesn't. Sugetsu sharp with it this time. Purpo, the one with Vandal. Meant to be the bigger danger, but Dozier going to extend play. Keep KC in the matter.
In with a bit of a weird exchange in terms of the finances here. Still, Liquid going to come back in majority rifles. I mean, Miniboo will be one that obviously struggles considering the first 2 rounds here. KC can't necessarily stabilize off of that, but good progress on ults at least. They want to piece together a comeback. Miniboo looking a little flustered. Unfortunate to be shut down once more. We'll be on a judge again. KC looking to pressure towards at least fend off any proactivity here on the side of Liquid.
I guess they've kept them back, right? But again, Camo's been getting 2s every time. Fast on the angle though, 11. Others gonna have to commit this to clear close. Make sure to check for Camo because he's conditioned them to this point now. He can play a little bit deeper, be a little bit more tricky. Miniboo's gonna be the problem. And they keep him at bay. Camo wants to get in, try and get involved, but he's being held back. Slowed down and denied. Can't really do what he wanted. Ult gonna come down. He still gets one! Get one! I can't believe it. Alves desperately trying to hold some control here for KC. Miniboo just caught off guard. I don't know where he thought he was.
Again, able to punish the backside of the ultimate. It's a 2v4 here for Nats and Wayne to try and recover.
Looks like a save already.
Yeah, it looks
almost,
like Nats is considering. Unless Wayne finds a freebie there, they can't really warrant throwing these rifles in.
Getting a bit closer.
Hang on.
It's 3 by art.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. When the last time we saw like a proper ninja defuse?
Last player standing.
Okay, Avaz,
Okay,
what the hell?
The guy that can't shoot, by the way, apparently.
Almost on for the ace.
Yeah.
Almost had you.
But how did he get into... I mean, he finds the kill onto Purpo, right?
I was so confused why Miniboo was behind him at one point. I'm just like, I'm lost in the sauce.
Well, I think Miniboo just thought, I've got to judge, like...
Do something.
Weird exchange here. I have to go towards main and try and make use of this. But how has Alves got to where he is? Here's the shot on Purpo. Miniboo was next to him behind sight initially.
Maybe just went around the other pathing. Just went around the other side at the same time.
Yeah, he was tucked next to Camo, right?
I thought he was.
Again, he's got to judge. I think maybe he thinks he's got the timing to get up on catch. Maybe the second or third player.
Yeah.
So at least here, KC, 2 rounds in succession. Give them a economical advantage here. Like I said, certainly advantage in terms of the ults. Of how they will lie early on in this half.
And I like this little switch up, right? Bane that you're going to be, you've just hammered A back to back to back. Put Levin on a bit of an island, sure. You wanted him maybe to do a bit more than that. Maybe not just go down as the distraction. But you have pulled the players off of the site, so you will get the plant, but... Oh, that's concerning.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a wall here, and Camo's not going to find the kill.
No. Okay, so that should be ringing alarm bells. But he can just be a problem in the back lines, right? Do you then draw your players back to deal with him? But then it weakens the site hold, right? It's a little bit of a resource management game at this point. For Liquid, though, they do need to start building from the other side of things. Start pressuring as well. And, well, he tried to keep cool on that second fight there, but Narrate going to be called off by Purpo. It's Dozier to find Camo. So that's at least the back line clear. It's the pack of 3 starting to go hunting. That could be a problem. Purpo on the trade again. Still looking to do some more here, but that defuse is an issue. Ults to deny, and not much to be done for Wayne here. Just has to stand and stare. There's another round going to go for KC.
The bigger picture is that They're able to draw out Arvez's ultimate in this situation, force the hand of KC to continue investing. Going to be a long way back into that ultimate. We'll see a Liquid timeout to follow this. 3 rounds found by KC. There's still positives here for KC. In terms of piecing things together early on, not much margin for error.
No.
And once these ultimates start coming online for Liquid, we're already seeing Purpo, Wayne just one away.
2 off from Miniboo as well, so it's knocking at the door, right? It feels like that checkmate round is on the horizon. On the other side, though, good rhythm found for Casey. I feel like they're at least in control of the momentum as it stands.
More crucially, shutting down Miniboo a couple of times here.
He hasn't felt very relevant to this half.
It's almost like he knows we gassed him up a little bit.
Yeah, mock all us. Idiots.
But again, even in those situations, it's tough to see somebody really go forward and try and embrace, obviously, the elephant in the room in terms of how people view this role in particular at the minute. It's not necessarily, even with what Liquid did at kickoff, I don't want to see them really drill further or go further down that rabbit hole.
Sure.
So whilst they look good, it would be another adjustment for them to delve even deeper into Miniboo just being required to do not everything, but do more.
Yeah. Okay, 3 in succession now for KC. But after a timeout, obviously Liquid are very close to having some big boy ults on. Camo willing to take some risks here. And the first time they've had a free start towards A. Not checked on over towards main. And no late presence either.
Liquid will read this now that something is going on elsewhere.
Yep. Camo, right place. Going to be slowly filtered back. Good scaling up from KC. I don't know what the end goal is, though.
They're painting a little bit of pressure, but they're able to actually wrap all the way back into connector here.
Haven't really seen this look towards B before. Clear of the util. Still looking like they fancy that A site.
I think, again, the position of Camo, consideration is there for Liquid. Can they stick the landing?
Ooh.
In terms of a massive question mark here, once it actually transitions into a site here.
They're going to need to hear a rotation or something, though, right? You're still going to know there's going to be presence on that B site, be it 1, be it 2. As it stands, they're not moving. They're holding their ground. Levin's going to put his life on the line. He gets one, but it gets traded. Miniboo there, and now the pressure starts building towards that other side of the map. It's Nats who's a problem, though. Sugetsu and Arvez trying to stick the landing, but they are now up against it, and Nats can buy time. He just needs to play safe. And he's doing more than that. He's got a body to bury. Nats wondrous at this good anchoring of the site. And with 10 seconds, Arvez, a brutal outcome for them.
The crucial thing here is the timing to catch the player on B long. That's what sets Liquid up for success here. When there's so many question marks across the map. Yeah, I'm not even sure actually the kill feed. Who was it? Yeah, it was Nats to catch Dosia. That's the crucial kill.
Nice, Ayos! Nice.
He's the one that really can pressure towards B. Still 2 players tucked in on B site. I think maybe KC are thinking they're going to catch somebody in mid, and they've left one to anchor towards B. Again, the timing of Purpo's ultimate as well, even though it catches nothing, that's very telling.
Yeah,
because Arvez has dumped a load of util, and then you've got Levin flying over the top. They know then.
Yeah, it all starts falling into place. So timeout for KC to try and give it one last real go of things. Still a purchase to be made. It's not going to be perfect, though. Will be lacking in certain areas. Seeing a Stinger being toyed with as well. Ult there for Sugetsu, 1 away from Dozia's, 1 away from Levin's, a couple of pieces, but we were talking about on the horizon, there was Wayne 1 away for a minute. Miniboo 2 off, now they've got them ready. This is where it gets really, really tough, right? You've got some big boy ults in place, and it feels like Liquid just got the read of things there. Does Casey then fall back to what was working, those A-site takes that actually looked quite good with them?
Don't expect Miniboo to be going forward as aggressively now when he's on a rifle. Does have the ultimate, so still an argument to be made he could. I'm seeing him positioned towards Art here. I don't think he's going to be down for the scrap. Or that crunch towards A main. Camo might be interested though.
Time for a field
Certainly getting close, isn't he?
Target out.
And they are battling down the hatches. They are getting prepared for this A site hit coming their way. 4 players. The defending side. ready for this. That reposition towards Art is quite nice as well. Just going to re-clear middle, sees nothing. Look how deep and how far away Sugetsu is on this. Miles off.
They're going to get here so quickly towards Sugetsu.
And Sugetsu's put his wall on the other side of the map.
Arvez is noted on that sound cue.
Yeah, Arvez, that's a lot of bodies. Sugetsu's going to be maybe a bit of a hero here. That's a lot of players. Do not mess this up. He doesn't. Sugetsu, safe pair of hands. Taking away all that threat. 11's taken the site. So they should be able to ferry that spike closer. And the last two really forced to save.
You see a moment there. The Camo's looking back towards spawn again. But they just give up the angle, even cutting the sight lines here on the back of Minimu's utility.
Spike
Almost
planted.
their own demise to allow Sugetsu to backstab. And KC, a 7th round.
The frustrating part is that was a lot of players there for KC, and you had the util on top from Natch. You had a lot of tools there to handle it, but won and lost on that positioning from Sugetsu, who I genuinely believe was too far away. And absolutely not. Right place, right time. Wayne and Natch just looking to keep hold of these rifles, if at all possible.
You'd really hope. Have the rifles to bring into the next. We'll see Miniboo's ultimate available. Parbo's going to struggle though.
Yeah, he is.
KC clawing their way back in here.
Slow and steady.
5 more to find. And this is the catch, and like I said, it's Camo. You can see in the X-ray previously was looking back this way.
Of course he'll have a look.
Of course we'll have a look. Nearly catches the adjustment actually. Sugetsu just waits. Lines them up. Minimal risk there. Ultimate's here for Wayne and Miniboo still. Nats Camo, good progress.
Ooh. It just feels like Liquid is starting to just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. That concerns me a touch. Ooh, Wayne's gone checked already. He is in danger. They are hammering down towards the site. The Prowler going to lead the way. Do they find him? Do they clear him? Shorty in hand. Seas comes out. Wayne, I don't know how he's alive, but he's still got one.
Still got a shorty.
Levin's dead. Wayne comes back in time. Couldn't get another body to drop in all the mayhem of this, and Camo's got ult to try and get involved. Narrate instantly deals with it. This is just so precarious. I think the numbers now might just tailor the outcome. Doja, you've been brilliant, but this is not your day. Team Liquid, 13-7. Get across the line in the end. It started to get dicey, but they maintain a good score in the end.
Solid showing from Liquid overall here. More so in the second half, like I said. For me, KC, again, I don't want to be too harsh and say that the bar's so low, we're just expecting positives, but for me, really impressed actually from KC on map 1. Here maybe coming into Liquid's map pick, lacking a little bit in my eyes.
Yeah, and we give, I think, KC a little bit more room to find themselves here. Again, looking to see how it builds out with a kind of untested IGL
dare I say we put again another period of acceptance for KC to get back up to scratch, but at least here again the worst possible scenario would have been Liquid to struggle coming out of Santiago here, and KC look completely lost. That's not the case at all.
No, thankfully, because God, I was worried too. It looks like we're starting to see Liquid find their foundations again and build upon it. That was our main goal for us, watching this as it came along. So waiting for, I believe, Nats.
Look at a little light there on stage.
I was like, come on, you got a couple more players. There we go, joined in the end. But that looks like steady progress. I think we're starting to see a couple more glimmers from Miniboo. I'd like to see more. Yeah, the rest still there.
For Liquid, we want to see kind of the bounce back from Santiago, as Will Smith famously said.
Yeah. How dare you drop a Will Smith quote at this point? But yeah, again, it's building blocks, right? It really is building blocks, and I think this could be a good display of things to come. KC, it's early days still. I don't give them all the time in the world because they are proven great players. I mean, no one's going to say that they don't go to market and invest, but still, if I'm not mistaken, we do have a treat for you guys to stick around for, which will be an interview with Nat, so you do not want to miss this.
Yeah, you definitely don't, because Nats is going to give me all the information, right? Because the fact that you guys now running this 5-man roster, you've been together for a couple of months, you've gone to a global event. Do you think things have settled down? Everyone's sorted and slotted into their roles now, and you're more of a well-oiled machine? This is the Liquid potential?
I think so, yeah. I think we're understanding each other more, and now we know in which direction to move. So I think we're getting better and better, and that's less random, I would say, as it was kickoff, because it was a lot of rushing decisions. So now, yeah, I think we're doing good.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly shows you guys come in, you get this 2-0 here over KC, but what would you say is the biggest strength or the thing that's improved the most for Liquid?
Adaptability, I think. Lessons also that we got from Santiago. Even though we didn't perform very well, but I think we got a lot of good answers, and we got punished a lot there, so we learned from that, and we know what we need to be working on right now, and yeah, we're using it.
What was the biggest takeaway then? What do you think was the thing that was the glaring issue that you've worked on the most?
I think the fact that in kickoff we managed to find something and we managed to make it work in a short amount of time, and for Santiago we didn't manage to had a lot of depth on it and that kind of play style, and that's why we got punished there. So we worked on that. We worked what is their strengths for us and what we want to use in the future, and yeah, for now we're trying to implement it.
I mean, it makes sense. We see Camo pick up the Phoenix for you guys, but yourself personally, you run the Killjoy back-to-back in these maps. What is it about that agent right now that you're enjoying, and why didn't you switch it up between maps?
Why didn't I switch it up? Because Sentinels are unfortunately not greatest nowadays. The game is about only duelists, unfortunately. I hope Riot will change something, and the game will be not just flying agents all over the map and the Sentinels cannot do anything. But yeah, unfortunately there is no variety nowadays. It's like, even if you run Sentinel, it's a bit hard because half of the agents is flying around or tipping through my mollies or through the traps or yeah, whatever. So yeah, let's hope.
Is there a specific Sentinel you would like to see maybe get a bit of a buff, one that you would love to be able to pull out at VCT?
I would love to play Cypher again.
Okay,
but right now, with the way Cypher is and the way so many duelists are like very, very strong, it's a bit hard.
Okay, all right, Nats, I appreciate it giving me all that insight there. Again, congratulations, but for now, we're going to head back to the desk, see exactly how they're going to break down what this series was.
Well, obviously you.
Thank you, the Natsas. Welcome everyone to the post plans. We have Purpo and Miniboo joining us. Congratulations to the both of you for locking this one in. A solid start to stage 1. Can we start things off in general with just how you felt coming back to EMEA after the international? I'll start with you, Purpo. You're looking at it, you're like, okay, go, Mini.
Hello and thank you. I mean, I think that Santiago was a good learning experience for our team, because I think we're a new team, like a young team, qualifying to Masters with, like, I think exceeding our expectations for kickoff. So, I mean, it was pretty cool experience in general. I like the event, the hotel, like the weather, like it was amazing. And I think that we are gonna like improve and bounce back even like more stronger and manage to go out from groups next time.
Yeah, that would be nice. Certainly good as well. You speak about exceeding expectations. What do you think was the key for you to exceeding those expectations? Like, we saw you making quick changes in the roles and some approaches. What would you actually attribute that win, that run that you guys had through kickoff?
I mean, I think that question is like obvious. Like, I think we set up the meta. Like right now with our playstyle, like everyone is running the same things like Neon Whale and stuff. And I think we were like one of the first teams to actually do it. And like right now everyone is copying us. So, I mean, I think that was like the main key and just like playing to our strengths.
You mean they're copying what you were doing in kickoff?
Yeah.
So what about what you did today on stage? What about all the Phoenix and this?
No, it's normal thing for us. You know, Phoenix is normal thing. Like, it's not Whale, Neon Sky. When we're playing with Phoenix, there is nothing special with this comp. So, yeah, just playing double duel, enjoying. It's not like we did on kickoff. It's just for us, it's normal.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what, that's fair to say. I want to talk about the matchup then today specifically as well. You're going up against KC. They obviously had Shayla's leave, Narrate is back. So did you have any certain expectations in regards of this match being maybe a little bit more difficult? Because it was a clean 2-0.
We didn't really think about what they're gonna prepare, or we didn't think about our expectations. We had the goals for the long distance. We were like focusing on ourselves, preparing the map pool, preparing the comps for the maps, just trying to fix some stuff, trying to like improve our play style, because people already know how we play, and we already know that we are like on one step ahead of them. What they're gonna prepare against us, we can work on some different stuff, so we are gonna even outplay them. So yeah, so there is no expectations. They didn't have much time with the new player coming. For me personally, I knew that they're gonna go for some crazy comp, for example, Heaven, like just not usual comp, but yeah, like it is how it is. B1 to 0, I'm happy. So we are just moving forward and improving.
You're talking about staying one step ahead and knowing that people are looking at your compositions, they're copying you, so you always have to make sure that you are ahead of the competition. What does that take as a team to make sure that you are always evolving, always ahead, always dictating the pace of the meta and making sure that nobody can really catch up?
I mean, it's actually a hard question. I mean, you just need to believe first. You need to have the same people with the same mindset. Everyone is working hard, everyone putting a lot of huge effort in the game process, and yeah, I mean, just in our team, we had really good coaching staff, respectable IGL, the best player, the best person. So by just respecting them, that's how we are getting motivation and just keep working, and that's where the trust is building inside the team for us.
Yeah, you speak about this growth. You speak about Nats as well. We showed a little bit of the teaser in the trailer and your path and the games that you had in Santiago. We heard a couple of words from Nats being a little bit more agitated than usual. But my next question is going to be more so: why do you think that we haven't been able as a region to win? I mean, haven't you both? Like, meaning you a couple of years ago were also in a world final. Why do you guys think that EMEA isn't able to get trophies home back anymore?
I mean, I think it's not real. I think it's just us overthinking it, because like us in Heretic, we were like in the finals in the Shanghai Champions. Fnatic were in Toronto. They were in Champions finals. It's just like about, I don't know, not securing the finals, like I don't think it has anything to do with the region. It's just like, it's just luck, I guess. So I wouldn't say that our region is completely worse than like other regions. Like I think we had some great performances. We just weren't able to secure the finals.
And then looking at the region in general, the teams that we have competing here in Stage 1, are there any teams that you want to rank in terms of like who's the strongest to who do you think is the weakest? Do you have any favorites? Maybe
why are you making him do that? I kind of want to hear Purple.
Your top favorite.
You're blunt.
Top three. Top three.
I mean, I can see.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's obviously in the top Fnatic and Heretics, because I think it's really important. Like throughout the season, good teams with good systems that been along together, they're gonna keep improving. So I think like
longevity for those two.
Yeah, and if you don't count us, because I would always put myself on top. But if without Team Liquid, I think it's between BBL because of longevity or Team Vitality because they have quite impressive roster.
All right, and then the bottom two teams.
With the bottom two teams, you want me to start a beef with someone, yeah?
Yeah.
Because
just un poquito.
It's just for scientific research purposes. No beef, nothing personal.
I mean, I think that Giants are gonna not do good in my opinion because of the meta. I think they are quite passive and methodical play style, so the meta doesn't really suit the double duelist meta for them. And Eternal Fire maybe, because I mean they change up the player. They're I don't know.
They almost win against Fnatic today.
Yeah, I mean they're playing really solid, but it's hard to point out someone. I think it's easier to point them out because they lost already.
Yeah.
But
fair.
But yeah, I mean I would put these two maybe.
Do you agree, Purple? Because I see you looking everywhere, and I really want to pick you.
No, honestly, talking about underdogs, but I think I just want to point Eternal Fire. I really like the way they play, and because they're not scared to implement what we used to play in kickoff, even though I think it can be already late because people saw that time to adapt and they that time to find the weaknesses. But yeah, I just like the way they play. That's how I want to play, but you just cannot because you need to balance but it's okay.
Okay. Top three teams?
No top 3 teams.
No top 3 teams, just one, and that's Liquid?
Yeah, that's us.
Okay, I like that. You gotta say it with a little bit more confidence, though. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. I want to ask, because Dom, you said that you put Team Heretics and Fnatic on top. You're going against Team Heretics next week. We already saw you in kickoff. What do you make? Because you know that the run ended a bit early to say. Lovely to see your brother here, but how do you think that match is going to go on paper at least?
I mean, I hope they win against Navi, and it's gonna be like me right now have 19 group stages wins in a row, and if they're gonna win as well, they're also gonna have 19, so it's gonna be for the 20th consecutive win in groups. So it's gonna be interesting game, I think. And yeah, like always excited to play against them. Like I think they're the most team that I want to play, and yeah, hopefully we can repeat the kickoff result.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for taking the time for the interview. And once again, congratulations on your win today. An extra point added to the tally. That's all from us for today. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. But we're going to leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. So enjoy.
Oh, my feet hurt. Oh my god. Mom, I wanna go home.
His teammates on the way, trying to chip away and stay alive in the backside, but they are being demolished!
The trade's looking fantastic.
A 4-0 start to Eternal Fire.
For Alfiero, although I don't know if he wants to take a 1v1 at this point, but Izzy has been dealt with, and there's Kayak.
Nice, boys. Come on. Let's go.
But that smoke's good, and they're going to line up.
You know what, body shots are all he needs! Oh, it's cleaning up here. Not a place many people want to be, but he wins it. A 1 versus 2, and it's Crashies and Bekas to close this one out.
Go, you and me, baby.
The spots in, spam through, won't get anything, and now it's left all up to Order. It was a slow start from Fnatic.
Ivan with it, but Alpha and Bekas able to pick up all the kills.
Obvious, brother.
By the next possible, but a lot to deal with here. They come past the George!
So could reveal the positions of the remainder, and look how low Echo is in the corner. He's not going to survive.
Oh my god, bro. I'm surprised to see Echo stepping forward. That is a great play, but the reward found on the shorty out to close it. On the left, ult on the right, and Alpha surrounding them all. This is wonderful. But Crashies waiting to strike down below and combine in that crossfire.
And now the timing is there. There will be a 13-2 domination on Lotus.
Might just tuck with it up. Actually on it. That's gonna catch two.
Oh my god, this guy. After this great follow-up from Gamo, and it is just stunning. Right here, but gonna give it a go, double swing, and goodbye, Liquid. I don't understand what I'm seeing. Oh, beautiful. That's nice.
Good job, guys, good job!
But that doesn't matter at 13-10. It's Wayne. But he's getting involved. Wayne has had an outrageous round. And that is on 4 kills here.
Ace!
I mean, you have saved. That flash from Camo just saved you. I think the numbers now might just tailor the outcome. Doja, you've been brilliant, but this is not your day. Team Liquid, 13-7, get across the line in the end.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing.